Section 1 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 1. The Publican's Dream, by John and Michael Banim. Of the writers who have won esteem by telling the pathetic stories of their country's people, the names of John and Michael Banim are ranked among the Irish Gael not lower than that of Sir Walter Scott among the British Gael. The works of the Banim brothers continued the same sad and fascinating story of the mere Irish, which Maria Edgeworth and Lady Morgan had laid to the hearts of English readers in the late 18th and early 19th century days. The Banim family was one of those which belonged to the class of middlemen, people so designated in Ireland who were neither rich nor poor, but in the fortunate mean. The family home was in the historic town of Kilkenny, famous alike for its fighting confederation and its fighting cats. Here Michael was born August 5th, 1796, and John April 3rd, 1798. Michael lived to a green old age, and survived his younger brother John 28 years, less 17 days. He died at Booterstown, August 30th, 1874. The first stories of this brotherly collaboration in letters appeared in 1825 without mark of authorship, as recitals contributed for instruction and amusement about the hearthstone of an Irish household, called the O'Hara family. The minor chords of the soft music of the Gaelic English as it fell from the tongues of Irish lads and lasses, whether in note of sorrow or of sport, had already begun to touch with winsome tenderness the stolid Saxon hearts, when that idyl of their country's penal days, the Bit o' Writin', was sent out from the O'Hara fireside. The almost instantaneous success and popularity of their first stories speedily broke down the anonymity of the Banims, and publishers became eager and gain-giving. About 24 stories were published before the death of John in 1842. The best known of them, in addition to the one already mentioned, are The Boyne Water, The Croppy, and Father Connell. The fact that during the long survival of Michael no more of the Banim stories appeared is sometimes called in as evidence that the latter had little to do with the writing of the series. Michael and John, it was well known, had worked lovingly together, and Michael claimed a part in 13 of the tales without excluding his brother from joint authorship. Exactly what each wrote of the joint productions has never been known. A single dramatic work of the Banim brothers has attained to a position in the standard drama, the play of Damon and Pythias, a free adaptation from an Italian original, written by John Banim at the instance of Richard Lalor Shiel. The songs are also attributed to John. It is but just to say that the great emigration to the United States which absorbed the Irish during the forties and fifties depreciated the sale of such works as those of the Bannums to the lowest point, and Michael had good reason, aside from the loss of his brother's aid, to lay down his pen. The audience of the Irish story-teller had gone away across the great western sea. There was nothing to do but sit by the lonesome hearth and await one's own to-morrow for the voyage of the greater sea. The Publican's Dream. From The Bit o' Writin' and Other Tales. The fair day had passed over in a little straggling town in the southeast of Ireland, and was succeeded by a languor proportioned to the wild excitement it never failed to create. But of all in the village, its publicans suffered most under the reaction of great bustle. Few of their houses appeared open at broad noon, and some, the envy of their competitors, continued closed even after that late hour. Of these latter, many were of the very humblest kind; little cabins, in fact, skirting the outlets of the village, or standing alone on the roadside a good distance beyond it. About 2 o'clock upon the day in question, a house of entertainment for man and horse, the very last of the description noticed to be found between the village and the wild tract of mountain country adjacent to it, was opened by the proprietress, who had that moment arisen from bed. The cabin consisted of only 2 apartments, and scarce more than nominally even of 2. For the half-plastered wicker and straw partition, which professed to cut off a sleeping nook from the whole area enclosed by the clay walls, was little higher than a tall man, and moreover chinky and porous in many places. Let the assumed distinction be here allowed to stand, however, while the reader casts his eyes around what was sometimes called the kitchen, sometimes the tap-room, sometimes the dancing-floor. Forms which had run by the walls, and planks by way of tables which had been propped before them, were turned topsy-turvy, and in some instances broken. Pewter pots and pints, battered and bruised, or squeezed together and flattened, and fragments of twisted glass tumblers, lay beside them. The clay floor was scraped with brogue-nails and indented with the heel of that primitive footgear, in token of the energetic dancing which had lately been performed upon it. In a corner still appeared, capsized however, an empty 8-gallon beer barrel, recently the piper's throne, whence his bag had blown forth the inspiring storms of jigs and reels, which prompted to more antics than ever did a bag of the laughing-gas. Among the yellow turf ashes of the hearth lay on its side an old blackened tin kettle without a spout, a principal utensil in brewing scalding water for the manufacture of whiskey punch; and its soft and yet warm bed was shared by a red cat, who had stolen in from his own orgies, through some cranny, since daybreak. The single 4-paned window of the apartment remained veiled by its rough shutter, that turned on leather hinges; but down the wide yawning chimney came sufficient light to reveal the objects here described. The proprietress opened her back door. She was a woman of about 40, of a robust, large-boned figure, with broad, rosy visage, dark, handsome eyes, and a well-cut nose, but inheriting a mouth so wide as to proclaim her pure aboriginal Irish pedigree. After a look abroad to inhale the fresh air, and then a remonstrance, ending in a kick, with the hungry pig, who ran squeaking and grunting to demand his long-deferred breakfast, she settled her cap, rubbed down her prauskeen coarse apron, tucked and pinned up her skirts behind, and saying in a loud, commanding voice, as she spoke into the sleeping chamber, "Get up now at once, Jer, I bid you," vigorously, if not tidily, set about putting her tavern to rights. During her bustle the dame would stop an instant, and bend her ear to listen for a stir inside the partition; but at last, losing patience, she resumed: "Why, then, my heavy hatred on you, Jer Mulcahy, is it gone into a salvan (pleasant drowsiness) you are over again? Or maybe you stole out of bed and put your hand on one o' them old good for nothing books, that makes you the laziest man that a poor woman ever had tinder one roof wid her? Ay, and that sent you out of our dacent shop and house in the heart of the town below, and banished us here, Jer Mulcahy, to sell drams o' whisky and pots o' beer to all the riff raff o' the country side, instead o' the nate boots and shoes you served your honest time to." She entered his, or her chamber rather, hoping that she might detect him luxuriantly perusing in bed one of the mutilated books, a love of which, or more truly a love of indolence thus manifesting itself, had indeed chiefly caused his downfall in the world. Her husband, however, really tired after his unusual bodily efforts of the previous day, only slumbered, as Mrs. Mulcahy had at first anticipated. And when she had shaken and aroused him for the 20th time that morning, and scolded him until the spirit-broken blockhead whimpered, nay, wept, or pretended to weep, the dame returned to her household duties. She did not neglect, however, to keep calling to him every half-minute, until at last Mr. Jeremiah Mulcahy strode into the kitchen, a tall, ill-contrived figure that had once been well fitted out, but that now wore its old skin, like its old clothes, very loosely; and those old clothes were a discolored, threadbare, half-polished, kerseymere pair of trousers, and aged superfine black coat, the last relics of his former Sunday finery, to which had recently and incongruously been added a calfskin vest, a pair of coarse sky-blue peasant's stockings, and a pair of brogues. His hanging cheeks and lips told, together, his present bad living and domestic subjection; and an eye that had been blinded by the small-pox wore neither patch nor band, although in better days it used to be genteelly hidden from remark, an assumption of consequence now deemed incompatible with his altered condition in society. "Oh, Cauth, oh, I had such a drame," he said, as he made his appearance. "An' I'll go bail you had," answered Cauth. "An' when do you ever go asleep without having one drame or another, that pesters me off o' my legs the livelong day, till the night falls again to let you have another? Musha, Jer, don't be ever and always such a fool. And never mind the drame now, but lend a hand to help me in the work o' the house. See the pewther there, have it up, man alive, and take it out to the garden, and sit on the big stone in the sun, and make it look as well as you can, after the ill usage it got last night. Come, hurry, Jer, go and do what I bid you." He retired in silence to the garden, a little patch of ground luxuriant in potatoes and a few cabbages. Mrs. Mulcahy pursued her work till her own sensations warned her that it was time to prepare her husband's morning, or rather day, meal; for by the height of the sun it should now be many hours past noon. So she put down her pot of potatoes, and when they were boiled, took out a wooden trencher full of them and a mug of sour milk to Jer, determined not to summon him from his useful occupation of restoring the pints and quarts to something of their former shape. Stepping through the back door and getting him in view, she stopped short in silent anger. His back was turned to her because of the sun, and while the vessels, huddled about in confusion, seemed little the better of his latent skill and industry, there he sat on his favorite round stone, studiously perusing, half aloud to himself, some idle volume which doubtless he had smuggled into the garden in his pocket. Laying down her trencher and her mug, Mrs. Mulcahy stole forward on tiptoe, gained his shoulder without being heard, snatched the imperfect bundle of soiled pages out of his hand, and hurled it into a neighbor's cabbage bed. Jeremiah complained, in his usual half-crying tone, declaring that she never could let him alone, so she couldn't, and he would rather list for a soger than lade such a life, from year's end to year's end, so he would. "Well and do then, and whistle that idle cur off wid you," pointing to a nondescript puppy, which had lain happily coiled up at his master's feet until Mrs. Mulcahy's appearance, but that now watched her closely, his ears half cocked and his eyes wide open, though his position remained unaltered. "Go along to the divil, you lazy whelp, you." She took up a pint in which a few drops of beer remained since the previous night, and drained it on the puppy's head, who instantly ran off, jumping sideways and yelping as loud as if some bodily injury had really visited him. "Yes, and now you begin to yowl, like your master, for nothing at all, only because a body axes you to stir your idle legs. Hold your tongue, you foolish baste." She stooped for a stone. "One would think I scalded you." "You know you did once, Cauth, to the backbone, an' small blame for Shuffle to be afeard o' you ever since," said Jer. This vindication of his own occasional remonstrances, as well as of Shuffle's, was founded in truth. When very young, just to keep him from running against her legs while she was busy over the fire, Mrs. Mulcahy certainly had emptied a ladleful of boiling potato water upon the poor puppy's back; and from that moment it was only necessary to spill a drop of the coldest possible water, or of any cold liquid, on any part of his body, and he believed he was again dreadfully scalded, and ran out of the house screaming in all the fancied theories of torture. "Will you ate your good dinner now, Jer Mulcahy, and promise to do something to help me after it? Mother o' Saints!" Thus she interrupted herself, turning towards the place where she had deposited the eulogized food. "See that yon unlucky bird! May I never do an ill turn, but there's the pig after spilling the sweet milk, and now shoveling the beautiful white eyes down her throat at a mouthful." Jer, really afflicted at this scene, promised to work hard the moment he got his dinner; and his spouse, first procuring a pitchfork to beat the pig into her sty, prepared a fresh meal for him, and retired to eat her own in the house, and then to continue her labor. In about an hour she thought of paying him another visit of inspection, when Jeremiah's voice reached her ear, calling out in disturbed accents, Cauth, Cauth, Avourneen, for the love o' heaven, Cauth, where are you?" Running to him, she found her husband sitting upright, though not upon his round stone, amongst the still untouched heap of pots and pints, his pock-marked face very pale, his single eye staring, his hands clasped and shaking, and moisture on his forehead. "What!" she cried, "the pewter just as I left it, over again?" "Oh, Cauth, Cauth, don't mind that now, but spake to me kind, Cauth, and comfort me." "Why, what ails you, Jer Avourneen?" affectionately taking his hand, when she saw how really agitated he was. "Oh, Cauth, oh, I had such a drame now, in earnest at any rate." "A drame!" she repeated, letting go his hand. "A drame, Jer Mulcahy! So, after your good dinner, you go for to fall asleep, Jer Mulcahy, just to be ready wid a new drame for me, instead of the work you came out here to do 5 blessed hours ago." "Don't scold me now, Cauth, don't, a pet, only listen to me, and then say what you like. You know the lonesome little glen between the hills, on the short cut for man or horse to Kilbroggan? Well, Cauth, there I found myself in the drame, and I saw 2 sailors, tired after a day's hard walking, sitting before one of the big rocks that stand upright in the wild place, and they were ating or drinking, I couldn't make out which, and one was a tall, strong, broad-shouldered man, and the other was strong too, but short and burly, and while they were talking very civilly to each other, lo and behold, you Cauth, I seen the tall man whip his knife into the little man, and then they both struggled and wrastled and screeched together till the rocks rung again, but at last the little man was a corpse, and may I never see a sight o' glory, Cauth, but all this was afore me as plain as you are in this garden, and since the hour I was born, Cauth, I never got such a fright, and oh, Cauth, what's that now?" "What is it, you poor fool, you, but a customer, come at last into the kitchen, and time for us to see the face o' one this blessed day? Get up out o' that with your drames. Don't you hear 'em knocking? I'll stay here to put one vessel at laste to rights, for I see I must." Jeremiah arose, groaning, and entered the cabin through the back door. In a few seconds he hastened to his wife, more terror-stricken than he had left her, and settling his loins against the low garden wall, stared at her. "Why then, duels in you, Jer Mulcahy, saints forgive me for cursing, and what's the matter with you at all?" "They're in the kitchen," he whispered. "Well, and what will they take?" "I spoke never a word to them, Cauth, nor they to me. I couldn't, and I won't, for a duke's ransom. I only saw them standing together in the dark that's coming on, behind the door, and I knew them at the first look, the tall one and the little one." With a flout at his dreams, and his cowardice, and his good-for-nothingness, the dame hurried to serve her customers. Jeremiah heard her loud voice addressing them, and their hoarse tones answering. She came out again for 2 pints to draw some beer, and commanded him to follow her and "discourse the customers." He remained motionless. She returned in a short time, and fairly drove him before her into the house. He took a seat remote from his guests, with difficulty pronouncing the ordinary words of "God save ye, Gentiles," which they bluffly and heartily answered. His glances towards them were also few, yet enough to inform him that they conversed together like friends, pledging healths and shaking hands. The tall sailor abruptly asked him how far it was by the short cut to a village where they proposed to pass the night. Kilbroggan? Jeremiah started on his seat, and his wife, after a glance and a grumble at him, was obliged to speak for her husband. They finished their beer, paid for it, put up half a loaf and a cut of bad watery cheese, saying that they might feel more hungry a few miles on than they now did, and then they arose to leave the cabin. Jeremiah glanced in great trouble around. His wife had fortunately disappeared. He snatched up his old hat, and with more energy than he could himself remember, ran forward to be a short way on the road before them. They soon approached him, and then, obeying a conscientious impulse, Jeremiah saluted the smaller of the two, and requested to speak with him apart. The sailor, in evident surprise, assented. Jer vaguely cautioned him against going any farther that night, as it would be quite dark by the time he should get to the mountain pass on the by road to Kilbroggan. His warning was made light of. He grew more earnest, asserting what was not the fact, that it was a bad road, meaning one infested by robbers. Still the bluff tar paid no attention, and was turning away. "Oh, sir! Oh, stop, sir!" resumed Jeremiah, taking great courage. "I have a thing to tell you." And he rehearsed his dream, averring that in it he had distinctly seen the present object of his solicitude set upon and slain by his colossal companion. The listener paused a moment, first looking at Jer and then at the ground, very gravely. But the next moment he burst into a loud, and Jeremiah thought, frightful laugh, and walked rapidly to overtake his shipmate. Jeremiah, much oppressed, returned home. Towards dawn next morning, the publican awoke in an ominous panic, and aroused his wife to listen to a loud knocking and a clamor of voices at their door. She insisted that there was no such thing, and scolded him for disturbing her sleep. A renewal of the noise, however, convinced even her incredulity, and showed that Jeremiah was right for the first time in his life at least. Both arose and hastened to answer the summons. When they unbarred the front door, a gentleman, surrounded by a crowd of people of the village, stood before it. He had discovered on the by road through the hills from Kilbroggan a dead body, weltering in its gore, and wearing sailor's clothes, had ridden on in alarm, had raised the village, and some of its population, recollecting to have seen Mrs. Mulcahy's visitors of the previous evening, now brought him to her house to hear what she could say on the subject. Before she could say anything, her husband fell senseless at her side, groaning dolefully. While the bystanders raised him, she clapped her hands and exalted her voice in ejaculations, as Irish women, when grieved or astonished or vexed, usually do; and now, as proud of Jeremiah's dreaming capabilities as she had before been impatient of them, rehearsed his vision of the murder, and authenticated the visit of the two sailors to her house, almost while he was in the act of making her the confidant of his prophetic ravings. The auditors stepped back in consternation, crossing themselves, smiting their breasts, and crying out, "The Lord save us! The Lord have mercy upon us!" Jeremiah slowly awoke from his swoon. The gentleman who had discovered the body commanded his attendants back to the lonesome glen where it lay. Poor Jeremiah fell on his knees, and with tears streaming down his cheeks, prayed to be saved from such a trial. His neighbors almost forced him along. All soon gained the spot. a narrow pass between slanting piles of displaced rocks, the hills from which they had tumbled rising brown and barren and to a great height above and beyond them. And there, indeed, upon the strip of verdure which formed the winding road through the defile, lay the corpse of one of the sailors who had visited the publican's house the evening before. Again Jeremiah dropped on his knees at some distance from the body, exclaiming, "Lord save us! Yes, oh yes, neighbors, this is the very place. Only the saints be good to us again. 'Twas the tall sailor I seen killing the little sailor, and here's the tall sailor murdered by the little sailor." "Drames go by contraries some way or another," observed one of his neighbors, and Jeremiah's puzzle was resolved. Two steps were now indispensable to be taken. The county coroner should be summoned, and the murderer sought after. The crowd parted to engage in both matters simultaneously. Evening drew on when they again met in the pass, and the first, who had gone for the coroner, returned with him a distance of near 20 miles. But the second party did not prove so successful. In fact, they had discovered no clue to the present retreat of the supposed assassin. The coroner impaneled his jury, and held his inquest under a large upright rock, bedded in the middle of the pass, such as Jeremiah said he had seen in his dream. A verdict of wilful murder against the absent sailor was quickly agreed upon. But ere it could be recorded, all hesitated, not knowing how to individualize a man of whose name they were ignorant. The summer night had fallen upon their deliberations, and the moon arose in splendor, shining over the top of one of the high hills that enclosed the pass, so as fully to illumine the bosom of the other. During their pause, a man appeared standing upon the line of the hill thus favored by the moonlight, and every eye turned in that direction. He ran down the abrupt declivity beneath him. He gained the continued sweep of jumbled rocks which immediately walled in the little valley, springing from one to another of them with such agility and certainty that it seemed almost magical. And a general whisper of fear now attested the fact of his being dressed in a straw hat, a short jacket, and loose white trousers. As he jumped from the last rock upon the sward of the pass, the spectators drew back; but he, not seeming to notice them, walked up to the corpse, which had not yet been touched, took its hand, turned up its face into the moonlight, and attentively regarded the features, let the hand go, pushed his hat upon his forehead, glanced around him, recognized the person in authority, approached and stood still before him, and said, "Here I am, Tom Mills, that killed Long Harry Holmes, and there he lies." The coroner cried out to secure him, now fearing that the man's sturdiness meant further harm. "No need," resumed the self-accused. "Here's my bread and cheese knife, the only weapon about me." He threw it on the ground. "I come back just to ax you, Commodore, to order me a cruise after poor Harry, bless his precious eyes, wherever he is bound." "You have been pursued hither?" "No, bless your heart, but I wouldn't pass such another watch as the last 24 hours for all the prize money won at Trafalgar. 'Tisn't in regard of not tasting food or wetting my lips ever since I fell foul of Harry, or of hiding my head like a cursed animal o' the earth, and starting if a bird only hopped nigh me, but I cannot go on living on this tack no longer, that's it, and the least I can say to you, Harry, my hearty." "What caused your quarrel with your comrade?" There was no jar or jabber betwixt us, do you see me?" "Not at the time, I understand you to mean, but surely you must have long owed him a grudge." "No, but long loved him, and he me." "Then, in heaven's name, what put the dreadful thought into your head?" "The devil, commodore, the horned lubber, and another lubber to help him," pointing at Jeremiah, who shrank to the skirts of the crowd. "I'll tell you every word of it, commodore, as true as a log book. For 20 long and merry years Harry and I sailed together and worked together, through a hard gale sometimes, and through hot sun another time, and never a squally word came between us till last night, and then it all came of that lubberly swipe seller, I say again. I thought as how it was a real awful thing that a strange landsman, before ever he laid eyes on either of us, should come to have this here drame about us. After falling in with Harry, when the lubber and I parted company, my old mate saw I was cast down, and he told me as much in his own gruff, well-meaning way, upon which I gave him the story, laughing at it. He didn't laugh in return, but grew glummer than I ever seed him, and I wondered, and fell to boxing about my thoughts more and more. Deep sea sink that cursed thinking and thinking, say I, it sends many an honest fellow out of his course. And it's hard to know the best man's mind, I thought to myself. Well, we came on the tack into these rocky parts, and Harry says to me all on a sudden, 'Tom, try the soundings here ahead by yourself, or let me by myself.' I axed him why. 'No matter,' says Harry again, 'but after what you chawed about, I don't like your company any farther till we fall in again at the next village.' 'What, Harry,' I cries, laughing heartier than ever, 'are you afeard of your own mind with Tom Mills?' 'Pho,' he made answer, walking on before me, and I followed him. Yes, I kept saying to myself, he is afeard of his own mind with his old shipmate. 'Twas a darker night than this, and when I looked ahead, the devil, for I know 'twas he that boarded me, made me take notice what a good spot it was for Harry to fall foul of me. And then I watched him making way before me, in the dark, and couldn't help thinking he was the better man of the two, a head and shoulders over me, and a match for any two of my inches. And then again, I brought to mind that Harry would be a heavy purse the better of sending me to Davy's locker, seeing we had both been just paid off, and got a lot of prize money to boot. And at last, the real red devil having fairly got me helm a larboard, I argified with myself that Tom Mills would be as well alive, with Harry Holmes's luck in his pocket, as he could be dead and his in Harry Holmes's; not to say nothing of taking one's own part just to keep one's self afloat, if so be Harry let his mind run as mine was running. All this time Harry never gave me no hail, but kept tacking through these cursed rocks, and that, and his last words, made me doubt him more and more. At last he stopped nigh where he now lies, and sitting with his back to that high stone, he calls for my blade to cut the bread and cheese he had got at the village. And while he spoke, I believed he looked glummer and glummer, and that he wanted the blade, the only one between us, for somewhat else than to cut bread and cheese. Though now I don't believe no such thing howsomedever, but then I did. And so, do you see me, commodore, I lost ballast all of a sudden, and when he stretched out his hand for the blade, hell's fire blazing up in my lubberly heart. 'Here it is, Harry,' says I, and I gives it to him in the side, once, twice, in the right place. The sailor's voice, hitherto calm, though broken and rugged, now rose into a high wild cadence. And then how we did grapple, and sing out to one another, ahoy, yeo, aye, till I thought the whole crew of devils answered our hail from the hilltops. But I hit you again and again, Harry, before you could master me," continued the sailor, returning to the corpse, and once more taking its hand, "until at last you struck, my old messmate, and now nothing remains for Tom Mills but to man the yard arm." The narrator stood his trial at the ensuing assizes, and was executed for this avowed murder of his shipmate, Jeremiah appearing as a principal witness. Our story may seem drawn either from imagination or from mere village gossip. Its chief acts rest, however, upon the authority of members of the Irish bar, since risen to high professional eminence; and they can even vouch that at least Jeremiah asserted the truth of the publican's dream. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 2. Selected Poems by John and Michael Bainan. Eileen. 'Tis not for love of gold I go, 'tis not for love of fame, though fortune should her smile bestow, and I may win a name, Eileen, and I may win a name. And yet it is for gold I go, and yet it is for fame, that they may deck another brow, and bless another name, Eileen, and bless another name. For this, but this I go, for this I lose thy love awhile, and all the soft and quiet bliss of thy young faithful smile, Eileen, of thy young faithful smile. And I go to brave a world I hate, and woo it o'er and over, and tempt a wave and try a fate upon a stranger shore, Eileen, upon a stranger shore. Oh, when the gold is wooed and won, I know a heart will care. Oh, when the bays are all my own, I know a brow shall wear, Eileen, I know a brow shall wear. And when with both returned again, my native land to see, I know a smile will meet me there, and a hand will welcome me, Eileen, and a hand will welcome me. Soggarth Aroon, O priest, O love. The Irish peasant's address to his priest. Am I the slave they say, Soggarth Aroon? Since you did show the way, Soggarth Aroon, their slave no more to be, while they would work with me old Ireland's slavery, Soggarth Aroon? Why not her poorest man, Soggarth Aroon, try and do all he can, Soggarth Aroon, her commands to fulfill of his own heart and will, side by side with you still, Soggarth Aroon? Loyal and brave to you, Soggarth Aroon, yet be no slave to you, Soggarth Aroon, nor out of fear to you, stand up so near to you, och, out of fear to you, Soggarth Aroon, who in the winter's night Soggarthroon, when the cold blast did bite, Soggarthroon, came to my cabin door, and on my earthen floor knelt by me sick and poor, Soggarthroon, who on the marriage day, Soggarthroon, made the poor cabin gay, Soggarthroon, and did both laugh and sing, making our hearts to ring at the poor christening, Soggarthroon, who as friend only met, Soggarthroon, never did flout me yet, Soggarthroon, and when my hearth was dim, gave, while his eyes did brim, what I should give to him, Soggarthroon. Och, you and only you, Soggarthroon, and for this I was true to you, Soggarthroon. In love they'll never shake, when for old Ireland's sake we a true part did take, Soggarthroon. The Irish Maiden's Song. You know it now, it is betrayed, this moment in mine eye, and in my young cheek's crimson shade, and in my whispered sigh. You know it now, yet listen now, though ne'er was love more true, my plight and troth and virgin vow still, still I keep from you, ever, ever until a proof you give, how oft you've heard me say, I would not even his empress live, who idles life away, without one effort for the land, in which my fathers' graves were hollowed by a despot hand, to darkly close on slaves. Never. See, round yourself the shackles hang, yet come you to love's bowers, that only he may soothe their pang, or hide their links in flowers. But try all things to snap them first, and should all fail when tried, the fated chain you cannot burst, my twining arms shall hide, ever. End of section 2. Recording by Raven Notation. ravennotation.wordpress.com.
Section 3 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 3. Theodore de Banville. By Anonymous. Theodore de Banville, 1823 to 1891. Theodore Follain de Banville is best known as a very skillful maker of polished artificial verse. His poetry stands high, but it is the poetry not of nature but of elegant society. His muse, as Mr. Henley says, is always in evening dress. References to the classic poets are woven into all of his descriptions of nature. He is distinguished, scholarly, full of taste and brilliant in execution, never failing in propriety, and never reaching inspiration. As an artist in words and cadences he has few superiors. These qualities are partly acquired and partly the result of birth. Born in 1823, the son of a naval officer, from his earliest years he devoted himself to literature. His birthplace, Moulins, an old provincial town on the banks of the Allier, where he spent a happy childhood, made little impression on him. Still almost a child, he went to Paris, where he led a life without events, without even a marriage or an election to the Academy. He died March 13, 1891. His place was among the society people and the artists. The painter Courbet and the writers Mürger, Baudelaire, and Gautier were among his closest friends. He first attracted attention in 1848 by the publication of a volume of verse, the Caryatides. In 1857 came another, Odes Funambulesques, and later another series, under the same title, the two together containing his best work in verse. Here he stands highest, though he wrote also many plays, one of which, Gringoire, has been acted in various translations. The Wife of Socrates also holds the stage. Like his other work, his drama is artificial, refined, and skilful. He presents a marked instance of the artist working for art's sake. During the latter years of his life he wrote mostly prose, and he has left many well drawn portraits of his contemporaries, in addition to several books of criticism, with much color and charm, but little definiteness. He was always vague, for facts did not interest him. But he had the power of making his remote, unreal world attractive, and among the writers of the school of Gautier he stands among the first. Le Café, from The Soul of Paris. Imagine a place where you do not endure the horror of being alone, and yet have the freedom of solitude. There, free from the dust, the boredom, the vulgarities of a household, you reflect at ease, comfortably seated before a table, unencumbered by all the things that oppress you in houses. For if useless objects and papers had accumulated here, they would have been promptly removed. You smoke slowly, quietly, like a Turk, following your thoughts among the blue curves. If you have a voluptuous desire to taste some warm or refreshing beverage, well-trained waiters bring it to you immediately. If you feel like talking with clever men who will not bully you, you have within reach light sheets on which are printed winged thoughts, rapid, written for you, which you are not forced to bind and preserve in a library when they have ceased to please you. This place, the paradise of civilization, the last and inviolable refuge of the free man. It is the café, but in the ideal, as we dream it, as it ought to be. The lack of room and the fabulous cost of land on the boulevards of Paris make it hideous in actuality. In these little boxes, of which the rent is that of a palace, one would be foolish to look for the space of a vestiary. Besides, the walls are decorated with stovepipe hats and overcoats hung on clothes pegs, an abominable sight, for which atonement is offered by multitudes of white panels and ignoble gilding, imitations made by economical process. And, let us not deceive ourselves, the overcoat, with which one never knows what to do, and which makes us worry everywhere, in society, at the theatre, at balls, is the great enemy and the abominable enslavement of modern life. Happy the gentlemen of the age of Louis XIV., who, in the morning, dressed themselves for all day, in satin and velvet, their brows protected by wigs, and who remained superb, even when beaten by the storm, and who, moreover, brave as lions, ran the risk of pneumonia even if they had to put on, one outside the other, the innumerable waistcoats of Jodelet in Les Précieuses Ridicules. "How shall I find my overcoat and my wife's party cape?" is the great and only cry, the Hamlet monologue of the modern man, that poisons every minute of his life and makes him look with resignation toward his dying hour. On the morning after a ball given by Marshal MacMahon, nothing is found. The overcoats have disappeared. The satin cloaks, the boas, the lace scarfs have gone up in smoke, and the women must rush in despair through the driving snow, while their husbands try to button their evening coats which will not button. One evening, at a party given by the wife of the President of the Chamber of Deputies, at which the gardens were lighted by electricity, Gambetta suddenly wished to show some of his guests a curiosity, and invited them to go down with him into the bushes. A valet hastened to hand him his overcoat, but the guests did not dare ask for theirs, and followed Gambetta as they were. However, I believe one or two of them survived. At the café no one carries off your overcoat, no one hides it, but they are all hung up, spread out on the wall like masterpieces of art, treated as if they were portraits of Mona Lisa or Violante, and you have them before your eyes, you see them continually, Is there not reason to curse the moment your eyes first saw the light? One may, as I have said, read the papers. Or rather, one might read them if they were not hung on those abominable racks, which remove them a mile from you, and force you to see them on your horizon. As to the drinks, give up all hope, for the owner of the café has no proper place for their preparation, and his rent is so enormous that he has to make the best even of the quality he sells. But aside from this reason, the drinks could not be good, because there are too many of them. The last thing one finds at these coffee houses is coffee. It is delicious, divine, in those little Oriental shops where it is made to order for each drinker in a special little pot. As to syrups, how many are there in Paris? In what conceivable place can they keep the jars containing the fruit juices needed to make them? A few real ladies, rich, well born, good housekeepers, not reduced to slavery by the great shops, who do not rouge or paint their cheeks, still know how to make in their own homes good syrups from the fruit of their gardens and their vineyards. But they naturally do not give them away or sell them to the keepers of cafés, but keep them to gladden their flaxen haired children. Such as it is, with its failings and its vices, even a full century after the fame of Procope, the café, which we cannot drive out of our memories, has been the asylum and the refuge of many charming spirits. The old Tabaret, who, after having been illustrious, now has a sort of half popularity and a pewter bar, formerly heard the captivating conversations of Barbey and of Aurevilly, who were rivals in the noblest salons, and who sometimes preferred to converse seated before a marble table in a hall from which one could see the foliage and the flowers of the Luxembourg. Baudelaire also talked there, with his clear, caressing voice dropping diamonds and precious stones, like the princess of the fairy tale, from beautiful red, somewhat thick lips. A problem with no possible solution holds in check the writers and the artists of Paris. When one has worked hard all day it is pleasant to take a seat, during the short stroll that precedes the dinner, to meet one's comrades and talk with them of everything but politics. The only favorable place for these necessary accidental meetings is the café. But is the game worth the candle, or, to speak more exactly, the blinding gas jets? Is it worth while, for the pleasure of exchanging words, to accept criminal absinthe, unnatural bitters, tragic vermouth, concocted in the sombre laboratories of the cafés by frightful parasites? Aurélien Scholl, who, being a fine poet and excellent writer, is naturally a practical man, had a pleasing idea. He wished that the reunions in the cafés might continue at the absinthe hour, but without the absinthe. A very honest man, chosen for that purpose, would pour out for the passers by, in place of everything else, excellent claret, with quinquina, which would have the double advantage of not poisoning them and of giving them a wholesome and comforting drink. But this seductive dream could never be realized. Of course, honest men exist in great numbers, among keepers of cafés as well as in other walks of life. But the individual honest man could not be found who would be willing to pour out quinquina, wine in which there was both quinquina and wine. In the Palais Royal there used to be a café which had retained Empire fittings and oil lamps. One found there real wine, real coffee, real milk, and good beefsteaks. Roqueplan, Arsène Houssaye, Michel Lévy, and the handsome Fiorentino used to breakfast there, and they knew how to get the best mushrooms. The proprietor of the café had said that as soon as he could no longer make a living by selling genuine articles, he would not give up his stock in trade to another, but would sell his furniture and shut up shop. He kept his word. He was a hero. Ballad on the Mysterious Hosts of the Forest. From The Caryatids. Still sing the mocking fairies as of old, beneath the shade of thorn and holly tree. The west wind breathes upon them pure and cold, And still wolves dread Diana roving free. In secret woodland with her company, 'Tis thought the peasants' hovels know her right, When now the wolds are bathed in silver light, And first the moonrise breaks the dusky gray, Then down the dells with blown soft hair and bright, And through the dim wood, Dian thrids her way. With water weeds twined in their locks of gold, The strange cold forest fairies dance in glee. Sylphs, over timorous and over bold, Haunt the dark hollows where the dwarf may be, The wild red dwarf, the nixie's enemy. Then, 'mid their mirth and laughter and affright, The sudden goddess enters, tall and white. With one long sigh for summer's passed away, The swift feet tear the ivy nets outright, And through the dim wood Dian thrids her way. She gleans her sylvan trophies down the wold, She hears the sobbing of the stags that flee, Mixed with the music of the hunting rolled, But her delight is all in archery, And naught of ruth and pity wotteth she. More than hounds that follow on the flight, The tall nymph draws a golden bow of might, And thick she rains the gentle shafts that slay, She tosses loose her locks upon the night, And through the dim wood Dian thrids her way. ENVOY. Prince, let us leave the din, The dust, the spite, The gloom and glare of towns, the plague, the blight. Amid the forest leaves and fountain spray There is the mystic home of our delight, And through the dim wood Dian thrids her way. Translation of Andrew Lang. Aux enfants perdus. I know Cythera long is desolate, I know the winds have stripped the garden green. Alas, my friends, beneath the fierce sun's weight, A barren reef lies where love's flowers have been, Nor ever lover on that coast is seen. So be it, for we seek a fabled shore, To lull our vague desires with mystic lore, To wander where love's labyrinths beguile, There let us land, there dream forevermore. It may be we shall touch the happy isle, The sea may be our sepulchre, if fate, If tempests wreak their wrath upon us serene, We watch the bolt of heaven, and scorn the hate Of angry gods that smite us in their spleen. Perchance the jealous mists are but the screen That veils the fairy coast we would explore. Come, though the sea be vexed, and breakers roar, Come, for the breath of this old world is vile. Haste we, and toil, and faint not at the oar, It may be we shall touch the happy isle. Gray serpents trail in temples desecrate, Where Cyprus smiled, the golden maid, the queen, And ruined is the palace of our state. But happy loves flit round the mast, and keen The shrill wind sings the silken chords between. Heroes are we, with wearied hearts and sore, Whose flower is faded and whose locks are hoar. Haste, ye light skiffs, where myrtle thickets smile, Love's panthers sleep 'mid roses as of yore, It may be we shall touch the happy isle. ENVOY. Sad eyes, the blue sea laughs as heretofore. Ah, singing birds, your happy music pour. Ah, poets, leave the sordid earth awhile, Flit to these ancient gods we still adore. It may be we shall touch the happy isle. Translation of Andrew Lang. Ballade des Pendas. Where wide the forest boughs are spread, Where Flora wakes with sylph and fay, Our crown and garlands of men dead, All golden in the morning gay. Within this ancient garden gray Are clusters such as no man knows, Where Moor and Soldan bear the sway. This is King Louis's orchard close. These wretched folk wave overhead With such strange thoughts as none may say. A moment still, then sudden sped, They swing in a ring and waste away. The morning spites them with her ray. They toss with every breeze that blows, They dance where fires of dawning play. This is King Louis' orchard close. All hanged and dead, they've summonèd, with hell to aid that hears them pray. New legions of an army dread, now down the blue sky flames the day. The dew dies off, the foul array of obscene ravens gathers and goes, with wings that flap and beaks that flay. This is King Louis' orchard close. ENVOY. Prince, where leaves murmur of the May, a tree of bitter clusters grows. The bodies of men dead are they. This is King Louis' orchard close. Translation of Andrew Lang. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 4. Against Inconsistency in Our Expectations, by Anna Letitia Barbald. As most of the unhappiness in the world arises rather from disappointed desires than from positive evil, it is of the utmost consequence to attain just notions of the laws and order of the universe, that we may not vex ourselves with fruitful wishes, or give way to groundless and unreasonable discontent. The laws of natural philosophy, indeed, are tolerably understood and attended to, and though we may suffer inconveniences, we are seldom disappointed in consequence of them. No man expects to preserve orange trees in the open air through an English winter, or when he has planted an acorn, to see it become a large oak tree in a few months. The mind of man naturally yields to necessity, and our wishes soon subside when we see the impossibility of their being gratified. Now, upon an accurate inspection, we shall find in the moral government of the world, and the order of the intellectual system, laws as determinate, fixed, and invariable as any in Newton's Principia. The progress of vegetation is not more certain than the growth of habit, nor is the power of attraction more clearly proved than the force of affection or the influence of example. The man, therefore, who has well studied the operations of nature in mind as well as matter, will acquire a certain moderation and equity in his claims upon Providence. He never will be disappointed either in himself or others. He will act with precision, and expect that effect, and that alone, from his efforts, which they are naturally adapted to produce. For want of this, men of merit and integrity often censure the dispositions of Providence for suffering characters they despise to run away with advantages which they yet know are purchased by some means as a high and noble spirit could never submit to. If you refuse to pay the price, why expect the purchase? We should consider the world as a great mart of commerce, where fortune exposes to our view various commodities: riches, ease, tranquillity, fame, integrity, knowledge. Everything is marked at a settled price. Our time, our labor, our ingenuity, is so much ready money, which we are to lay down to the best advantage. Examine, compare, choose, reject, but stand in your own judgment, and do not, like children, when you have purchased one thing, repine that you do not possess another which you did not purchase. Such is the force of well-regulated industry, that a steady and vigorous exertion of our faculties directed to one end will generally ensure success. Would you, for instance, be rich? Do you think that single point worth the sacrificing everything else to? You may then be rich. Thousands have become so from the lowest beginnings. by toiling and patient diligence and attention to the minutest article of expense and profit. But you must give up the pleasures of leisure, of a vacant mind, of a free, unsuspicious temper. If you preserve your integrity, it must be a coarse spun and vulgar honesty. Those high and lofty notions of morals which you have brought with you from the schools must be considerably lowered, and mixed with the baser alloy of a jealous and worldly minded prudence. You must learn to do hard if not unjust things, and for the nice embarrassments of a delicate and ingenuous spirit, it is necessary for you to get rid of them as fast as possible. You must shut your heart against the muses, and be content to feed your understanding with plain household truths. In short, you must not attempt to enlarge your ideas, or polish your taste, or refine your sentiments, but must keep on in one beaten track, without turning aside either to the right hand or to the left. But I cannot submit to drudgery like this. I feel a spirit above it. 'Tis well, be above it then, but do not repine that you are not rich. Is knowledge the pearl of price? That too may be purchased by steady application, and long solitary hours of study and reflection. Bestow these, and you shall be wise. But, says the man of letters, what a hardship is it that many an illiterate fellow who cannot construe the motto of the arms on his coach shall raise a fortune and make a figure, while I have little more than the common conveniences of life. Et tibi magni satis. Was it in order to raise a fortune that you consumed the sprightly hours of youth in study and retirement? Was it to be rich that you grew pale over the midnight lamp, and distilled the sweetness from the Greek and Roman spring? You have then mistaken your path, and ill employed your industry. What reward have I then for all my labours? What reward? A large comprehensive soul, well purged from the vulgar fears and perturbations and prejudices, able to comprehend and interpret the words of man, of God. A rich, flourishing, captivated mind, pregnant with inexhaustible stores of entertainment and reflection, a perpetual spring of fresh ideas, and the conscious dignity of superior intelligence. Good heaven, and what reward can you ask besides? But is it not some reproach upon the economy of Providence, that such a one, who is a mean, dirty fellow, should have amassed wealth enough to buy half a nation? Not in the least. He made himself a mean, dirty fellow for that very end. He has paid his health, his conscience, his liberty for it, and will you envy him his bargain? Will you hang your head and blush in his presence because he outshines you in equipage and show? Lift up your brow with a noble confidence, and say to yourself, I have not these things, it is true, but it is because I have not sought, because I have not desired them. It is because I possess something better. I have chosen my lot. I am content and satisfied. You are a modest man. You love quiet and independence, and have a delicacy and reserve in your temper which renders it impossible for you to elbow your way in the world, and be the herald of your own merits. Be content, then, with a modest retirement, with the esteem of your intimate friends, with the praise of a blameless heart and a delicate, ingenuous spirit, but resign the splendid distinctions of the world to those who can better scramble for them. The man whose tender sensibility of conscience and strict regard to the rules of morality make him scrupulous and fearful of offending, is often heard to complain of the disadvantages he lies under in every path of honour and profit. Could I but get over some nice points, and conform to the practice and opinion of those about me, I might stand as fair a chance as others for dignities and preferment. And why can you not? What hinders you from discarding this troublesome scrupulosity of yours, which stands so grievously in your way? If it be a small thing to enjoy a healthful mind, sound at the very core, that does not shrink from the keenest inspection, inward freedom from remorse and perturbation, unsullied whiteness and simplicity of manners, a genuine integrity, pure in the last recesses of the mind, if you think these advantages an inadequate recompense for what you resign, dismiss your scruples this instant, and be a slave merchant, a parasite, or what you please. If these be motives weak, break off betimes, and as you have not spirit to assert the dignity of virtue, be wise enough not to forego the emoluments of vice. I much admire the spirit of ancient philosophers in that they never attempted, as our moralists often do, to lower the tone of philosophy, and make it consistent with all the indulgences of indolence and sensuality. They never thought of having the bulk of mankind for their disciples, but kept themselves as distinct as possible from a worldly life. They plainly told men what sacrifices were required, and what advantages they were which might be expected. Si virtus hoc una potest dare, fortis omissus hoc age delicis. If you would be a philosopher, these are your terms. You must do thus and thus. There is no other way. If not, go and be one of the vulgar. There is no one quality gives so much dignity to a character as consistency of conduct. Even if a man's pursuits be wrong and unjustifiable, yet if they are prosecuted with steadiness and vigour, we cannot withhold our admiration. The most important characteristic mark of a great mind is to choose some one important object and pursue it through life. It was this made Caesar a great man. His object was ambition. He pursued it steadily, and was always ready to sacrifice to it every interfering passion or inclination. There is a pretty passage in one of Lucian's dialogues, where Jupiter complains to Cupid that though he has had many intrigues, he was never sincerely beloved. In order to be loved, says Cupid, you must lay aside your aegis and your thunderbolts, and you must curl and perfume your hair, and place a garland on your head, and walk with a soft step, and assume a winning, obsequious deportment. But, replied Jupiter, I am not willing to resign so much of my dignity. Then, returns Cupid, leave off desiring to be loved. He wanted to be Jupiter and Adonis at the same time. It must be confessed that men of genius are of all others most inclined to make these unreasonable claims. As their relish for enjoyment is strong, their views large and comprehensive, and they feel themselves lifted above the common bulk of mankind, they are apt to slight that natural reward of praise and admiration which is ever largely paid to distinguished abilities, and to expect to be called forth to public notice and favour, without considering that their talents are commonly very unfit for active life, that their eccentricity and turn for speculation disqualifies them for the business of the world, which is best carried on by men of moderate genius, and that society is not obliged to reward anyone who is not useful to it. The poets have been a very unreasonable race, and have often complained loudly of the neglect of genius and the ingratitude of the age. The tender and pensive Cowley and the elegant Shenstone had their minds tinctured by this discontent, and even the sublime melancholy of Young was too much owing to the stings of disappointed ambition. The moderation we have been endeavouring to inculcate will likewise prevent much mortification and disgust in our commerce with mankind. As we ought not to wish in ourselves, so neither should we expect in our friends, contrary qualifications. Young and sanguine, when we enter the world, and feel our affections drawn forth by any particular excellence in character, we immediately give it credit for all others, and are beyond measure disgusted when we come to discover, as soon as we must discover, the defects in the other side of the balance. But nature is much more frugal than to heap together all manner of shining qualities in one glaring mass. Like a judicious painter, she endeavours to preserve a certain unity of style and colouring in her pieces. Models of absolute perfection are only to be met with in a romance, where exquisite beauty and brilliant wit and profound judgment and immaculate virtue are all blended together to adorn some favorite character. As an anatomist knows that the racer cannot have the strength and muscles of a draught horse, and that winged men, griffins, and mermaids must be mere creatures of the imagination, so the philosopher is sensible that there are combinations of moral qualities which never can take place but in idea. There is a different air and complexion in characters as well as in faces, though perhaps each equally beautiful, and the excellences of one cannot be transferred to the other. Thus, if one man possesses a stoical apathy of soul, acts independent of the opinion of the world, and fulfils every duty with mathematical exactness, you must not expect that man to be greatly influenced by the weakness of pity, or the partiality of friendship. You must not be offended that he does not fly to meet you after a short absence, or acquire from him the convivial spirit and honest effusions of a warm, open, susceptible heart. If another is remarkable for a lively, active zeal, inflexible integrity, a strong indignation against vice, and freedom in reproving it, he will probably have some little bluntness in his address not altogether suitable for polished life. He will want the winning art of conversation. He will disgust by a kind of haughtiness and negligence in his manner, and often hurt the delicacy of his acquaintance with harsh and disagreeable truths. We usually say that man is a genius, but he has some whims and oddities. Such a one has a very general knowledge, but he is superficial, etc. Now in all such cases we should speak more rationally, did we substitute therefore for but. He is a genius, therefore he is whimsical, and the like. It is the fault of the present age, owing to the freer commerce that different ranks and professions now enjoy with each other, that characters are not marked with sufficient strength. The several classes run too much into one another. We have fewer pedants, it is true, but we have fewer striking originals. Everyone is expected to have such a tincture of general knowledge as is incompatible with going deep into any science, and such a conformity to fashionable manners as checks the free workings of the ruling passion, and gives an insipid sameness to the face of society, under the idea of polish and regularity. There is a cast of manners peculiar and becoming to each age, sex, and profession. One therefore should not throw out illiberal and commonplace censures against another. Each is perfect in its kind, a woman as a woman, a tradesman as a tradesman. We are often hurt by the brutality and sluggish conceptions of the vulgar, not considering that some there must be the hewers of wood and drawers of water, and that cultivated genius, or even any great refinement and delicacy in their moral feelings, would be a real misfortune to them. Let us then study the philosophy of the human mind. The man who is master of this science will know what to expect from every one. From this man wise advice, from that cordial sympathy, from another casual entertainment. The passions and inclinations of others are his tools, which he can use with as much precision as he would the mechanical powers, and he can as readily make allowance for the workings of vanity, or the bias of self-interest in his friends, as for the power of friction, or the irregularities of the needle. End of Section 4. Recording by Capricia Page.
Section 5 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 5. A Dialogue of the Dead, by Anna Letitia Barbauld. Between Helen and Madame Maintenon. Helen. Whence comes it, my dear Madame Maintenon, that beauty, which in the age I lived in produced such extraordinary effects, has now lost almost all its power? Maintenon. I should wish first to be convinced of the fact, before I offer to give you a reason for it. Helen. That will be very easy, for there is no occasion to go any further than our own histories and experience to prove what I advance. You were beautiful, accomplished, and fortunate, endowed with every talent and every grace to bend the heart of man and mold it to your wish, and your schemes were successful, for you raised yourself from obscurity and dependence to be the wife of a great monarch. But what is this to the influence my beauty had over sovereigns and nations? I occasioned a long 10 years' war between the most celebrated heroes of antiquity. Contending kingdoms disputed the honor of placing me on their respective thrones. My story is recorded by the father of verse, and my charms make a figure even in the annals of mankind. You were, it is true, the wife of Louis XIV, and respected in his court, but you occasioned no wars. You are not spoken of in the history of France, though you furnished materials for the memoirs of a court. Are the love and admiration that were paid you merely as an amiable woman to be compared with the enthusiasm I inspired, and the boundless empire I obtained over all that was celebrated, great, or powerful in the age I lived in? Maintenon. All this, my dear Helen, has a splendid appearance, and sounds well in a heroic poem, but you greatly deceive yourself if you impute it all to your personal merit. Do you imagine that half the chiefs concerned in the war of Troy were at all influenced by your beauty, or troubled their heads what became of you, provided they came off with honor? Believe me, love had very little to do in the affair. Menelaus sought to revenge the affront he had received. Agamemnon was flattered with the supreme command. Some came to share the glory, others the plunder. Some because they had bad wives at home, some in hopes of getting Trojan mistresses abroad. And Homer thought the story extremely proper for the subject of the best poem in the world. Thus you became famous. Your elopement was made a national quarrel. The animosities of both nations were kindled by frequent battles, and the object was not the restoring of Helen to Menelaus, but the destruction of Troy by the Greeks. My triumphs, on the other hand, were all owing to myself, and to the influence of personal merit and charms over the heart of man. My birth was obscure, my fortunes low. I had passed the bloom of youth, and was advancing to that period at which the generality of our sex lose all importance with the other. I had to do with a man of gallantry and intrigue, a monarch who had been long familiarized with beauty, and accustomed to every refinement of pleasure which the most splendid court in Europe could afford. Love and beauty seemed to have exhausted all their powers of pleasing for him in vain. Yet this man I captivated, I fixed, and far from being content, as other beauties had been, with the honor of possessing his heart, I brought him to make me his wife, and gained an honorable title to his tenderest affection. The infatuation of Paris reflected little honor upon you. A thoughtless youth, gay, tender, and impressible, struck with your beauty, in violation of all the most sacred laws of hospitality, carries you off, and obstinately refuses to restore you to your husband. You seduced Paris from his duty. I recovered Louis from vice. You were the mistress of the Trojan prince. I was the companion of the French monarch. Helen. I grant you were the wife of Louis, but not the Queen of France. Your great object was ambition, and in that you met with a partial success. My ruling star was love, and I gave up everything for it. But tell me, did not I show my influence over Menelaus in his taking me again after the destruction of Troy? Maintenon. That circumstance alone is sufficient to show that he did not love you with any delicacy. He took you as a possession that was restored to him, as a booty that he had recovered, and he had not sentiment enough to care whether he had your heart or not. The heroes of your age were capable of admiring beauty, and often fought for the possession of it, but they had not refinement enough to be capable of any pure sentimental attachment or delicate passion. Was that period the triumph of love and gallantry, when a fine woman and a tripod were placed together for prizes at a wrestling bout, and the tripod esteemed the most valuable reward of the two? No, it is our Clelia, our Cassandra and Princess of Cleves that have polished mankind and taught them how to love. Helen. Rather say you have lost sight of nature and passion, between bombast on one hand and conceit on the other. Shall one of the cold temperament of France teach a Grecian how to love? Greece, the parent of fair forms and soft desires, the nurse of poetry, whose soft climate and tempered skies disposed to every gentler feeling, and tuned the heart to harmony and love. Was Greece a land of barbarians? But recollect, if you can, an incident which showed the power of beauty in stronger colors, that when the grave old counselors of Priam on my appearance were struck with fond admiration, and could not bring themselves to blame the cause of a war that had almost ruined their country. You see, I charmed the old as well as seduced the young. Maintenon. But I, after I was grown old, charmed the young. I was idolized in a capital where taste, luxury, and magnificence were at the height. I was celebrated by the greatest wits of my time, and my letters have been carefully handed down to posterity. Helen. Tell me now sincerely, were you happy in your elevated fortune? Maintenon. Alas! Heaven knows I was far otherwise. 1,000 times did I wish for my dear Scarron again. He was a very ugly fellow, it is true, and had but little money, but the most easy, entertaining companion in the world. We danced, laughed, and sung. I spoke without fear or anxiety, and was sure to please. With Louis all was gloom, constraint, and a painful solicitude to please, which seldom produces its effect. The king's temper had been soured in the latter part of life by frequent disappointments, and I was forced continually to endeavor to procure him that cheerfulness which I had not myself. Louis was accustomed to the most delicate flatteries, and though I had a good share of wit, my faculties were continually on the stretch to entertain him, a state of mind little consistent with happiness or ease. I was afraid to advance my friends or punish my enemies. My pupils at St. Cyr were not more secluded from the world in a cloister than I was in the bosom of the court. A secret disgust and weariness consumed me. I had no relief but in my work and books of devotion. With these alone I had a gleam of happiness. Helen. Alas! one need not have married a great monarch for that. Maintenon. But deign to inform me, Helen, if you were really as beautiful as fame reports? For to say truth, I cannot in your shade see the beauty which for 9 long years had set the world in arms. Helen. Honestly, no. I was rather low and something sunburnt, but I had the good fortune to please, that was all. I was greatly obliged to Homer. Maintenon. And did you live tolerably with Menelaus after all your adventures? Helen. As well as possible. Menelaus was a good-natured domestic man, and was glad to sit down and end his days in quiet. I persuaded him that Venus and the Fates were the cause of all my irregularities, which he complacently believed. Besides, I was not sorry to return home, for to tell you a secret, Paris had been unfaithful to me long before his death, and was fond of a little Trojan brunette whose office it was to hold up my train. But it was thought dishonorable to give me up. I began to think love a very foolish thing. I became a great housekeeper, worked the battles of Troy in tapestry, and spun with my maids by the side of Menelaus, who was so satisfied with my conduct and behaved, good man, with so much fondness that I verily think this was the happiest period of my life. Maintenon. Nothing more likely, but the most obscure wife in Greece could rival you there. Adieu. You have convinced me how little fame and greatness conduce to happiness. End of Section 5. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 6 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libby Gone. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 6, Selected Poems, by Anna Letitia Barbauld. Life, life, I know not what thou art, but I know that thou and I must part, and when or how or where we met, I own to me's a secret yet. But this I know, when thou art fled, where'er they lay these limbs, this head, no clod so valueless shall be, as all that then remains of me. Oh, whither, whither dost thou fly? Where bend unseen thy trackless course? And, in this strange divorce, ah, tell where I must seek this compound I? To the vast ocean of empyreal flame, from whence thy essence came? Dost thou thy flight pursue when freed from matter's base encumbering weed? Or dost thou, hid from sight, wait, like some spellbound knight, through blank oblivion's years the appointed hour, to break thy trance and resume thy power? Yet canst thou without thought or feeling be? Oh, say, what art thou, when no more thou'rt thee? Life, we've been long together, through pleasant and through cloudy weather. 'Tis hard to part when friends are dear. Perhaps 'twill cost a sigh, a tear. Then steal away, give little warning, choose thine own time. Say not good night, but in some brighter clime bid me good morning. Praise to God. Praise to God, immortal praise, for the love that crowns our days. Bounteous source of every joy, let thy praise our tongues employ. For the blessings of the field, for the stores the gardens yield, for the vine's exalted juice, for the generous olive's use, flocks that whiten all the plain, yellow sheaves of ripened grain, clouds that drop their fattening dews, suns that temperate warmth diffuse, all that Spring with bounteous hand scatters o'er the smiling land, all that liberal Autumn pours from her rich o'erflowing stores. These to thee, my God, we owe, source whence all our blessings flow, and for these my soul shall raise grateful vows and solemn praise. Yet should rising whirlwinds tear from its stem the ripening ear, should the fig tree's blasted shoot drop her green untimely fruit, should the vine put forth no more, nor the olive yield her store, though the sickening flock should fall, and the herds desert the stall, should thine altered hand restrain the early and the latter rain, blast each opening bud of joy, and the rising year destroy, yet to thee my soul should raise grateful vows and solemn praise, and when every blessing's flown, love thee for thyself alone. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 7. The Courtier's Life, Second Eclogue, by Alexander Barclay. Barclay's reputation rests upon his translation of the famous Ship of Fools and his original Eclogues. A controversy as to the land of his birth, an event which happened about the year 1475, has lasted from his century to our own. The decision in favor of Scotland rests upon the testimony of two witnesses. First, Dr. William Bullim, a younger contemporary of Berkeley, who mentions him in "a dialogue both pleasant and pitiable, wherein is a godly regiment against the fever pestilence, with a consolation and comfort against death," which was published in 1564; and secondly, Berkeley himself. Bullim groups the Muses at the foot of Parnassus, and gathers about them Greek and Latin poets, and such Englishmen as Chaucer, Gower, Skelton, and Berkeley, the latter with an hooping russet long coat, with a pretty hood in his neck, and 5 knots upon his girdle, after Francis's tricks. He was born beyond the cold river of Tweed. He lodged upon a sweet bed of camomile under the cinnamon tree. About him many shepherds and sheep with pleasant pipes. Greatly abhorring the life of courtiers, citizens, usurers, and bankrupts, &c., whose days are miserable. And the estate of shepherds and country people he accompted most happy and sure. Deprived of its poetic fancy, this passage means that Berkeley was a monk of the order of St. Francis, that he was born north of the Tweed, that his verse was infused with such bitterness and tonic qualities as camomile possesses, and that he advocated the cause of the country people in his independent and admirable Eclogues, another title for the first 3 of which is "Miseries of Courtiers and Courts of all Princes in general." Berkeley was educated at Oxford and Cambridge, and upon his return to England after several years of residence abroad, he was made one of the priests of St. Mary Ottery, an institution of devout practice and learning in Devonshire. Here in 1508 was finished the Ship of Fools of the World, translated out of Latin, French, and Dutch into English tongue by Alexander Berkeley, priest, and at that time chaplain in the said college. After his work was completed, Berkeley went to London, where his poem was "imprinted in Fleet Street at the sign of St. George by Richard Pearson, to his cost and charge. Ended the year of our Saviour, 1509, the 13th day of December." That he became a Benedictine and lived at the monastery of the order at Ely is evident from his Eclogues. Here he translated, at the instance of Sir Giles Arlington, Knight, the Mirror of Good Manners, from a Latin elegiac poem which Dominic Mancini published in the year 1516. It was about this period of his life, says Mr. Jameson in his admirable edition of The Ship of Fools, probably the period of the full bloom of his popularity, that the quiet life of the poet and priest was interrupted by the recognition of his eminence in the highest quarters, and by a request for his aid in maintaining the honor of the country on an occasion to which the eyes of all Europe were then directed. In a letter to Wolsey, dated 10th April, 1520, Sir Nicholas Fawkes, busied with the preparation for that meeting of Henry VIII. And Francis I., called the Field of the Cloth of Gold, begs the cardinal to send them "Maister Berkeley, the black monk and poet, to devise histories and convenient raisons to flourish the buildings and banquet house withal. He became a Franciscan, the habit of which order Bullim refers to, and "sure 'tis," says Wood, "that living to see his monastery dissolved, in 1539, at the general dissolution by act of Henry VIII., he became vicar of Much Badow in Essex, and in 1546, the same year, of the church of St. Matthew the Apostle at Woking in Somersetshire, and finally, in 1552, the year in which he died, of that of All Saints, Lombard Street, London. In his younger days he was esteemed a good poet and orator, but when years came on, he spent his time mostly in pious matters and in reading the histories of saints. The Ship of Fools is the most important work associated with Barclay's name. It was a translation of Sebastian Brant's Stultifera Navis, a book which had attracted universal attention on the continent when it appeared in 1494. In his preface, Barclay admits that "it is not translated word by word according to the verses of my actor, for I have but only drawn into our mother tongue in rude language the sentences of the verses as near as the paucity of my wit will suffer me, sometime adding, sometime detracting and taking away such things as seemeth me necessary." The classes and conditions of society that Barclay knew were as deserving of satire as those of Germany. He tells us that his work was undertaken "to cleanse the vanity and madness of foolish people, of whom over great number is in the realm of England." The diction of Barclay's version is exceptionally fine. Jameson calls it "a rich and unique exhibition of early art," and says, "Page after page, even in the antique spelling of Pinson's edition, may be read by the ordinary reader of to-day without reference to a dictionary; and when reference is required, it will be found in 9 cases out of 10 that the archaism is Saxon, not Latin. This is all the more remarkable that it occurs in the case of a priest translating mainly from the Latin and French, and can only be explained with reference to his standpoint as a social reformer of the broadest type, and to his evident intention that his book should be an appeal to all classes, but especially to the mass of people, for amendment of their follies. As the original work belonged to the German satirist, the extract from the Ship of Fools is placed under the essay entitled Sebastian Brant. His eclogues show Barclay at his best. They portray the manners and customs of the period, and are full of local proverbs and wise sayings. According to Warton, Barclay's are the first eclogues that appeared in the English language. They are like Petrarch's, he says, and Mantuan's, of the moral and satirical kind, and contain but few touches of moral description and bucolic imagery. Two shepherds meet to talk about the pleasures and crosses of rustic life and life at court. The hoary locks of the one show that he is old. His suit of Kendal green is threadbare, his rough boots are patched, and the torn side of his coat reveals a bottle never full and never empty. His wallet contains bread and cheese. He has a crook and an oaten pipe. His name is Cornix, and he boasts that he has had worldly experience. The other shepherd, Corydon, having seen nothing, complains of country life. He grumbles at the summer's heat and the winter's cold, at beds on the flinty ground, and the dangers of sleeping where the wolves may creep in to devour the sheep; of his stiff, rough hands, and his parched, wrinkled, and weather-beaten skin. He asks whether all men are so unhappy. Cornix, refreshing himself at intervals with his bottle and crusts, shows him the small amount of liberty at court, discourses upon the folly of ambition, lays bare the rapine, avarice, and covetousness of the worldly minded, and demonstrates that the court is painted fair without, but within it is ugly and vile. He then gives the picture of a courtier's life, which is cited below. He tells how the minstrels and singers, philosophers, poets, and orators are but the slaves of patronizing princes; how beautiful women deceive; describes to him, who has known nothing but a diet of bread and cheese, the delights of the table; dilates on the cups of silver and gold, and the crystal glass shining with red and yellow wine; the sewers bearing in roasted crane, gorgeous peacocks, and savoury joints of beef and mutton; the carver wielding his dexterous knife; the puddings, the pasties, the fish fried in sweet oils and garnished with herbs; the costumes of the men and women in cloth of gold and silver and gay damask; the din of music, voices, laughter, and jests; and then paints a picture of the lords and ladies who plunge their knives into the meats and their hands into platters, spilling wine and gravy upon their equally gluttonous neighbours. He finishes by saying, "Shepherds have not so wretched lives as they, though they live poorly on crusts, cheese, and whey; on apples, plums, and drink clear water deep, as it were lords reigning among their sheep. The wretched Lazar, with clinking of his bell, hath life which doth the courtier's excel. The caitiff beggar hath meat and liberty, when courtiers hunger in hard captivity. The poor man beggeth, nothing hurting his name; as touching courtiers they dare not beg for shame. And an old proverb is said by men most sage, that oft young courtiers be beggars in their age." The third eclogue begins with Corydon relating a dream that he went to court and saw the scullions standing "about me thick, with knives ready for to flay me quick." This is a text for Cornix, who continues his tirade, and convinces Corydon of the misery of the court and his happier life, ending as follows: "Than let all shepherds from hence to Salisbury with easy riches live well, laugh, and be merry. Pipe under shadows, small riches hath most rest; in greatest seas most sorest is tempest. The court is naught else but a tempestuous sea; avoid the rocks, he ruled after me." The fourth eclogue is a dialogue on the rich man's treatment of poets, by two shepherds, Codrus and Menalcas, musing in "shadow on the green," while their snowy flocks graze on the sweet meadow. This contains a fine allegorical description of labour. The fifth eclogue is "the Citizen and the Oplandishman." Here the scene changes, and two shepherds, Faustus and Amyntas, discourse in a cottage while the snows of January whirl without. Amyntas has learned in London to go so mannerly. Not a wrinkle may be found in his clothes, not a hair on his cloak, and he wears a brooch of tin high on his bonnet. He has been hostler, costermonger, and taverner, and sings the delights of the city. Faustus, the rustic, is contented with his lot. The Citizen and the Uplandishman was printed from the original edition of Wynkyn de Worde, with a preface by F. W. Fairholt, Percy Society, Volume 22. Other works ascribed to Barclay are the figure of our Holy Mother Church oppressed by the French king, the life of the glorious martyr St. George, translated from Mantuan by Alexander Barclay, the life of the blessed martyr St. Thomas, Contra Skeltonum, in which the quarrel he had with his contemporary poet John Skelton was doubtless continued. Estimates of Barclay may be found in The Ship of Fools, edited by T.H. Jameson, 1874, Sibbald's Chronicle of Scottish Poetry, from the 13th century to the Union of the Crowns, 1802, The History of English Poetry, by Thomas Warton, 1824, The History of Scottish Poetry, by David Irving, 1861, and Chips from a German Workshop, by F. Max Müller, 1870. The Courtier's Life. Second Eclogue. Cornix. Some men delighteth, beholding men to fight, or goodly knights in pleasant apparel, or sturdy soldiers in bright harness and mail, or an army arrayed, ready to the war, or to see them fight, so that he stand afar. Some glad is to see those ladies beauteous, goodly appointed, in clothing sumptuous. A number of people appointed in like wise, in costly clothing, after the newest guise, sports disguising, fair coursers mount and prance, or goodly ladies and knights sing and dance, to see fair houses and curious picture, or pleasant hanging, or sumptuous vesture, of silk, of purpur, or gold most orient, and other clothing diverse and excellent, high curious buildings, or palaces royal, or chapels, temples, fair and substantial, images graven, or vaults curious, gardens and meadows, or place delicious, forests and parks well furnished with deer, cold pleasant streams, or wells fair and clear, curious kundits, or shadowy mountains, sweet pleasant valleys, lawns, or plains, hounds, and such other things manifold, some men take pleasure and solace to behold. But all these pleasures be much more jocund to private persons, which not to court be bound, than to such other which of necessity are bound to the court, as in captivity. For they which be bound to princes without fail, when they must needs be present in battle, when shall they not be at large to see the sight, but as soldiers in the midst of the fight, to run here and there sometime his foe to smite, and oft times wounded, herein is small delight. And more must he think his body to defend, than for any pleasure about him to intend. And oft is he faint and beaten to the ground. I trow in such sight small pleasure may be found. As for fair ladies, clothed in silk and gold, in court at thy pleasure thou canst not behold. At thy prince's pleasure thou shalt them only see, then such shalt thou see which little set by thee, whose shape and beauty may so inflame thine heart, that thought and languor may cause thee for to smart. For a small sparkle may kindle love certain, but scantly severn may quench it clean again. And beauty blindeth and causeth man to set his heart on the thing which he shall never get. To see men clothed in silks pleasantly, it is small pleasure, and oft causeth envy, while thy lean jade halteth by thy side. To see another upon a courser ride, though he be neither gentleman nor knight, nothing is thy fortune, thy heart cannot be light. As touching sports and games of pleasaunce, to sing, to revel, and other dalliance, who that will truly upon his lord attend, unto such sports he seldom may entend. Palaces, pictures, and temples sumptuous, and other buildings both gay and curious, these may merchants more at their pleasure see, men such as in court be bound alway to be. Sith kings for most part pass not their regions, thou seest now cities of foreign nations. Such outward pleasures may the people see, so may not courtiers for lack of liberty. As for these pleasures of things vanable, which in the fields appeareth delectable, but seldom season mayst thou obtain respite, the same to behold with pleasure and delight, sometime the courtier remaineth half the year close within walls, much like a prisoner, to make escapes some seldom times are wont, save when the powers have pleasure for to hunt, or it's otherwise themself to recreate, and then this pleasure shall they not love but hate. For then shall they forth most chiefly to their pain, when they in minds would at home remain. Other in the frost, hail, or else snow, or when some tempest or mighty wind doth blow, or else in great heat and fervour excessive. But close in houses the most part waste their life, of colour faded, and choked were with dust. This is of courtiers the joy and all the lust. Corydon. What? Yet may they sing, and with fair ladies dance, both common and laugh, herein is some pleasance. Cornix. Nay, nay, Corydon, that pleasure is but small, some to content what man will pleasure call. For some in the dance his pincheth by the hand, which gladly would see him stretched in a band. Some gallant seeketh his favour to purchase, which plain abhorreth for to behold his face. And still in dancing most part inclineth she to one much viler and more abject than he. No day over passeth but that in court men find 1,000 things to vex and grieve their mind. Alway thy foes are present in thy sight, and often so great is their degree and might, that needs must thou kiss the hand which did thee harm, though thou would see it cut gladly from the arm. And briefly to speak, if thou to court resort, if thou see one thing of pleasure or comfort, thou shalt see many before or thou depart, to thy displeasure and pensiveness of heart. So findeth thy sight there more of bitterness and of displeasure than pleasure and gladness. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 8. As I Lay A-Thinking by Richard Harris Barham. The author of the Ingoldsby Legends belongs to a well-defined and delightful class of men, chiefly found in modern England, and indeed mostly bred and made possible by the conditions of English society and the Anglican Church. It is that of clergymen who in the public eye are chiefly wits and diners out, jokers and literary humorists, yet are conscientious and devoted ministers of their religion, and curators of their religious charges, honoring their profession and humanity by true and useful lives and lovable characters. They are men of the sort loathed by Lewis Carroll's heroine in The Two Voices, a kind of folk who have no horror of a joke, and indeed love it dearly, but are as firm in principle and unostentatiously dutiful in conduct as if they were leaden Puritans or narrow devotees. By far the best remembered of this class, for themselves or their work, are Sydney Smith and Richard Harris Barham, but their relative repute is one of the oddest paradoxes in literary history. Roughly speaking, the one is remembered and unread, the other read and unremembered. Sydney Smith's name is almost as familiar to the masses as Scott's, and few could tell a line that he wrote. Barham's writing is almost as familiar as Scott's, and few would recognize his name. Yet he is in the foremost rank of humorists. His place is wholly unique, and is likely to remain so. It will be an age before a similar combination of tastes and abilities is found once more. Macaulay said truly of Sir Walter Scott that he combined the minute learning of an antiquary with the fire of a great poet. Barham combined a like learning in different fields, and joined to a different outlook and temper of mind, with the quick perceptions of a great wit, the brimming zest and high spirits of a great joker, the genial nature and lightness of a born man of the world, and the gifts of a wonderful improvisator in verse. Withal, he had just enough of serious purpose to give much of his work a certain measure of cohesive unity, and thus impress it on the mind as no collection of random skits could do. That purpose is the feathering which steadies the arrows and sends them home. It is pleasant to know that one who has given so good a time to others had a very good time himself; that we are not, as so often happens, relishing a farce that stood for tragedy with the maker, and substituting our laughter for his tears. Barham had the cruel sorrows of personal bereavement so few escape, but in material things his career was wholly among pleasant ways. He was well born and with means, well educated, well nurtured. He was free from the sordid squabbles or anxious watching and privation which fall to the lot of so many of the best. He was happy in his marriage and its attendant home and family, and most fortunate in his friendships and the superb society he enjoyed. His birth and position as a gentleman of good landed family, combined with his profession, opened all doors to him. But it was the qualities personal to himself, after all, which made these things available for enjoyment. His desires were moderate. He counted success what more eager and covetous natures might have esteemed comparative failure. His really strong intellect and wide knowledge and cultivation enabled him to meet the foremost men of letters on equal terms. His kind heart, generous nature, exuberant fun, and entertaining conversation endeared him to every one, and made his company sought by every one. They saved much trouble from coming upon him, and lightened what did come. And no blight could have withered that perennial fountain of jollity, drollery, and light-heartedness. But these were only the ornaments of a staunchly loyal and honourable nature, and a lovable and unselfish soul. One of his friends writes of him thus: "The profits of agitating pettifoggers would have materially lessened in a district where he acted as a magistrate, and duels would have been nipped in the bud at his regimental mess. It is not always an easy task to do as you would be done by. But to think as you would be thought of, and thought for, and to feel as you would be felt for, is perhaps still more difficult, as superior powers of tact and intellect are here required in order to second good intentions. These faculties, backed by an uncompromising love of truth and fair dealing, indefatigable good nature, and a nice sense of what was due to every one in the several relations of life, both gentle and simple, rendered our late friend invaluable, either as an adviser or a peacemaker, in matters of delicate and difficult handling." Barham was born in Canterbury, England, December 6th, 1788, and died in London, June 17th, 1845. His ancestry was superior, the family having derived its name from possessions in Kent in Norman days. He lost his father, a genial bon vivant of literary tastes, who seems like a reduced copy of his son, when but 5 years old, and became heir to a fair estate, including Tappington Hall, the picturesque old gabled mansion so often imaginatively misdescribed in the Ingoldsby Legends, but really having the famous blood-stained stairway. He had an expensive private education, which nearly ended with his life at the age of 14 by a carriage accident which shattered and mangled his right arm, crippling it permanently. As so often happens, the disaster was really a piece of good fortune. It turned him to, or confirmed him, in quiet antiquarian scholarship, and established connections which ultimately led to the Legends. He may owe immortality to it. After passing through St. Paul's, London, and Brasenose, Oxford, he studied law, but finally entered the Church. After a couple of small curacies in Kent, he was made rector of Snargate and curate of Warehorn, near Romney Marsh, all four in a district where smuggling was a chief industry, and the Marsh in especial a noted haunt of desperadoes, for smugglers then took their lives in their hands, of which the Legends are rich in reminiscences. In 1819, during this incumbency, he wrote a novel, Baldwin, which was a failure, and part of another, My Cousin Nicholas, which, finished 15 years later, had fair success as a serial in Blackwood's Magazine. An opportunity offering in 1821, he stood for a minor canonry in St. Paul's Cathedral, London, and obtained it. His income was less than before, but he had entered the metropolitan field, which brought him rich enjoyment and permanent fame. He paid a terrible price for them. His unhealthy London house cost him the lives of 3 of his children. To make up for his shortened means, he became editor of the London Chronicle and a contributor to various other periodicals, including the notorious weekly John Bull, sometime edited by Theodore Hook. In 1824 he became a priest in the Chapel Royal at St. James's Palace, and soon after gained a couple of excellent livings in Essex, which put him at ease financially. He was inflexible in principle, a firm Tory, though without rancour. He was very High Church, but had no sympathy with the Oxford movement or Catholicism. He preached careful and sober sermons, without oratorical display, and with rigid avoidance of levity. He would not make the church a field either for fireworks or jokes, or even for displays of scholarship or intellectual gymnastics. In his opinion, religious establishments were kept up to advance religion and morals, and both he and his wife wrought zealously in the humble but exacting fields of parochial good works. He was, however, fast becoming one of the chief ornaments of that brilliant group of London wits whose repute still vibrates from the early part of the century. Many of them, actors, authors, artists, musicians, and others, met at the Garrick Club, and Barham joined it. The names of Sydney Smith and Theodore Hook are enough to show what it was, but there were others equally delightful, not the least so, or least useful, a few who could not see a joke at all, and whose simplicity and good nature made them butts for the hoaxes and solemn chaff of the rest. Barbara's diary, quoted in his son's Life, gives an exquisite instance. In 1834 his old schoolmaster Bentley established Bentley's Miscellany, and Barham was asked for contributions. The first he sent was the amusing but quite conceivable Spectre of Tappington, but there soon began the immortal series of versified local stories, legendary church miracles, antiquarian curios, witty summaries of popular plays, skits on London life, and so on, under the pseudonym of Thomas Ingoldsby, which sprang instantly into wide popularity, and have never fallen from public favour since, nor can they till appreciation of humour is dead in the world. They were collected and illustrated by Leech, Cruikshank, and others, who were inspired by them to some of their best designs. Perhaps the most perfect realization in art of the devil in his moments of jocose triumph is Leech's figure in the Housewarming. A later series appeared in Colburn's New Monthly Magazine in 1843. He wrote some excellent pieces of their kind in prose, besides the one already mentioned. The weird and well-constructed Leech of Folkestone and the Passage of Life of Henry Harris, both half-serious tales of medieval magic, the thoroughly Ingoldsbyan Legend of Sheppy, with its irreverent farce, high animal spirits, and antiquarianism, the equally characteristic Lady Rohesia, which would be vulgar but for his sly wit and drollery. But none of these are as familiar as the versified legends, nor have they the astonishing variety of entertainment found in the latter. The Ingoldsby Legends have been called an English naturalization of the French metrical contes, but Barham owes nothing to his French models save the suggestion of method and form. Not only is his matter all his own, but he has anglified the whole being of the metrical form itself. His facility of versification, the way in which the whole language seems to be liquid in his hands and ready to pour into any channel of verse, was one of the marvellous things of literature. It did not need the free random movement of the majority of the tales, where the lines may be anything from 1 foot to 6, from spondaic to dactylic. In some of them he tied himself down to the most rigid and inflexible metrical forms, and moved as lightly and freely in those fetters as if they were non-existent. As to the astonishing rhymes which meet us at every step, they form in themselves a poignant kind of wit, often double and even treble, one word rhyming with an entire phrase, or one phrase with another, not only of the oddest kind, but as nicely adapted to the necessities of expression and meaning as if intended or invented for that purpose alone. They produce on us the effect of the richest humor. One of his most diverting properties is the set of morals he draws to everything, of nonsensical literalness and infantile gravity, the perfection of solemn fooling. Thus, in the Lay of St. Cuthbert, where the devil has captured the heir of the house, whom the nurse had forgot and left there in his chair, alternately sucking his thumb and his pear, the moral is drawn, among others, "Perhaps it's as well to keep children from plums, and pears in their season, and sucking their thumbs." And part of the moral to the Lay of St. Medard is, "Don't give people nicknames. Don't, even in fun, call any one snuff-colored son of a gun." And they generally wind up with some slyly shrewd piece of worldly wisdom and wit. Thus the closing moral to the blasphemer's warning is, "To married men this: for the rest of your lives, think how your misconduct may act on your wives. Don't swear, then, before them, lest haply they faint, or, what sometimes occurs, run away with a saint." Often they are broader yet, and intended for the club rather than the family. Indeed, the tales as a whole are club tales, with an audience of clubmen always in mind. Not, be it remembered, bestialities like their French counterparts, or the later English and American improvements on the French. Not even objectionable for general reading, but full of exclusively masculine joking, allusions, and winks, unintelligible to the other sex, and not welcome if they were intelligible. He has plenty of melody, but it is hardly recognized because of the doggerel meaning, which swamps the music in the farce. And this applies to more important things than the melody. The average reader floats on the surface of this rapid and foamy stream, covered with sticks and straws and flowers and bonbons, and never realizes its depth and volume. This light frothy verse is only the vehicle of a solid and laborious antiquarian scholarship, of an immense knowledge of the world and society, books and men. He modestly disclaimed having any imagination, and said he must always have facts to work upon. This was true, but the same may be said of some great poets, who have lacked invention except around a skeleton ready furnished. What was true of Keats and Fitzgerald cannot nullify the merit of Barham. His fancy erected a huge and consistent superstructure on a very slender foundation. The same materials lay ready to the hands of thousands of others, who, however, saw only stupid monkish fables or dull country superstition. His own explanation of his handling of the church legends tickles a critic's sense of humor almost as much as the verses themselves. It is true that while differing utterly in his tone of mind and his attitude toward the medieval stories from that of the medieval artists and sculptors, whose gargoyles and other grotesques were carved without a thought of travesty on anything religious, he is at one with them in combining extreme irreverence of form with a total lack of irreverence of spirit toward the real spiritual mysteries of religion. He burlesques saints and devils alike, mocks the swarm of miracles of the medieval church, makes salient all the ludicrous aspects of medieval religious faith in its devout credulity and barbarous gropings, yet he never sneers at holiness or real aspiration, and through all the riot of fun in his masks one feels the sincere Christian and the warm-hearted man. But he was evidently troubled by the feeling that a clergyman ought not to ridicule any form in which religious feeling had ever clothed itself, and he justified himself by professing that he wished to expose the absurdity of old superstitions and mummeries to help countervail the effect of the Oxford movement. Ingoldsby, as a soldier of Protestantism, turning monkish story into rollicking farces in order to show up what he conceived to be the errors of his opponents, is as truly Ingoldsby in a figure as any in his own Legends. Yet one need not accuse him of hypocrisy or falsehood, hardly even of self-deception. He felt that dead superstitions and stories not reverenced even by the Church that developed them were legitimate material for any use he could make of them. He felt that in dressing them up with his wit and fancy, he was harming nothing that existed, nor making anyone look lightly on the religion of Christ or the Church of Christ, and that they were the property of an opposing church body was a happy thought to set his conscience at rest. He wrote them thenceforth with greater peace of mind and added satisfaction, and no doubt really believed that he was doing good in the way he alleged. And if the excuse gave to the world even one more of the inimitable legends, it was worth feeling and making. Barham's nature was not one which felt the problems and tragedies of the world deeply. He grieved for his friends, he helped the distresses he saw, but his imagination rested closely in the concrete. He was incapable of Weltschmerz. Even for things just beyond his personal ken he had little vision or fancy. His treatment of the perpetual problem of sex temptations and lapses is a good example. He never seems to be conscious of the tragedy they envelop. To him they are always good jokes, to wink over or smile at or be indulgent to. No one would ever guess from Ingoldsby the truth he finds even in Don Juan, that "a heavy price must all pay who thus err," in some shape. But we cannot have everything. If Barham had been sensitive to the tragic side of life, he could not have been the incomparable fun-maker he was. We do not go to the Ingoldsby Legends to solace our souls when hurt or remorseful, to brace ourselves for duty, or to feel ourselves nobler by contact with the expression of nobility. But there must be play and rest for the senses as well as work and aspiration, and there are worse services than relieving the strain of serious endeavor by enabling us to become jolly pagans once again for a little space, and care not for the morrow. As I lay a-thinking, the last lines of Barham. As I lay a-thinking, 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 merry sang the bird as she sat upon the spray. There came a noble knight, with his hauberk shining bright, and his gallant heart was light, free and gay. As I lay a-thinking, he rode upon his way. As I lay a-thinking, 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 sadly sang the bird as she sat upon the tree. There seemed a crimson plain, where a gallant knight lay slain, and a steed with broken rein ran free. As I lay a-thinking, most pitiful to see. As I lay a-thinking, 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 merry sang the bird as she sat upon the bough. A lovely maid came by, and a gentle youth was nigh, and he breathed many a sigh and a vow. As I lay a-thinking, her heart was gladsome now. As I lay a-thinking, 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 sadly sang the bird as she sat upon the thorn. No more a youth was there, but a maiden rent her hair, and cried in sad despair that I was born. As I lay a-thinking, she perished forlorn. As I lay a-thinking, 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 sweetly sang the bird as she sat upon the briar. There came a lovely child, and his face was meek and mild, yet joyously he smiled on his sire. As I lay a-thinking, a cherub mote admire. But I lay a-thinking, 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 and sadly sang the bird as it perched upon a bier. That joyous smile was gone, and the face was white and wan, as the down upon the swan doth appear. As I lay a-thinking, oh, bitter flowed the tear. As I lay a-thinking, the golden sun was sinking. Oh, merry sang that bird as it glittered on her breast, with 1,000 gorgeous dyes, while soaring to the skies, 'mid the stars she seemed to rise as to her nest. As I lay a-thinking, her meaning was expressed. "Follow me away, it boots not to delay." 'Twas so she seemed to say, "Here is rest." End of Section 8. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Section 9 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Carson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 9. The Lay of St. Cuthbert, or the Devil's Dinner Party, a Legend of the North Country, by Richard Harris Barham. Nobilis quidam, cui nomen Monsieur le Croc Chevalier, cum invitas et convivas, et ora convivii iam instante et apparatu facto. Spe frustratus esset, excusantibus se convivis, cur non compararent, prorupit iratus in haec verba. Veniat igitur omnes daemones, si nullus hominum mecum esse potest. Quod cum fieret et dominus et famuli et ancile a domo properantes, forte obliti, infantem in cunis iacentem secum non auferent. Daemones incipiunt commissare et vociferare, prospicereque per fenestras formis ursorum, luporum filium et monstrare, pocula vino repleta. Ah, iniquit pater ubi infans meus, vix cum haec dixisset, unus ex demonibus ulnis suis infantem ad fenestram gestat, etc. Chronicon de Bolton. It's in Bolton Hall, and the clock strikes 1, and the roast meat's brown, and the boiled meat's done, and the barbecued sucking pigs crisped to a turn, and the pancakes are fried and beginning to burn. The fat stubble goose swims in gravy and juice, with a mustard and apple sauce ready for use. Fish, flesh, and fowl, and all of the best, want nothing but eating, they're already dressed. But where is the host, and where is the guest? Pantler and serving man, henchman and page, stand sniffing the duck stuffing, onion and sage, and the scullions and cooks with fidgety looks are grumbling and muttering and scowling as black as cooks always do when the dinner's put back. For though the board's decked and the napery fair as the unsunned snowflake is spread out with care, and the dais is furnished with stool and with chair, and plate of orfevrerie costly and rare, apostle spoons, salt cellar, all are there, and Mess John in his place with his rubicund face, and his hands ready folded, prepared to say grace. Yet where is the host and his convive? Where? The Scroop sits lonely in Bolton Hall, and he watches the dial that hangs by the wall. He watches the large hand, he watches the small, and he fidgets and looks as cross as the cooks, and he utters a word which will soften to Zooks, and he cries, what on earth has become of them all? What can delay Devoe and Desaye? What makes Sir Gilbert d'Umfraville stay? What's gone with Poyntz and Sir Reginald Bray? Why are Ralph Uford and Marney away, and Noakes and Styles and Lord Marmaduke Grey, and Doe and Doe? Poynings and Vavasour, where be they? Fitz Walter, Fitz Osbert, Fitz Hugh, and Fitz John, and the Mandeville, père et fille, father and son. Their cards said dinner precisely at 1. There's nothing I hate in the world like waiting. It's a monstrous great bore when a gentleman feels a good appetite thus to be kept from his meals. It's in Bolton Hall, and the clock strikes 2, and the scullions and cooks are themselves in a stew, and the kitchen maids stand and don't know what to do, for the rich plum puddings are bursting their bags, and the mutton and turnips are boiling to rags, and the fish is all spoiled, and the butter's all oiled, and the soup's got cold in the silver tureen, and there's nothing, in short, that is fit to be seen, while Sir Guy Le Scroope continues to fume, and to fret by himself in the tapestried room, and still fidgets and looks more cross than the cooks, and repeats that bad word which we've softened to Zooks. 2 o'clock's come and 2 o'clock's gone, and the large and the small hands move steadily on. Still nobody's there, no de ruse or declare, to taste of the Scroope's most delicate fare, or to quaff off a health unto Bolton's heir. That nice little boy who sits in his chair, some 4 years old and a few months to spare, with his laughing blue eyes and his long curly hair, now sucking his thumb and now munching his pear. Again Sir Guy the silence broke. "It's hard upon 3, it's just on the stroke. Come, serve up the dinner, a joke is a joke." Little he deems that Stephen de Hoque, who his fun, as the Yankees say, everywheres pokes, and is always a great deal too fond of his jokes, has written a circular note to de Noakes and de Styles and de Roe and the rest of the folks, one and all, great and small, who were asked to the Hall, to dine there and sup and wind up with a ball, and had told all the party a great bouncing lie. He cooked up that the fete was postponed sine die, the dear little curly-wigged heir of Le Scroope being taken alarmingly ill with the croup. When the clock struck 3, and the page on his knee said, "An' please you, Sir Guy Le Scroope, on a servie," and the knight found the banquet hall empty and clear, with nobody near to partake of his cheer, he stamped and he stormed. Then his language, oh dear, 'twas awful to see and 'twas awful to hear, and he cried to the button-decked page at his knee, who had told him so civilly, "On a servi." 10,000 fiends seize them, wherever they be, the devil take them, and the devil take thee, and the devil may eat up the dinner for me. In a terrible fume he bounced out of the room, he bounced out of the house, and page, footman, and groom bounced after their master, for scarce had they heard of this left-handed grace the last finishing word, ere the horn at the gate of the Barbican Tower was blown with a loud 20-trumpeter power, and in rushed a troop of strange guests, such a group as had ne'er before darkened the door of the Scroope. This looks like Dessay, yet it is not Dessay, and this is, no, 'tis not, Sir Reginald Bray. This has somewhat the favour of Marmaduke Grey. But stay, where on earth did he get those long nails? Why, they're claws. Then, good gracious, they've all of them tails. That can't be De Vaux. Why, his nose is a bill, or I should say a beak, and he can't keep it still. Is that Poynings? Oh, Gemini, look at his feet. Why, they're absolute hoofs. Is it gout or his corns that have crumpled them up so? By Jingo, he's horns. Run, run, there's Fitzwalter, Fitzhugh, and Fitzjohn, and the Mandevilles père and fils, father and son, and Fitzosbert and Ufford, they've all got them on. Then their great saucer eyes, it's the father of lies, and his imps run, 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 they're all fiends in disguise, who've partly assumed with more sombre complexions the forms of Sir Guy Le Scroope's friends and connections, and he at the top there, that grim looking elf, run, run, that's the muckle horned Clootie himself. And now what a din, without and within, for the courtyard is full of them. How they begin to mop and to mow, and to make faces and grin, cock their tails up together like cows in hot weather, and butt at each other, all eating and drinking, the viands and wine disappearing like winking, and then such a lot as together had got. Master Cabbage, the steward, who'd made a machine to calculate with and count noses, I ween, the cleverest thing of the kind ever seen, declared, when he'd made, by the said machine's aid, up what's now called the tottal of those he surveyed, there were, just how he proved it I cannot divine, 9,999, exclusive of him who, giant in limb, and black as the crow they denominate Jim, with a tail like a bull and a head like a bear, stands forth at the window, and what holds he there? Which he hugs with such care, and pokes out in the air, and grasps as its limbs from each other he'd tear. Oh, grief and despair! I vow and declare it's Le Scroope's poor, dear, sweet little curly-wigged heir, whom the nurse had forgot and left there in his chair, alternately sucking his thumb and his pear. What words can express the dismay and distress of Sir Guy when he found what a terrible mess his cursing and banning had now got him into? That words which to use are a shame and a sin too, had thus on their speaker recoiled, and his male son placed in the hands of the devil's own pal, his son. He sobbed and he sighed, and he screamed and he cried, and behaved like a man that is mad or in liquor. He tore his peaked beard, and he dashed off his victory, stamped on the jazy as though he were crazy, and staggering about just as if he were hazy, exclaimed £50, a large sum in those times, to the person, whoever he may be, that climbs to that window above there en ogive and painted, and brings down my curly wee. Here Sir Guy fainted, with many a moan and many a groan, what with tweaks of the nose and some eau de cologne, he revived. Reason once more remounted her throne, or rather the instinct of nature. 'Twere treason to her, in the Scroope's case, perhaps, to say reason. But what saw he then? Oh, my goodness, a sight enough to have banished his reason outright. In that broad banquet hall, the fiends one and all, regardless of shriek or of squeak and of squall, from one to another were tossing that small, pretty curly-wigged boy, as if playing at ball. Yet none of his friends or his vassals might dare to fly to the rescue, or rush up the stair and bring down in safety his curly-wigged heir. Well a day, all he can say is but just so much trouble and time thrown away. Not a man can be tempted to join the mêlée, even those cabalistic I promised to pay. £50 on demand have for once lost their sway, and there the knight stands, wringing his hands in his agony, when on a sudden one ray of hope darts through his midriff. His saint! Oh, it's funny and almost absurd that it never occurred. Aye, the Scroope's patron saint, he's the man for my money. Saint! Who is he? Really, I'm sadly to blame. On my word, I'm afraid I confess it with shame. that I've almost forgot the good gentleman's name. Cutlet? Let me see. Cutbeard? No, Cuthbert, egad! St. Cuthbert of Bolton. I'm right, he's the lad. O holy St. Cuthbert, if forebears of mine, of myself I say little, have knelt at thy shrine, and have lashed their bare backs, and no matter, with twine. Oh, list to the vow which I make to you now, only snatch my poor little boy out of the row, which that imp's kicking up with his fiendish bow wow, and his head like a bear, and his tail like a cow. Bring him back here in safety, perform but this task, and I'll give, oh, I'll give you whatever you ask. There is not a shrine in the county shall shine with a brilliancy half so resplendent as thine, or have so many candles, or look half so fine. Haste, holy St. Cuthbert, then, hasten in pity. Conceive his surprise when a strange voice replies, "It's a bargain, but mine, sir, the best spermaceti." Say, who's that voice? Who's that form by his side? That old grey man with his beard long and wide, in his coarse palmer's weeds, and his cockle and beads? And how did he come? Did he walk? Did he ride? Oh, none could determine, oh, none could decide. The fact is, I don't believe anyone tried, for while everyone stared with a dignified stride, and without a word more he marched on before, up a flight of stone steps, and so through the front door to the banqueting hall that was on the first floor, while the fiendish assembly were making a rare little shuttlecock there of the curly-wigged heir. I wish, gentle reader, that you could have seen the pause that ensued when he stepped in between, with his resolute air and his dignified mien, and said in a tone most decided though mild, "Come, I'll trouble you just to hand over that child." The demoniac crowd in an instant seemed cowed. Not one of the crew volunteered a reply. All shrunk from the glance of that keen flashing eye, save one horrid Humph-Gruffin, who seemed by his talk and the airs he assumed to be cock of the walk. He quailed not before it, but saucily met it, and as saucily said, "Don't you wish you may get it?" My goodness, the look that the old palmer gave, and his frown, 'twas quite dreadful to witness. "Why, slave, you rascal," quoth he, "this language to me? At once, Mr. Nicholas, down on your knee, and hand me that curly-wigged boy, I command it. Come, none of your nonsense, you know I won't stand it." Old Nicholas trembled, he shook in his shoes, and seemed half inclined, but afraid to refuse. "Well, Cuthbert," said he, "if so it must be, for you've had your own way from the first time I knew ye. Take your curly-wigged brat, and much good may he do ye. But I'll have in exchange," here his eye flashed with rage, "that chap with the buttons, he gave me the page." "Come, come," the saint answered, "you very well know the young man's no more his than your own to bestow. Touch one button of his if you dare, Nick. No, no, cut your stick, sir. Come, mizzle, be off with you, go." The devil grew hot. "If I do I'll be shot, and you come to that, Cuthbert, I'll tell you what's what. He has asked us to dine here, and go we will not. Why, you skinflint, at least, you may leave us the feast. Here we've come all the way from our brimstone abode, 10,000,000 good leagues, sir, as ever you strode, and the deuce of a luncheon we've had on the road. Go, mizzle, indeed, Mr. Saint, who are you, I should like to know? Go, I'll be hanged if I do." he invited us all. We've a right here, it's known, that a baron may do what he likes with his own. Here, Asmodeus, a slice of that beef. Now the mustard. What have you got? Oh, apple pie. Try it with custard." The saint made a pause, as uncertain because he knew Nick is pretty well up in the laws, and they might be on his side, and then he'd such claws. On the whole it was better, he thought, to retire with a curly-wigged boy he'd picked out of the fire, and give up the victuals to retrace his path and to compromise, spite of the member for Bath. So to old Nick's appeal, as he turned on his heel, he replied, "Well, I'll leave you the mutton and veal, and the soup à la reine, and the sauce béchamel. As the Scroop did invite you to dinner, I feel I can't well turn you out, 'twould be hardly genteel. But be moderate, pray, and remember thus much: since you're treated as gentlemen, show yourselves such, and don't make it late, but mind and go straight home to bed when you've finished, and don't steal the plate, nor wrench off the knocker or bell from the gate. Walk away like respectable devils in peace, and don't lark with the watch or annoy the police." Having thus said his say, that Palmer grey took up little La Scroop and walked coolly away, while the demons all set up a hip hip hooray. Then fell tooth and nail on the victuals, as they had been guests at Guildhall upon Lord Mayor's day, all scrambling and scuffling for what was before them, no care for precedence or common decorum. Few ate more hearty than Madame Astarte, and Hecate considered the belles of the party. Between them was seated Leviathan, eager to do the polite and take wine with Belphegor. Here was Morbleu, a French devil, supping soup maigre, and there, munching leeks, Davy Jones of Tredegar, a Welsh one, who'd left the domains of Ap Morgan to follow the sea, and next him Demigorgon, then Pan with his pipes, and Fauns grinding the organ, to Mammon and Belial, and half a score dancers, who'd joined with Medusa to get up the Lancers. Here's Lucifer lying blind drunk with Scotch ale, while Beelzebub's tying huge knots in his tail. There's Setebos storming because Mephistopheles gave him the lie, said he'd blacken his eye, and dashed in his face a whole cup of hot coffees, ramping and roaring, hiccuping, snoring. Never was seen such a riot before in a gentleman's house, or such profligate revelling at any soiree where they don't let the devil in. Hark! As sure as fate, the clock striking 8, an hour which our ancestors called getting late, when Nick, who by this time was rather late, rose up and addressed them. "'Tis full time," he said, "for all elderly devils to be in their bed. For my own part, I mean to be jogging, because I don't find myself now quite so young as I was. But, gentlemen, ere I depart from my post, I must call on you all for one bumper, the toast, which I have to propose to our excellent host. Many thanks for his kind hospitality. May we also be able to set at our table himself, and enjoy in a family way his good company downstairs at no distant day. You'd, I'm sure, think me rude if I did not include in the toast my young friend there, the curly-wigged heir. He's in very good hands, for you're all well aware that St. Cuthbert has taken him under his care, though I must not say bless. Why, you'll easily guess. May our curly-wigged friend's shadow never be less. Nick took off his heel-taps, bowed, smiled, and with an air most graciously grim, and vacated the chair. Of course the élite rose at once on their feet, and followed their leader, and beat a retreat, when a skylarking imp took the president's seat, and requesting that each would replenish his cup, said, "Where we have dined, my boys, there let us sup." It was 3 in the morning before they broke up. I scarcely need say Sir Guy didn't delay to fulfil his vow made to St. Cuthbert, or pay for the candles he'd promised, or make light as day the shrine he assured him he'd render so gay. In fact, when the votaries came there to pray, all said there was naught to compare with it, nay, for fear that the Abbey might think he was shabby. 4 brethren thenceforward, 2 cleric, 2 lay, he ordained should take charge of a new founded chantry, with 6 marks apiece, and some claims on the pantry. In short, the whole county declared, through his bounty, the Abbey of Bolton exhibited fresh scenes from any displayed since Sir William de Machines and Cecily Romelli came to this nation, with William the Norman, and laid its foundation. For the rest, it is said, and I know I have read in some chronicle, whose has gone out of my head, that what with these candles and other expenses, which no man would go to if quite in his senses, he reduced and brought low his property so, that at last he'd not much of it left to bestow. And that many years after that terrible feast, Sir Guy in the Abbey was living a priest, and there in 1000 and something deceased. It's supposed by this trick he bamboozled old Nick, and slipped through his fingers remarkably slick. While as to young Curlywig, dear little soul, would you know more of him, you must look at the roll which records the dispute and the subsequent suit, commenced in 1375, which took root in Le Grosvenor's assuming the arms Le Scroope swore that none but his ancestors ever before in foray, juiced, battle, or tournament wore. To wit, on a Prussian blue field a Bendor, while the Grosvenor averred that his ancestors bore the same, and Scroope lied like a somebody, tore off the simile, so I can tell you no more, till some ASS shall the fragment restore. Moral: this legend sound maxims exemplifies, for example, first, should anything tease you, annoy, or displease you, remember what Lilly says, animum rege. And as for that shocking bad habit of swearing, in all good society voted past bearing, eschew it, and leave it to dustmen and mobs, nor commit yourself much beyond zooks or obsbobs. Second, when asked out to dine by a person of quality, mind and observe the most strict punctuality, for should you come late and make dinner wait, and the victuals get cold, you'll incur, sure as fate, the master's displeasure, the mistress's hate, and though both may perhaps be too well bred to swear, they'll heartily wish you, I will not say where. Third, look well to your maid servants, say you expect them to see to the children, and not to neglect them. And if you're a widower, just throw a cursory glance in at times when you go near the nursery. Perhaps it's as well to keep children from plums, and from pears in the season, and sucking their thumbs. Fourth, to sum up the whole with a saw of much use, be just and be generous, don't be profuse. Pay the debts that you owe, keep your word to your friends, but don't set your candles alight at both ends. For of this be assured, if you go it too fast, you'll be dished like Sir Guy, and like him perhaps die a poor old half-starved country parson at last. End of section 9. Recording by James Carson.
Section 10 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 10. A Lay of St. Nicholas by Richard Harris Barnum. Statim sacerdoti apparuit diabolus in specie puellae pulchritudinus mirae, et ecce divus, fide catholica, et cruce, et aqua benedicta ormatus venit, et aspersit aquam in nomine Sanctae et individue Trinitatis, quam, quasi ardentem, diabolus, nem quaquam sustinere valens mugitibus fugit. Roger Hoveden. Lord Abbot, I'd fain confess I am aweary and worn with woe. Many a grief doth my heart oppress, and haunt me whithersoever I go. On bended knee spake the beautiful maid, Now lift and listen, Lord Abbot, to me. Now nay, fair daughter, the Lord Abbot said, Now nay, in sooth it may hardly be. There is Mess Michael and holy Mess John, sage penny-tossers I ween be they, and hard by doth dwell in St. Catherine's cell Ambrose the anchorite old and grey. Oh, I will have none of Ambrose or John, though sage penny-tossers I trow they be. Shrive me may none save the Abbot alone. Now listen, Lord Abbot, I speak to thee. Nor think foul scorn, though mitre adorn thy brow, to listen to shrift of mine. I am a maiden royally born, and I come of old Plantagenet's line. Though hither I stray in lowly array, I am a damsel of high degree, and the Comte of Eu and the Lord of Ponthieu, they serve my father on bended knee. Counts a many and dukes a few a suitoring came to my father's hall, but the Duke of Lorraine with his large domain, he pleased my father beyond them all. Dukes a many and counts a few I would have wedded right cheerfully, but the Duke of Lorraine was uncommonly plain, and I vowed that he ne'er should my bridegroom be. So hither I fly, in lowly guise, from their gilded domes and their princely halls. Fain would I dwell in some holy cell, or within some convent's peaceful walls. Then out and spake that proud Lord Abbot, Now rest thee, fair daughter, withouten fear, Nor count nor duke but shall meet the rebuke Of Holy Church, an he seek thee here. Holy Church denieth all search midst her sanctified ewes and her saintly rams, and the wolves doth mock who would scathe her flock, or specially worry her little pet lambs. Then lay, fair daughter, thy fears aside, for here this day shalt thou dine with me. Now nay, the fair maiden cried, In sooth, Lord Abbot, that scarce can be. Friends would whisper, and foes would frown, Sith thou art a churchman of high degree, and ill mote it match with thy fair renown, That a wandering damsel dine with thee. There is Simon the deacon hath pulse in store, With beans and lettuces fair to see, His Lenten fare now let me share, I pray thee, Lord Abbot, in charity. Though Simon the deacon hath pulse in store, To our patron saint foul shame it were should wayworn guest, with toil oppressed, meet in his abbey such churlish fare? There is Peter the Prior, and Francis the Friar, and Roger the Monk shall our convives be. Small scandal, I ween, shall then be seen, they are a goodly company. The abbot hath donned his mitre and ring, his rich dalmatic and mandible fine, and the choristers sing as the lay brothers bring to the board a magnificent turkey and chine. The turkey and chine they are done to a nicety, liver and gizzard and all are there. Ne'er mote Lord Abbot pronounce benedicite over more luscious or delicate fare. But no pious stave he, no pater or ave, pronounced as he gazed on that maiden's face. She asked him for stuffing, she asked him for gravy, she asked him for gizzard, but not for grace. Yet gaily the Lord Abbot smiled and pressed, and the red blood wine in the wine cup filled, and he helped his guest to a bit of the breast, and he sent the drumsticks down to be grilled. There was no lack of the old sherry sack, of Hippocrates fine or Malmsey bright, and aye, as he drained off his cup with a smack, he grew less pious and more polite. She pledged him once, and she pledged him twice, and she drank as lady ought not to drink, and he pressed her hand neath the table thrice, and he winked as abbot ought not to wink. And Peter the Prior and Francis the Friar sat each with a napkin under his chin, but Roger the Monk got excessively drunk, so they put him to bed and they tucked him in. The lay brothers gazed on each other amazed, and Simon the Deacon with grief and surprise, as he peeked through the keyhole, could scarcely fancy real the scene he beheld or believe his own eyes. In his ear the ringing, the Lord Abbot singing, he could not distinguish the words very plain, but 'twas all about coal and jolly old soul, and fiddlers and punch and things quite profane. Even Porter Paul, at the sound of such revelling, with fervor himself began to bless, for he thought he must somehow have let the devil in, and perhaps was not very much out in his guess. The accusing buyers flew up in heaven's chancery, blushing like scarlet with shame and concern. The archangel took down his tail, and in answer he wept, see the works of the late Mr. Sterne. Indeed, it is said a less taking both were in, when, after a lapse of a great many years, they booked Uncle Toby 5 shillings for swearing, and blotted the fine out again with their tears. But St. Nicholas's agony who may paint? His senses at first were well nigh gone. The beatified saint was ready to faint, when he saw in his abbey such sad goings on. For never, I ween, had such doings been seen there before from the time that most excellent prince, Earl Baldwin of Flanders, and other commanders, had built and endowed it some centuries since. But hark! 'Tis a sound from the outermost gate, a startling sound from a powerful blow. Who knocks so late? It is 8:30 by the clock, and the clock's 5 minutes too slow. Never perhaps had such loud double raps been heard in St. Nicholas's Abbey before. All agreed it was shocking to keep people knocking, but none seemed inclined to answer the door. Now a louder bang through the cloisters rang, and the gate on its hinges wide open flew, and all were aware of a palmer there, with his cockle hat staff and his sandal shoe. Many a furrow and many a frown by toil and time on his brow were traced, and his long loose gown was of ginger brown, and his rosary dangled below his waist. Now seldom, I ween, is such a costume seen, except at a stage play or masquerade, but who doth not know it was rather the go with pilgrims and saints in the second crusade? With noiseless stride did that palmer glide across that oaken floor, and he made them all jump, he gave such a thump against the refectory door. Wide open it flew, and plain to the view the Lord Abbot they all mote see. In his hand was a cup, and he lifted it up. Here's the Pope's good health with 3. Rang in their ears 3 deafening cheers. Huzzay, huzzay, huzzay! And one of the party said, "Go to it, my hearty," when out spake that pilgrim gray. "A boon, Lord Abbot, a boon, a boon. Worn is my foot, and empty my scrip, and nothing to speak of since yesterday noon of food, Lord Abbot, hath passed my lip. And I am come from a far country, and have visited many a holy shrine, and long have I trod the sacred sod where the saints do rest in Palestine. And thou art come from a far country, and if thou in Paynim lands have seen, now read me aright the most wonderful sight, thou palmer grey, that thine eyes have seen. Read me aright the most wonderful sight, grey palmer, that thine eyes did see, and a manchet of bread, and a good warm bed, and a cup of the best shall that guerdon be. Oh, I have been east, and I have been west, and I have seen many a wonderful sight, but never to me did it happen to see a wonder like that which I see this night. To see a Lord Abbot in rochet and stole, with prior and friar, a strange marvel, or a jolly full bowl sitting cheek by jowl, and hobnobbing away with a devil from hell. He felt in his gown of ginger brown, and he pulled out a flask from beneath. It was rather tough work to get out the cork, but he drew it at last with his teeth. Or a pint and a quarter of holy water he made a sacred sign, and he dashed the whole on the soi-disant daughter of old Plantagenet's line. Oh, then did she reek, and squeak, and shriek, with a wild unearthly scream, and fizzled, and hissed, and produced such a mist, they were all half choked by the steam. Her dove-like eyes turned to coals of fire, her beautiful nose to a horrible snout, her hands to paws with nasty great claws, and her bosom went in, and her tail came out. On her chin there appeared a long nanny-goat's beard, and her tusks and her teeth no man mote tell, and her horns and her hoofs gave infallible proofs 'twas a frightful fiend from the nethermost hell. The palmer threw down his ginger gown, his hat and his cockle, and plain to sight stood St. Nicholas's self, and his shaven crown had a glow-worm halo of heavenly light. The fiend made a grasp the abbot to clasp, but St. Nicholas lifted his holy toe, and just in the nick let fly such a kick on his elderly namesake he made him let go. And out of the window he flew like a shot, for the foot flew up with a terrible thwack, and caught the foul demon about the spot where his tail joins on to the small of his back. And he bounded away like a football at play, till into the bottomless pit he fell slap, knocking Mammon the meagre, or Percy Belphegor, and Lucifer into Beelzebub's lap. Oh, happy the slip from his Succubine grip that saved the Lord Abbot, though breathless with fright. In escaping he tumbled and fractured his hip, and his left leg was shorter thenceforth than his right. On the banks of the Rhine, as he's stopping to dine, from a certain inn window the traveller is shown most picturesque ruins, the scene of these doings, some miles up the river southeast of Cologne. And while sauerkraut she sells you, the landlady tells you that there, in those walls all roofless and bare, one Simon, a deacon, from a lean grew a sleek one, on filling a ci devant Adam's state chair. How a ci devant abbot, all clothed in drab, but of texture the coarsest, hair shirt and no shoes, his mitre and ring and all that sort of thing laid aside, in yon cave lived a pious recluse. How he rose with the sun, limping, dot and go one, to yon rill of the mountain in all sorts of weather, where a prior and a friar who lived somewhat higher, up the rock used to come and eat cresses together. How a thirsty old codger the neighbors called Roger, with them drank cold water in lieu of old wine. What its quality wanted, he made up in quantity, swigging as though he would empty the Rhine. And how, as their bodily strength failed, the mental man gained tenfold vigor and force in all four, and how to the day of their death the old gentleman never attempted to kidnap them more. And how, when at length, in the odor of sanctity, all of them died without grief or complaint, the monks of St. Nicholas said 'twas ridiculous not to suppose every one was a saint. And how in the abbey no one was so shabby as not to say yearly 4 masses ahead, on the eve of that supper, and kick on the crupper which Satan received for the souls of the dead. How folks long held in reverence their relics and memories, how the ci-devant abbots obtained greater still, when some cripples, on touching his fractured os femoris, threw down their crutches and danced a quadrille. And how Abbot Simon, who turned out a prime one, these words which grew into a proverb full soon, o'er the late abbot's grotto stuck up as a motto, who sups with the devil should have a long spoon. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 11. Sabine Baring-Gould, born 1834. The Reverend Sabine Baring-Gould was born in Exeter, England, in 1834. The addition of Gould to the name of Baring came in the time of his great-grandfather, a brother of Sir Francis Baring, who married an only daughter and heiress of W. D. Gould of Devonshire. Much of the early life of Baring-Gould was passed in Germany and France, and at Clare College, Cambridge, where he graduated in 1854, taking orders 10 years later, and in 1881 became rector of Low Trenchard, Devonshire, where he holds estates and privileges belonging to his family. He has worked in many fields, and in all with so much acceptance that a list of his books would be the best exposition of the range of his untiring pen. To a gift of ready words and ready illustration, whether he concerns himself with diversities of early Christian belief, the course of country dances in England, or the growth of mediaeval legends, he adds the grace of telling a tale and drawing a character. He has published nearly 100 volumes, not one of them unreadable. But no one man may write with equal pen of German history, of comparative mythology and philology, of theological dissertations, and of the pleasures of English rural life, while he adds to these a long list of novels. His secret of popularity lies not in his treatment, which is neither critical nor scientific, but rather in a clever, easy, diffuse, jovial, amusing way of saying clearly what at the moment comes to him to say. His books have a certain raciness and spirit that recalls the English squire of tradition. They rarely smell of the lamp. Now and then appears a strain of sturdy scholarship, leading the reader to wonder what his author might have accomplished had he not enjoyed the comfortable ease of a country justice of the peace and a rector with large landed estates, to whom his poorer neighbours appear a sort of dancing puppets. Between 1857 and 1870 Baring-Gould had published 9 volumes, the best known of these being Curious Myths of the Middle Ages. From 1870 to 1890 His name appeared as author on the title page of 43 books: sermons, lectures, essays, archaeological treatises, memoirs, curiosities of literature, histories, and fiction, 16 novels, tales, and romances being included. From 1890 to 1896 he published 17 more novels, and many of his books have passed through several editions. His most successful novels are Mehalah, A Tale of the Salt Marshes, In the Roar of the Sea, Red Spider, Richard Cable, and Naomi, A Story of Rock Dwellers. In an essay upon his fiction, Mr. J. M. Barrie writes in the Contemporary Review, February 1890, "Of our 8 or 10 living novelists who are popular by merit, few have greater ability than Mr. Baring Gould. His characters are bold and forcible figures. His wit is as ready as his figures of speech are apt. He has a powerful imagination and is quaintly fanciful. When he describes a storm, we can see his trees breaking in the gale. So enormous and accurate is his general information that there is no trade or profession with which he does not seem familiar. So far as scientific knowledge is concerned, he is obviously better equipped than any contemporary writer of fiction, yet one rises from his books with a feeling of repulsion, or at least with the glad conviction that his ignoble views of life are as untrue as the characters who illustrate them. Here is a melancholy case of a novelist not only clever but sincere, undone by want of sympathy." The author's want of sympathy prevents Mehalah's rising to the highest art, for though we shudder at the end, there the effect of the story stops. It illustrates the futility of battling with fate, but the theme is not allowable to writers with the modern notion of a supreme power. But Mehalah is still one of the most powerful romances of recent years. St. Patrick's Purgatory, from Curious Myths of the Middle Ages. In that charming mediaeval romance Fortunatus and His Sons, which, by the way, is a treasure of popular mythology, is an account of a visit paid by the favoured youth to that cave of mystery in Loch Derg, the Purgatory of St. Patrick. Fortunatus, we are told, had heard in his travels of how 2 days' journey from the town Valdric in Ireland was a town Vernic, where was the entrance to the Purgatory. So thither he went with many servants. He found a great abbey, and behind the altar of the church a door, which led into the dark cave which is called the Purgatory of St. Patrick. In order to enter it, leave had to be obtained from the abbot. Consequently, Leopold, servant to Fortunatus, betook himself to that worthy, and made known to him that a nobleman from Cyprus desired to enter the mysterious cavern. The abbot at once requested Leopold to bring his master to supper with him. Fortunatus brought a large jar of wine, and sent it as a present to the monastery, and followed at the mealtime. "Venerable sir," said Fortunatus, "I understand the Purgatory of St. Patrick is here. Is it so?" The abbot replied, "It is indeed. Many hundred years ago, this place, where stand the abbey and the town, was a howling wilderness. Not far off, however, lived a venerable hermit, Patrick by name, who often sought the desert for the purposes of therein exercising his austerities. One day he lighted on this cave, which is of vast extent. He entered it, and wandering on in the dark, lost his way, so that he could no more find how to return to the light of day. After long ramblings through the gloomy passages, he fell on his knees, and besought Almighty God, if it were his will, to deliver him from the great peril wherein he lay. While Patrick thus prayed, he was aware of piteous cries issuing from the depths of the cave, just such as would be the wailings of souls in purgatory. The hermit rose from his orison, and by God's mercy found his way back to the surface, and from that day exercised greater austerities, and after his death he was numbered with the saints. Pious people, who had heard the story of Patrick's adventure in the cave, built this cloister on the site." Then Fortunatus asked whether all who venture into the place heard likewise the howls of the tormented souls. The abbot replied, "Some have affirmed that they have heard a bitter crying and piping therein, whilst others have heard and seen nothing. No one, however, has penetrated as yet to the furthest limits of the cavern. Fortunatus then asked permission to enter, and the abbot cheerfully consented, only stipulating that his guest should keep near the entrance and not ramble too far, as some who had ventured in had never returned. Next day, early, Fortunatus received the Blessed Sacrament with his trusty Leopold. The door of the purgatory was unlocked, each was provided with a taper, and then, with the blessing of the abbot, they were left in total darkness, and the door bolted behind them. Both wandered on in the cave, hearing faintly the chanting of the monks in the church till the sound died away. They traversed several passages, lost their way, their candles burnt out, and they sat down in despair on the ground, a prey to hunger, thirst, and fear. The monks waited in the church hour after hour, and the visitors of the purgatory had not returned. Day declined, vespers were sung, and still there was no sign of the two who in the morning had passed from the church into the cave. Then the servants of Fortunatus began to exhibit anger, and to insist on their master being restored to them. The abbot was frightened, and sent for an old man who had once penetrated far into the cave with a ball of twine, the end attached to the door handle. This man volunteered to seek Fortunatus, and providentially his search was successful. After this, the abbot refused permission to anyone to visit the cave. In the reign of Henry II. Lived Henry of Saltrey, who wrote a history of the visit of a Knight Owen to the purgatory of St. Patrick, which gained immense popularity, was soon translated into other languages, and spread the fable through mediaeval Europe. In English there are two versions. In one of these, Owain Miles, the origin of the purgatory is thus described. Holy bishops sometime there were, that taught me of God's law. In Ireland preached St. Patrick, in that land was none him like. He preached God's word full wide, and told men what should betide. First he preached of heaven bliss, whoever go thither may right naught miss. So then he preached of hell's pain, how we, them, is that come therein. And then he preached of purgatory, as he found in history. But yet the folk of the country believed not that it might be, and seen. But if it were so, that any man might himself go, and see all that, and come again, then would they believe fain. Vexed at the obstinacy of his hearers, St. Patrick besought the Almighty to make the truth manifest to the unbelievers, whereupon God spake to St. Patrick, though, by name, and bade him with him go. He laid him out a wilderness, which was no rest more, no less, and showed that he might see in the earth a privy entry. It was on a deep ditch end. What man, he said, that will here wend, and dwell therein a day and a night, and come again, that he may dwell, many a marvel he may of tell, and all them that doeth this pilgrimage, I shall him grant for a wage, whether he be squire or knave, other purgatory shall he none have. Thereupon St. Patrick, he ne stint ne'er day nor night, till he had built there a fair abbey, and stocked it with pious canons. Then he made a door to the cave, and locked the door, and gave the key to the keeping of the prior. The knight Owain, who had served under King Stephen, had lived a life of violence and dissolution, but filled with repentance, he sought, by way of penance, St. Patrick's purgatory. 15 days he spent in preliminary devotions and alms deeds, and then he heard mass, was washed with holy water, received the holy sacrament, and followed the sacred relics in procession, while the priests sang for him the litany, as loud as they might cry. Then Sir Owain was locked in the cave, and he groped his way onwards in darkness, till he reached a glimmering light. This brightened, and he came out into an underground land, where was a great hall and cloister, in which were men with shaven heads and white garments. These men informed the knight how he was to protect himself against the assaults of evil spirits. After having received this instruction, he heard great din, and, There came there devils on every side, wicked ghosts, I wot, from hell, so many that no tongue might tell. They filled the house in 2 rows, some grinned on him, and some made moves. He then visits the different places of torment. In one, the souls are nailed to the ground with glowing hot brazen nails. In another, they are fastened to the soil by their hair, and are bitten by fiery reptiles. In another, again, they are hung over fires by those members which had sinned, while others are roasted on spits. In one place were pits in which were molten metals. In these pits were men and women, some up to their chins, others to their breasts, others to their hams. The knight was pushed by the devils into one of these pits, and was dreadfully scalded, but he cried to the Saviour, and escaped. Then he visited a lake where souls were tormented with great cold, and a river of pitch, which he crossed on a frail and narrow bridge. Beyond this bridge was a wall of glass, in which opened a beautiful gate, which conducted into Paradise. This place so delighted him that he would fain have remained in it, had he been suffered. But he was bidden return to earth, and finish there his penitence. He was put into a shorter and pleasanter way back to the cave than that by which he had come, and the prior found the knight next morning at the door, waiting to be let out, and full of his adventures. He afterwards went on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and ended his life in piety. Froissart tells us of a conversation he had with one Sir William Lisle, who had been in the purgatory. I asked him of what sort was the cave that is in Ireland, called St. Patrick's Purgatory, and if that were true which was related of it. He replied that there certainly was such a cave, for he and another English knight had been there whilst the king was at Dublin, and said that they had entered the cave, and were shut in as the sun set, and that they remained there all night, and left it next morning at sunrise. And then I asked if he had seen the strange sights and visions spoken of. Then he said that when he and his companion had passed the gate of the Purgatory of St. Patrick, that they had descended as though into a cellar, and that a hot vapour rose towards them, and so affected their heads that they were obliged to sit down on the stone steps. And after sitting there a while, they felt heavy with sleep, and so fell asleep, and slept all night. Then I asked if they knew where they were in their sleep, and what sort of dreams they had had. He answered that they had been oppressed with many fancies and wonderful dreams, different from those they were accustomed to in their chambers. And in the morning, when they went out, in a short while they had clean forgotten their dreams and visions, wherefore he concluded that the whole matter was fancy. The next to give us an account of his descent into St. Patrick's Purgatory is William Staunton of Durham, who went down into the cave on the Friday next after the feast of Holy Rood, in the year 1409. I was put in by the prior of St. Matthew of the same purgatory, with procession and devout prayers of the prior, and the convent gave me an orison to bless me with, and to write the first word in my forehead, the which prayer is this: Jesu Christ, Filii Dei vivi, miserere mihi peccatori. And the prior taught me to say this prayer when any spirit, good or evil, appeared unto me, or when I heard any noise that I should be afraid of. When left in the cave, William fell asleep, and dreamed that he saw coming to him St. John of Bridlington and St. Ive, who undertook to conduct him through the scenes of mystery. After they had proceeded a while, William was found to be guilty of a trespass against the Holy Church, of which he had to be purged before he could proceed much further. Of this trespass he was accused by his sister, who appeared in the way. I make my complaint unto you against my brother that here standeth, for this man that standeth hereby loved me, and I loved him, and either of us would have had the other according to God's law, as Holy Church teaches, and I should have gotten of me 3 souls to God. But my brother hindered us from marrying. St. John of Bridlington then turned to William, and asked him why he did not allow the 2 who loved one another to be married. I tell thee that there is no man that hindereth man or woman from being united in the bond of God, though the man be a shepherd and all his ancestors, and the woman be come of kings or of emperors, or if the man be come of never so high kin, and the woman of never so low kin, if they love one another, but he sinneth in holy church against God and his deed, and therefore he shall have much pain and tribulations. Being assoiled of this crying sin, St. John takes William to a fire great and stinking, in which he sees people burning in their gay clothes. I saw some with collars of gold about their necks, and some of silver, and some men I saw with gay girdles of silver and gold, and harnessed with horns about their necks, some with more jags on their clothes than whole cloth, others full of jingles and bells of silver all over set, and some with long pokes on their sleeves, and women with gowns trailing behind them a long space, and some with chaplets on their heads of gold and pearls and other precious stones. And I looked on him that I saw first in pain, and saw the collars and gay girdles and baldricks burning, and the fiends dragging him by two fingermits. And I saw the jags that men were clothed in turn all to adders, to dragons, and to toads, and many other horrible beasts, sucking them and biting them and stinging them with all their might. And through every jingle I saw fiends smite burning nails of fire into their flesh. I also saw fiends drawing down the skin of their shoulders like to pokes, and cutting them off, and drawing them to the heads of those they cut from them, all burning as fire. And then I saw the women that had side trails behind them, and the side trails cut off by the fiends and burned on their head, and some took off the cutting all burning, and stopped there with their mouths, their noses, and their ears. I saw also their gay chaplets of gold and pearls and precious stones turned into nails of iron, burning, and fiends with burning hammers smiting them into their heads. These were proud and vain people. Then he saw another fire, where the fiends were putting out people's eyes, and pouring molten brass and lead into the sockets, and tearing off their arms and the nails of their feet and hands, and soldering them on again. This was the doom of swearers. William saw other fires, wherein the devils were executing tortures varied and horrible on their unfortunate victims. We need follow him no further. At the end of the 15th century, the purgatory in Lochderg was destroyed by the orders of the Pope, on hearing the report of a monk of Eimstadt in Holland, who had visited it, and had satisfied himself that there was nothing in it more remarkable than in any ordinary cavern. The purgatory was closed on St. Patrick's Day, 1497, but the belief in it was not so speedily banished from popular superstition. Calderon made it the subject of one of his dramas, and it became the subject of numerous popular chapbooks in France and Spain, where during the last century it occupied in the religious belief of the people precisely the same position which is assumed by the marvellous visions of heaven and hell sold by hawkers in England at the present day. The Cornish Wreckers, from The Vicar of Morwenstow. When the Reverend R.S. Hawker came to Morwenstow in 1834, he found that he had much to contend with, not only in the external condition of church and vicarage, but also in that which is of greater importance. The farmers of the parish were simple-hearted and respectable, but the denizens of the hamlet, after receiving the wages of the harvest time, eked out a precarious existence in the winter, and watched eagerly and expectantly for the shipwrecks that were certain to happen, and upon the plunder of which they surely calculated for the scant provision of their families. The wrecked goods supplied them with the necessaries of life, and the rended planks of the dismembered vessel contributed to the warmth of the hovel hearthstone. When Mr. Hawker came to Morwenstow, the cruel and covetous natives of the Strand, the wreckers of the seas and rocks for flotsam and jetsam, held as an axiom and an injunction to be strictly obeyed, "Save a stranger from the sea, and he'll turn your enemy." The Morwenstow wreckers allowed a fainting brother to perish in the sea before their eyes without extending a hand of safety. Nay, more, for the egotistical canons of a shipwreck, superstitiously obeyed, permitted and absolved the crime of murder by shoving the drowning man into the sea, to be swallowed by the waves. Cain, Cain, where is thy brother? And the wrecker of Morwenstow answered and pleaded in excuse, as in the case of undiluted brandy after meals, "It is Cornish custom." The illicit spirit of Cornish custom was supplied by the smuggler, and the gold of the wreck paid him for the cursed abomination of drink. One of Mr. Hawker's parishioners, Peter Barrow, had been for full 40 years a wrecker, but of a much more harmless description. He had been a watcher of the coast for such objects as the waves might turn up to reward his patience. Another was Tristram Pentire, a hero of contraband adventure, and agent for the sale of smuggled cargoes in bygone times. With a merry twinkle of the eye, and in sharp and ringing tone, he loved to tell such tales of wild adventure and of daring do as would make the foot of the exciseman falter and his cheek turn pale. During the latter years of the last century there lived in Welcombe, one of Mr. Hawker's parishes, a man whose name is still remembered with terror, Cruel Coppinger. There are people still alive who remember his wife. Local recollections of the man have moulded themselves into the rhyme: "Will you hear of Cruel Coppinger? He came from a foreign land. He was brought to us by the salt water. He was carried away by the wind." His arrival on the north coast of Cornwall was signalized by a terrific hurricane. The storm came up channel from the southwest. A strange vessel of foreign rig went on the reefs of Hearty Race and was broken to pieces by the waves. The only man who came ashore was the skipper. A crowd was gathered on the sand, on horseback and on foot, women as well as men, drawn together by the tidings of a probable wreck. Into their midst rushed the dripping stranger, and bounded suddenly on the crupper of a young damsel who had ridden to the beach to see the sight. He grasped her bridle, and, shouting in some foreign tongue, urged the double-laden animal into full speed, and the horse naturally took his homeward way. The damsel was Miss Dinah Hamlin. The stranger descended at her father's door, and lifted her off her saddle. He then announced himself as a Dane, named Coppinger. He took his place at the family board, and there remained until he had secured the affection and hand of Dinah. The father died, and Coppinger at once succeeded to the management and control of the house, which thenceforth became a den and refuge of every lawless character along the coast. All kinds of wild uproar and reckless revelry appalled the neighbourhood day and night. It was discovered that an organised band of smugglers, wreckers, and poachers made this house their rendezvous, and that Cruel Coppinger was their captain. In those days, and in that far-away region, the peaceable inhabitants were unprotected. There was not a single resident gentleman of property and weight in the entire district. No revenue officer durst exercise vigilance west of the Tamar, and to put an end to all such surveillance at once, the head of a gauger was chopped off by one of Coppinger's gang on the gunwale of a boat. Strange vessels began to appear at regular intervals on the coast, and signals were flashed from the headlands to lead them into the safest creek or cove. Amongst these vessels, one, a full-rigged schooner, soon became ominously conspicuous. She was for long the chief terror of the Cornish Channel. Her name was the Black Prince. Once, with Coppinger on board, she led a revenue cutter into an intricate channel near the Bull Rock, where, from knowledge of the bearings, the Black Prince escaped scatheless, while the king's vessel perished with all on board. In those times, if any landsman became obnoxious to Coppinger's men, he was seized and carried on board the Black Prince, and obliged to save his life by enrolling himself in the crew. In 1835, an old man of the age of 97 related to Mr. Hawker that he had been so abducted, and after 2 years' service had been ransomed by his friends with a large sum. "And all," said the old man very simply, "because I happened to see one man kill another, and they thought I would mention it." Amid such practices, ill-gotten gold began to flow and ebb in the hands of Coppinger. At one time he had enough money to purchase a freehold farm bordering on the sea. When the day of transfer came, he and one of his followers appeared before the lawyer and paid the money, in dollars, ducats, doubloons, and pistols. The man of law demurred, but Coppinger, with an oath, bade him take this or none. The document bearing Coppinger's name is still extant. His signature is traced in stern, bold characters, and under his autograph is the word thorough, also in his own handwriting. Long impunity increased Coppinger's daring. There were certain bridle roads along the fields over which he exercised exclusive control. He issued orders that no man was to pass over them by night, and accordingly from that hour none ever did. They were called Coppinger's Tracks. They all converged at a headland which had the name of Steeple Brink. Here the cliff sheered off, and stood 300 feet of perpendicular height, a precipice of smooth rock towards the beach, with an overhanging face 100 feet down from the brow. Under this was a cave, only reached by a cable ladder lowered from above, and made fast below on a projecting crag. It received the name of Coppinger's Cave. Here sheep were tethered to the rock, and fed on stolen hay and corn till slaughtered. Kegs of brandy and Holland's gin were piled around. Chests of tea and iron-bound sea chests contained the chattels and revenues of the Coppinger royalty of the sea. But the end arrived. Money became scarce, and more than one armed king's cutter was seen day and night hovering off the land. So he, who came with the water, went with the wind. His disappearance, like his arrival, was commemorated by a storm. A wrecker who had gone to watch the shore saw, as the sun went down, a full-rigged vessel standing off and on. Coppinger came to the beach, put off in a boat to the vessel, and jumped on board. She spread canvas, stood off shore, and with Coppinger in her was seen no more. That night was one of storm. Whether the vessel rode it out or was lost, none knew. In 1864 a large ship was seen in distress off the coast. The Reverend I. Tynn, rector of Kilkhampton, at once drove to Morwenstow. The vessel was riding at anchor a mile offshore, west of Hartland Race. He found Mr. Hawker in the greatest excitement, pacing his room and shouting for some things he wanted to put in his greatcoat pockets, and intensely impatient because his carriage was not round. With him was the Reverend W. Valentine, rector of Wixley in Yorkshire, then resident at chapel in the parish of Morwenstow. "What are you going to do?" asked the rector of Kilkhampton. "I shall drive at once to Bude for the lifeboat." "No good," thundered the vicar. "No good comes out of the west. You must go east. I shall go to Clovelly, and then, if that fails, to Appledore. I shall not stop till I have got a lifeboat to take those poor fellows off the wreck." "Then," said the rector of Kilkhampton, "I shall go to Bude and see to the lifeboat there being brought out." "Do as you like, but mark my word, no good comes of turning to the west. Why," said he, "in the primitive church they turned to the west to renounce the devil." His carriage came to the door, and he drove off with Mr. Valentine as fast as his horses could spin him along the hilly, wretched roads. Before he reached Clovelly, a boat had put off with the mate from the ship, which was the Margaret Quail, laden with salt. The captain would not leave the vessel, for till deserted by him no salvage could be claimed. The mate was picked up on the way, and the three reached Clovelly. Down the street proceeded the following procession, the street of Clovelly being a flight of stairs. First, the Vicar of Morwenstow in a claret-coloured coat with long tails flying in the gale, blue knitted jersey and pilot boots, his long silver locks fluttering about his head. He was appealing to the fishermen and sailors of Clovelly to put out in their lifeboat to rescue the crew of the Margaret Quail. The men stood sulky, lounging about with folded arms or hands in their pockets, and sou'westers slouched over their brows. The women were screaming at the tops of their voices that they would not have their husbands and sons and sweethearts enticed away to risk their lives to save wrecked men. Above the clamour of their shrill tongues and the sough of the wind rose the roar of the vicar's voice. He was convulsed with indignation, and poured forth the most sacred appeals for their compassion for drowning sailors. Second in the procession moved the Reverend W. Valentine, with purse full of gold in his hand, offering any amount of money to the Clovelly men, if they would only go forth in the lifeboat to the wreck. Third came the mate of the Margaret Quail, restrained by no consideration of cloth, swearing and damning right and left in a towering rage at the cowardice of the Clovelly men. Fourth came John, the servant of Mr. Hawker, with bottles of whisky under his arm, another inducement to the men to relent and be merciful to their imperilled brethren. The first appeal was to their love of heaven and to their humanity. The second was to their pockets, their love of gold. The third to their terrors, their fear of Satan, to whom they were consigned. And the fourth to their stomachs, their love of grog. But all appeals were in vain. Then Mr. Hawker returned to his carriage and drove away further east to Appledore, where he secured the lifeboat. It was mounted on a waggon. 10 horses were harnessed to it, and as fast as possible it was conveyed to the scene of distress. But in the meanwhile the captain of the Margaret Quail, despairing of help, and thinking that his vessel would break up under him, came off in his boat with the rest of the crew, trusting rather to a rotten boat patched with canvas which they had tarred over, than to the tender mercies of the covetous Clovelites, in whose veins ran the too recent blood of wreckers. The only living being left on board was a poor dog. No sooner was the captain seen to leave the ship than the Clovelly men lost their repugnance to go to sea. They manned boats at once, gained the Margaret Quail, and claimed £3,000 for salvage. There was an action in court, as the owners refused to pay such a sum, and it was lost by the Clovelly men, who, however, got an award of £1,200. The case turned somewhat on the presence of the dog on the wreck, and it was argued that the vessel was not deserted because a dog had been left on board to keep guard for its masters. The owner of the cargo failed, and the amount actually paid to the salvors was £600 for 2 steam tugs, £300 each, and £300 to the Clovelly skiff and 16 men. Mr. Hawker went round the country indignantly denouncing the sailors of Clovelly, and with justice. It roused all the righteous wrath in his breast, and, as may be well believed, no love was borne him by the inhabitants of that little fishing village. They would probably have made a wreck of him had he ventured among them.
End of section 11. Section 12 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Carson. The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 12. Selected excerpts by Jane Barlow. Jane Barlow. The general reader has yet to learn the most private and sacred events of Miss Jane Barlow's life, now known only to herself and friends. She is the daughter of Dr. Barlow of Trinity College, and lives in the seclusion of a cottage at Raheny, a hamlet near Dublin. Her family has been in Ireland for generations, and she comes of German and Norman stock. As someone has said, the knowledge and skill displayed in depicting Irish peasant life which her books show are hers not through Celtic blood and affinities, but by a sympathetic genius and inspiration. The publication of her writings in book form was preceded by the appearance of some poems and stories in the magazines. The Dublin University Review of 1885, containing Walled Out, or Eschatology in a Bog, Irish Idylls, 1892, and Bogland Studies of the same year, show the same pitiful, sombre pictures of Irish peasant life about the sodden-roofed mud hut and pataties boiling, which only a genial, impulsive, generous, light-hearted, half Greek and half philosophic people could make endurable to the reader or attractive to the writer. The innate sweetness of the Irish character, which the author brings out with fine touches, makes it worth portrayal. It is safe to say, writes a critic, that the philanthropist or the political student interested in the eternal Irish problem will learn more from Miss Barlow's twin volumes than from a dozen royal commissions and 100 blue books. Her sympathy constantly crops out, as, for instance, in the mirthful tale of Jerry Dun's Basket, where Andy Joyce had an ill-advised predilection for seeing things which he called "dacent and proper" about him, and he built some highly superior sheds on the lawn, to the bettering, no doubt, of his cattle's condition. The abrupt raising of his rent by 50% was a broad hint which most men would have taken, and it did keep Andy ruthfully quiet for a season or two. Then, however, having again saved up a trifle, he could not resist the temptation to drain the swampy corner of the farthest river field, which was as kind a bit of land as you could wish, only for the water lying on it, and in which he afterward raised himself a remarkably fine crop of white oats. The sight of them done his heart good, he said exultingly, nothing recking that it was the last touch of farmer's pride he would ever feel. Yet on the next quarter day the Joyces received notice to quit, and their landlord determined to keep the vacated holding in his own hands. Those new sheds were just the thing for his young stock. Andy, in fact, had done his best to improve himself off the face of the earth. The long story which Miss Barlow has published, Kerrigan's Quality, 1894, is told with her distinguishing charm, but the book has not the close-knit force of the Idylls. Miss Barlow herself prefers the Bogland Studies because she says they are a sort of poetry. I had set my heart too long upon being a poet ever to give up the idea quite contentedly. The old hope is hardest to be lost. A real poet I can never be, as I have, I fear, nothing of the lyrical faculty, and a poet without that is worse than a bird without wings. So, like Mrs. Browning's Nazianzen, I am doomed to look at the lyre hung out of reach. Besides the 3 books named, Miss Barlow has published Marquis of the Shallow Waters, 1893, The End of Elfingtown, 1894, The Battle of the Frogs and Mice in English, 1894, Maureen's Fairing and Other Stories, 1895, Strangers at Lisconnel, a second series of Irish Idylls, 1895. In the last book we again have the sorrows and joys of the small hamlet in the west of Ireland, where the broad level spreads away and away to the horizon, before and behind and on either side of you, very sombre hued, yet less black-viced than more frequent burghs, where in the distance the mountains loom up on its borders much less substantial, apparently, in fabric than so many spirals of blue turf smoke, and where the curlew's cry can set a whole landscape to melancholy in one chromatic phrase. The Widow Joyce's Cloak, from Strangers at Lisconnel. Still, although the tinker's name has become a byword among us through a long series of petty offences rather than any one flagrant crime, there is a notable misdeed on record against them, which has never been forgotten in the lapse of many years. It was perpetrated soon after the death of Mrs. Kilfoyle's mother, the Widow Joyce, an event which is but dimly recollected now at Lisconnel, as nearly half a century has gone by. She did not very long survive her husband, and he had left his roots behind in his little place at Clonmena, where, as we know, he had farmed not wisely but too well, and had been put out of it for his pains to expend his energy upon our oozy black sods and stark white boulders. But instead he moped about, fretting for his fair green fields and few proudly cherished beasts, especially the little old Kerry cow. And at his funeral the neighbours said, "Ah, bedad, poor man, God help him, he never held up his head again from that good day to this." When Mrs. Joyce felt that it behooved her to settle her affairs, she found that the most important possession she had to dispose of was her large cloak. She had acquired it at the prosperous time of her marriage, and it was a very superior specimen of its kind, in dark blue cloth, being superfine, and its ample capes and capacious hood being double-lined and quilted and stitched in a way which I cannot pretend to describe, but which made it a most substantial and handsome garment. If Mrs. Joyce had been left entirely to her own choice in the matter, I think she would have bequeathed it to her younger daughter Theresa, notwithstanding that custom clearly designated Bessy Kilfoyle, the eldest of the family, as the heiress. For she said to herself that poor Bessy had her husband and childer to console her, anyway, but little Theresa, the cratur, had ne'er such a thing at all, and wouldn't have, not she, God love her. And the back of me hand to some I could name. It seemed to her that to leave the child the cloak would be almost like keeping a warm wing spread over her in the cold wide world, and there was no fear that Bessy would take it amiss. But Theresa herself protested strongly against such a disposition, urging for one thing that sure she'd be lost in it entirely if ever she put it on, a not unfounded objection, as Theresa was several sizes smaller than Bessy, and even she fell far short of her mother in stature and portliness. Theresa also said confidently, with a sinking heart, "But sure, anyhow, Mother Jewel, what matter about it? 'Twill be all gone to holes and flitters and thraneens, and so it will, please goodness, afore there's any talk of anybody else wearin' it except your own ould self." And she expressed much the same conviction one day to her next door neighbour, old Biddy Ryan, to whom she had run in for a loan of a sup of sour milk, which Mrs. Joyce fancied. To Biddy's sincere regret she could offer Theresa barely a skimpy noggin of milk, and only a meagre shred of encouragement, and by way of eking out the latter with its sorry substitute, consolation, she said as she tilted the jug perpendicular to extract its last drop, "Well, sure, me dear, I do be sayin' me prayers for her every sun goes over our heads, that she might be left wid you this great while yet, 'deed I do so. But acushla, if we could be keepin' people that a way, would there be ever a funeral even goin' back on the road at all? I'm thinkin' there's scarce a one livin', and he as old and foolish and little good for as you please, but some cratur'll be grudgin' him to his grave. That's himself maybe all the while wishin' he was in it. Or morebetoken, how can we tell what queer ugly misfortune them that's took is took out of the road of, that we should be as good as biddin' them stay till it comes to ruinatin' them? So it's prayin' away I am, honey," said old Biddy, whom Theresa could not help hating heart sickly, but like enough the Lord might know better than to be mindin' a word I say. And it seemed that he did. Anyway, the day soon came when the heavy blue cloak passed into Mrs. Kilfoyle's possession. At that time it was clear, still autumn weather, with just a sprinkle of frost white on the wayside grass, like the wraith of belated moonlight when the sun rose, and shimmering into rainbow stars by noon. But about a month later the winter swooped suddenly on Lisconnel, with wild winds and cold rain that made crystal silver streaks down the purple of the great mountain heads peering in over our bogland. So one perishing Saturday Mrs. Kilfoyle made up her mind that she would wear her warm legacy on the bleak walk to mass next morning, and reaching it down from where it was stored away among the rafters wrapped in an old sack, she shook it respectfully out of its straight-creased folds. As she did so, she noticed that the binding of the hood had ripped in one place, and that the lining was fraying out, a mishap that should be promptly remedied before it spread any further. She was not a very expert needlewoman, and she thought she had better run over the way to consult Mrs. O'Driscoll, then a young matron, esteemed the handiest and most helpful person in Lisconnel. "It's the nature of her to be settin' things straight wherever she goes," Mrs. Kilfoyle said to herself, as she stood in her doorway waiting for the rain to clear off, and looking across the road to the sodden roof which sheltered her neighbour's head. It had been lying low, vanquished by a trouble which even she could not set to rights, and some of the older people say that things have gone a little crookeder in Lisconnel ever since. The shower was a vicious one, with a sting of sleet and hail in its drops, pelted about by gusts that ruffled up the puddles into ripples, all set on end like the feathers of a frightened hen. The hens themselves stood disconsolately sheltering under the bank, mostly on one leg, as if they preferred to keep up the slightest possible connection with such a very damp and disagreeable earth. You could not see far in any direction for the fluttering sheets of mist, and a stranger who had been coming along the road from Duffalane stepped out of them abruptly quite close to Mrs. Kilfoyle's door, before she knew that there was anybody near. He was a tall, elderly man, gaunt and grizzled, very ragged, and so miserable looking that Mrs. Kilfoyle could have felt nothing but compassion for him, had he not carried over his shoulder a bunch of shiny cans, which was to her mind as satisfactory a passport as a ticket of leave. For although these were yet rather early days at Lisconnel, the Tinkers had already begun to establish their reputation. So when he stopped in front of her and said, "Good day, ma'am," she only replied distantly, "It's a hardy mornin'," and hoped he would move on, but he said, "It's cruel could, ma'am," and continued to stand looking at her with wide and woeful eyes, in which she conjectured, erroneously as it happened, hunger for warmth or food. Under these circumstances, what could be done by a woman who was conscious of owning a redly glowing hearth with a big black pot, fairly well filled, clucking and bobbing upon it? To possess such wealth as this, and think seriously of withholding a share from anybody who urges the incontestable claim of wanting it, is a mood altogether foreign to Lisconnel, where the responsibilities of poverty are no doubt very imperfectly understood. Accordingly, Mrs. Kilfoyle said to the tattered tramp, "Ah, then step inside and have a couple of hot pitaties." And when he accepted the invitation without much alacrity, as if he had something else on his mind, she picked for him out of the steam 2 of the biggest potatoes, whose earth-coloured skins, cracking, showed a fair flouriness within, and she shook a little heap of salt, the only relish she had, onto the chipped white plate as she handed it to him, saying, "Sit you down be the fire there, and get a taste of the heat." Then she lifted her old shawl over her head and ran out to see where at all Brian and Thady were getting their deaths on her under the pours of rain. And as she passed the Keoghs' adjacent door, which was afterward the Sheridans', whence their Larry departed so reluctantly, young Mrs. Keogh called her to come in and look at the child, who, being a new and unique possession, was liable to develop alarmingly strange symptoms, and had now woke up wid his head that hot you might as well put your hand on the hob of the grate. Mrs. Kilfoyle stayed only long enough to suggest as a possible remedy a drop of 2 milk whey, but sure, woman dear, where at all would we come by that, wid the crathur of a goat scarce wettin' the bottom of the pan? And to draw reassuring omens from the avidity with which the invalid grabbed at a sugared crust. In fact, she was less than 5 minutes out of her house, but when she returned to it she found it empty. First, she noted with a moderate thrill of surprise that her visitor had gone away, leaving his potatoes untouched, and next, with a rough shock of dismay, that her cloak no longer lay on the window seat where she had left it. From that moment she never felt any real doubts about what had befallen her, though for some time she kept on trying to conjure them up, and searched wildly round and round and round her little room, like a distracted bee strayed into the hollow furze bush, before she sped over to Mrs. O'Driscoll with the news of her loss. It spread rapidly through Lisconnel, and brought the neighbours together exclaiming and condoling, though not in great force, as there was a fair going on down beyant, which nearly all the men and some of the women had attended. This was accounted cruel unlucky, as it left the place without any one able-bodied and active enough to go in pursuit of the thief. A prompt start might have overtaken him, especially as he was said to be a thrifle lame-footed, though Mrs. M'Gurk, who had seen him come down the hill, opined that 'twasn't the sort of lameness 'ud hinder the miscreant of steppin' out, only a square manner of flourish he had in one of his knees, as if he was gatherin' himself up to make an offer at a grasshopper's lep, and then thinkin' better of it. Little Taddy Kilfoyle reported that he had met the strange man a bit down the road, legging it along at a great rate, with a black roll of something under his arm, that he looked to be crumplin' up as small as he could. The word crumplin' went acutely to Mrs. Kilfoyle's heart, and some long-sighted people declared that they could still catch glimpses of a receding figure through the hovering fog on the way toward Sallinbeg. "I think he'd be beyond seein' afore now," said Mrs. Kilfoyle, who stood in the rain, the disconsolate centre of the group about her door, all women and children except old Johnny Keogh, who was so bothered and deaf that he grasped new situations slowly and feebly, and had now an impression of somebody's house being on fire. "He must ha' took off wid himself the instant me back was turned, for never a crumb had he touched of the pitaties." "Maybe he'd that much shame in him," said Mrs. O'Driscoll. "They'd a right to ha' choked him, troth and they had," said Ody Rafferty's aunt. "Is it chokin'?" said young Mrs. M'Gurk bitterly. "Sure the bigger thief a body is, the more he'll thrive on whatever he gits. You might think villiny was as good as butter to people's pitaties, you might so. Sharn, how are you? Liker he'd ate all he could swally in the last place he got the chance of layin' his hands on anything." "Och, woman alive, but it's the fool you were to let him out of your sight," said Ody Rafferty's aunt. "If it had been me, I'd never ha' took me eyes off him, for the look of him only goin' by made me flesh creep upon me bones." "'Deed was I," said Mrs. Kilfoyle sorrowfully. "A fine fool, and vexed she'd be, rael vexed, if she guessed the way it was gone on us, for the dear knows what dirty ould rapscallions'll get the wearin' of it now. Rael vexed she'd be." This speculation was more saddening than the actual loss of the cloak, though that bereft her wardrobe of far and away its most valuable property, which should have descended as an heirloom to her little Katty, who, however, being at present but 3 months old, lay sleeping happily, unaware of the cloud that had come over her prospects. "I wish to goodness a couple of the lads 'ud step home wid themselves this minute of time," said Mrs. McGurk. "They'd come tip wid him yet, and take it off him ready enough, and smash his ugly head for him if he would be givin' them any impudence." "Aye, and 'twould be real charity, the mane baste, or sling him in one of the bog holes," said the elder Mrs. Keogh, a mild-looking little old woman. "I'd leave for nine pennies see them comin' along. But I'm afeard it's early for them yet." Everybody's eyes turned as she spoke towards the ridge of the Knockdown, though with no particular expectation of seeing what they wished upon it. But behold, just at that moment 3 figures blurred among the grey rain mists, looming into view. "Be the powers," said Mrs. McGurk jubilantly, "it's Ody Rafferty himself. To your souls. Now you've a great good chance, ma'am, to be gettin' it back. He's the boy 'ill leg it over all before him." For in those days Ody was lithe and limber, and it's hard set the thievin' Turk'll be to get the better of him at a racin' match. Aye, och. She had begun to hail him with a call eager and shrill, which broke off in a single croak, like a young cock's unsuccessful effort. "Och, murther, murther, murther," she said to a bystander, in a disgusted undertone. "I'll give you me misfort'nate word them other 2 is the police." Now it might seem on the face of things that the arrival of those 2 active and stalwart civil servants would have been welcomed as happening just in the nick of time. Yet it argues an alien ignorance to suppose such a view of the matter by any means possible. The men in invisible green tunics belonged completely to the category of pitaty blights, rint warrens, fevers, and the like devastators of life that dog a man more or less all through it, but close in on him a pitiful quarry, when the bad seasons come and the childer and the old crathurs are starvin' wid the hunger, and his own heart is broke. Therefore, to accept assistance from them in their official capacity would have been a proceeding most reprehensibly unnatural. To put a private quarrel or injury into the hands of the peelers were a disloyal making of terms with the public foe, a condoning of great permanent wrongs for the sake of a trivial temporary convenience. Lisconnel has never been skilled in the profitable and ignoble art of utilising its enemies. Not that anybody was more than vaguely conscious of these sentiments, much less attempted to express them in set terms. When a policeman appeared there in an inquiring mood, what people said among themselves was, "Musha cock him up, I hope he'll get his health till I would be tellin' him," or words to that effect, while in reply to his questions they made statements superficially so clear and simple, and essentially so bewilderingly involved, that the longest experience could do little more for a constable than teach him the futility of wasting his time in attempts to disentangle them. Thus it was that when Mrs. Kilfoyle saw who Ody's companions were, she bade a regretful adieu to her hopes of recovering her stolen property. For how could she set him on the Tinker's felonious track without apprising them likewise? You might as well try to huroosh one chicken off a rafter and not scare the couple that were huddled beside it. The impossibility became more obvious presently as the constables, striding quickly down to where the group of women stood in the rain and wind with fluttering shawls and flapping cap borders, said briskly, "Good day to you all. Did any of yous happen to see e'er a one of them tinkering people goin' by here this mornin'?" It was a moment of strong temptation to everybody, but especially to Mrs. Kilfoyle, who had in her mind that vivid picture of her precious cloak receding from her along the wet road, recklessly wisped up in the grasp of as thankless a thievin' black-hearted slieveen as ever stepped, and not yet, perhaps, utterly out of reach, though every fleeting instant carried it nearer to that hopeless point. However, she and her neighbours stood the test unshaken. Mrs. Ryan rolled her eyes deliberatively, and said to Mrs. M'Gurk, "The saints bless us, was it yesterday or the day before, my dear, you said you seen a couple of them below, near old O'Beirne's?" And Mrs. M'Gurk replied, "Ah, sure, not at all, ma'am, glory be to goodness, I couldn't ha' told you such a thing, for I wasn't next or nigh the place. Would it ha' been Ody Rafferty's aunt? She was below there fetchin' up a bag of mail, and bedad she came home that dhreeped, the crathur, you might ha' thought she'd been after fishin' it up out of the bottom of one of them bog holes." And Mrs. Kilfoyle heroically hustled her Thady into the house as she saw him on the brink of beginning loudly to relate his encounter with a strange man, and desired him to whist and stay where he was, in a manner so sternly repressive that he actually remained there as if he had been a pebble dropped into a pool, and not, as usual, a cork to bob up again immediately. Then Mrs. M'Gurk made a bold stroke, designed to shake off the hampering presence of the professionals, and enable Ody's amateur services to be utilised while there was yet time. "I declare," she said, "now that I think of it, I seen a feller crossin' the ridge along there a while ago, like as if he was comin' from Sallinbeg ways, and according to the appearance of him, I wouldn't wonder if he was a one of them tinker crathurs, carryin' a big clump of cans he was, at any rate. I noticed the shine of thim, and he couldn't ha' got any great way yet to speak of, supposin' there was anybody lookin' to follow after him." But Constable Black crushed her hopes as he replied, "Ah, it's nobody comin' from Sallinbeg that we're anything to say to. There's after bein' a robbery last night down below at Jerry Dunne's, a shawl as good as new took, that his wife's ragin' over frantic, along wid a sight of fowl and other things. And the tinkers that was settled this long while in the boreen at the back of his haggard is quit out of it afore daylight this mornin', every rogue of them. So we'd have more than a notion where the properties went to if we could tell the road they've took. We thought like enough some of them might ha' come this way." Now, Mr. Jerry Dunne was not a popular person in Lisconnel, where he has even become, as we have seen, proverbial for what we called ould niggardliness, for there was a general tendency to say the devil's cure to him, and listen complacently to any details their visitors could impart. For in his private capacity a policeman provided that he be otherwise a decent lad, which, to do him justice, is commonly the case, may join with a few unobtrusive restrictions in our neighbourly gossips. The rule, in fact, being free admission except on business. Only Mrs. Kilfoyle was so much cast down by her misfortune that she could not raise herself to the level of an interest in the affairs of her thrifty suitor, and the babel of voices relating and commenting sounded as meaningless as the patter of the drops that jumped like little fishes in the large puddle at their feet. It had spread considerably before Constable Black said to his comrade, "Well, Daly, we'd better be steppin' home wid ourselves as wise as we come, as the man said when he axed his road of the ould black horse in the dark lane. There's no good goin' further, for the whole gang of them scattered over the country again now like a seedin' thistle in a high wind." "Ay, bedad," said Constable Daly, "and be the same token, this one 'ud skin a tanned elephant. It's only bogged and drenched we'd get. Look at what's comin' up over there. That rain's snow on the hills, every good drop of it. I seen Ben Bawn this mornin' as white as the top of a mushroom. And it's thickenin' wid sleet here this minute, and so it is." The landscape did, indeed, frown upon further explorations. In quarters where the rain had abated, it seemed as if the mists had curdled on the breath of the bitter air, and they lay floating in long white bars and reefs low on the track of their own shadow, which threw down upon the sombre bogland deeper strains of gloom. Here and there one caught on the crest of some grey bouldered knoll, and was teased into fleecy threads that trailed melting instead of tangling. But toward the north the horizon was all blank, with one vast smooth slant of slate colour, like a penthouse roof, which had a sliding motion onwards. Ody Rafferty pointed to it and said, "Troth, it's teemin' powerful this instant up there in the mountains. 'Twill be much if you land home afore it's atop of you, for 'twould be the most I could do myself." And as the constables departed hastily, most people forgot the stolen cloak for a while, to wonder whether their friends would escape being entirely drowned on the way back from the fair. Mrs. Kilfoyle, however, still stood in deep dejection at her door, and said, "Och, but she was a great fool to go let the likes of him set foot within her house." To console her, Mrs. O'Driscoll said, "Ah, sure, sorry a fool were you, woman dear. How would you know the villainy of him? And if you'd turn the man away widout givin' him ever a bit, it's bad you'd be thinkin' of it all the day after." And to improve the occasion for her juniors, old Mrs. Keogh added, "Aye, and more betoken, you had a been committin' a sin." But Mrs. Kilfoyle replied with much candour, "'Deed then, I'd a tale liefer me after committin' a sin or a dozen sins than to have me poor mother's good cloak thieved away on me, and walkin' wild about the world." As it happened, the fate of Mrs. Kilfoyle's cloak was very different from her forecast. But I do not think that a knowledge of it would have been consolatory to her by any means. If she had heard of it, she would probably have said, "The cross of Christ upon us, God be good to the misfortunate cratur," for she was not at all of an implacable temper, and would under the circumstances have condoned even the injury that obliged her to appear at mass with a flannel petticoat over her head until the end of her days. Yet she did hold the Tinkers in a perhaps somewhat too unqualified reprobation, for there are Tinkers and Tinkers. Some of them indeed are stout and sturdy thieves, veritable birds of prey, whose rapacity is continually questing for plunder. But some of them have merely the magpie's and jackdaw's thievish propensity for picking up what lies temptingly in their way, and some few are so honest that they pass by as harmlessly as a wedge of high-flying wild duck. And I have heard it said that to places like Lisconnel their pickings and stealings have at worst never been so serious a matter as those of another flock, finer of feather, but not less predacious in their habits, who roosted for the most part a long way off, and made their collections by deputy. Copyright 1895 by Dodd, Mead and Company. Walled Out, from Bogland Studies. And once we were restin' a bit in the sun on the smooth hillside, where the grass felt warm to your hand as the fleece of a sheep. For wide, as we looked overhead and around, 'twas all ablaze and aglow, and the blue was blinking up from the blackest bog holes below. And the scent of the bog mint was strong on the air, and never a sound but the plover's pipe that ye'll seldom miss by a lone bit o' ground. And he leaned, Mr. Pierce, on his elbow, and stared at the sky as he smoked, till just in an idle way he stretched out his hand and stroked the feathers of a wan of the snipe that was kilt and lay close by on the grass, and there was the death in the creature's eye like a breath upon glass. And says he, "It's queer to think that a hole ye might bore wid a pin it'll be wide enough to let such a power of darkness in, or such a power of light. And it's queer to think," says he, "that one of these days the like is bound to happen to you and me." Then Mr. Barry, he says, "Musha, how's one to know but there's light on t'other side of the dark, as the day comes after the night?" "And och," said Mr. Pierce, "what's more our knowin', save the mark, than guessin' which way the chances run, and thinks I, they run to the dark. Or else agin now, some glint of a beam had come slithered and slid. Sure light's not easy to hide, and what for should it be hid?" Up he stood with a sort of laugh. "If on light," says he, "you're set, let's make the most of this same, as it's all that we're like to get." Thim were his words, as I minded well, for often afore and since, the identical thought 'ud bother me head that seemed to bother him then. And many's the time I'd be wonderin' whatever it all might mean, the sky and the land and the beasts, and the rest of them plain as plain, and all behind and beyond them a big black shadow let fall. You'll strain the sight out of your eyes, but there it stands like a wall. And there, says I to myself, we're goin' wherever we go, but where we'll be when we get there, it's never a know, I know. Then whilst I thought I was maybe a thuckun to trouble me mind wid strivin' to comprehend unnatural things of the kind, and quality now that have learnin' might know the rights of the case, but ignorant ones like me had better lave it in place. Priest, to be sure, and parson, accordin' to what they say, the whole mather's plain as a pikestaff, and clear as the day. And to hear them talk of a world beyond, you'd think at the least they'd been dead and buried half their lives, and had tramped it from west to east. And who's for above and who's for below, they're as pat as if they could tell the name of every saint in heaven and every divil in hell, but cock up the lives of themselves to be settlin' it all to their taste, I says, and the wife she says I'm no more nor a heathen beast. For mighty few of them's real quality. Musha, they're mostly a pack of plebeians, each wid a tag to his name and a long black coat to his back. And it's only romancin' they are belike. A man must stick be his trade, and they get their livin' by lettin' on they know how one's soul is made. And in chapel or church they're bound to know somethin' for sure, good or bad, or where'd be the sense of their preachin' and prayers and hymns and howlin' like mad. So who'd go mindin' 'em, barrin' women, in course, and wains, that believe most aught ye tell 'em, if they don't understand what it manes? Bedad, if it warn't the nature of women to want the wit, parson and priest, I'm a thinkin', might shut up their shop and quit. But och, it's loss and distracted the creatures 'ud be without their bit of diversion on Sundays, when all of them gits about, clutherin' and plutherin' together like hins and a roostin' in rows, and meetin' their friends and the neighbours, and wearin' their dacint clothes. And sure it's quare that the clergy can't ever agree to be tellin' the same true story, since they know such a wonderful heap. For many a thing priest tells ye, the parson says is a lie, and which has a right to be wrong, the devil a much know I. For all the differ I see 'twixt the pair of them 'ud fit in a nut, one for the Union and one for the League, and both of them bitter as soot. But Mr. Pearce, that's a gentleman born, and has college learnin' and all. There he was, starin' no wiser than me, where the shadow stands like a wall. Authorized American Edition, Dodd, Mead and Company. End of section 12. Recording by James Carson.
Section 13 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 13. A Feast by Joel Barlow. Joel Barlow, 1754 to 1812. One morning late in the July of 1778, a select company gathered in the little chapel of Yale College to listen to orations and other exercises by a picked number of students of the senior class, one of whom, named Barlow, had been given the coveted honor of delivering what was termed the commencement poem. Those of the audience who came from a distance carried back to their homes in elm-shaded Norwich, or Stratford, or Lichfield high on its hills, lively recollections of a handsome young man and of his prospect of peace, whose cheerful prophecies in heroic verse so greatly improved the occasion. They had heard that he was a farmer's son from Redding, Connecticut, who had been to school at Hanover, New Hampshire, and had entered Dartmouth College, but soon removed to Yale on account of its superior advantages; that he had twice seen active service in the Continental Army, and that he was engaged to marry a beautiful New Haven girl. The brilliant career predicted for Barlow did not begin immediately. Distaste for war, hope of securing a tutorship in college, and, we may well believe, Miss Ruth's entreaties kept him in New Haven 2 years longer, engaged in teaching and in various courses of study. The prospect of peace had been issued in pamphlet form, and the compliments paid the author incited him to plan a poem of a philosophic character on the subject of America at large, bearing the title "The Vision of Columbus." The appointment as tutor never came, and instead of cultivating the muse in peaceful New Haven, he was forced to evoke her aid in a tent on the banks of the Hudson, whither, after a hurried course in theology, he proceeded as an army chaplain in 1780. During his connection with the army, which lasted until its disbandment in 1783, he won repute by lyrics written to encourage the soldiers, and by a flaming political sermon, as he termed it, on the treason of Arnold. Army life ended, Barlow removed to Hartford, where he studied law, edited the American Mercury, a weekly paper he had helped to found, and with John Trumbull, Lemuel Hopkins, and David Humphreys formed a literary club which became widely known as the Hartford Wits. Its chief publication, a series of political lampoons styled the Anarchiad, satirized those factions whose disputes imperiled the young republic, and did much to influence public opinion in Connecticut and elsewhere in favor of the federal Constitution. A revision and enlargement of Dr. Watts' Book of Psalmody, and the publication (1787) of his own Vision of Columbus, occupied part of Barlow's time while in Hartford. The latter poem was extravagantly praised, ran through several editions, and was republished in London and Paris. But the poet, who now had a wife to support, could not live by his pen nor by the law, and when in 1788 he was urged by the Scioto Land Company to become its agent in Paris, he gladly accepted. The company was a private association formed to buy large tracts of government land situated in Ohio and sell them in Europe to capitalists or actual settlers. This failed disastrously, and Barlow was left stranded in Paris, where he remained, supporting himself partly by writing, partly by business ventures. Becoming intimate with the leaders of the Girondist party, the man who had dedicated his Vision of Columbus to Louis XVI, and had also dined with the nobility, now began to figure as a zealous republican and as a liberal in religion. From 1790 to 1793 he passed most of his time in London, where he wrote a number of political pamphlets for the Society for Constitutional Information, an organization openly favoring French republicanism and a revision of the British Constitution. Here also, in 1791, he finished a work entitled Advice to the Privileged Orders, which probably would have run through many editions had it not been suppressed by the British government. The book was an arraignment of tyranny in church and state, and was quickly followed by The Conspiracy of Kings, an attack in verse on those European countries which had combined to kill republicanism in France. In 1792, Barlow was made a citizen of France as a mark of appreciation of a letter addressed to the National Convention, giving that body advice, and when the convention sent commissioners to organize the province of Savoy into a department, Barlow was one of the number. As a candidate for deputy from Savoy, he was defeated, but his visit was not fruitless, for at Chambéry the sight of a dish of maize meal porridge reminded him of his early home in Connecticut and inspired him to write in that ancient French town a typical Yankee poem, Hasty Pudding. Its preface, in prose, addressed to Mrs. Washington, assured her that simplicity of diet was one of the virtues, and, if cherished by her, as it doubtless was, it would be more highly regarded by her countrywomen. Between the years of 1795 to 97, Barlow held the important but unenviable position of United States consul at Algiers, and succeeded both in liberating many of his countrymen who were held as prisoners and in perfecting treaties with the rulers of the Barbary States, which gave United States vessels entrance to their ports and secured them from piratical attacks. On his return to Paris, he translated Volney's Ruins into English, made preparations for writing histories of the American and French revolutions, and expanded his Vision of Columbus into a volume which, as the Columbiad, a beautiful specimen of typography, was published in Philadelphia in 1807 and republished in London. The poem was held to have increased Barlow's fame, but it is stilted and monotonous, and Hasty Pudding has done more to perpetuate his name. In 1805, Barlow returned to the United States and bought an estate near Washington, D.C., where he entertained distinguished visitors. In 1811, he returned to France authorized to negotiate a treaty of commerce. After waiting 9 months, he was invited by Napoleon, who was then in Poland, to a conference at Wilna. On his arrival, Barlow found the French army on the retreat from Moscow, and endured such privations on the march, that on December 24th he died of exhaustion at the village of Zarnowiec near Cracow, and there was buried. Barlow's part in developing American literature was important, and therefore he has a rightful place in a work which traces that development. He certainly was a man of varied ability and power, who advanced more than one good cause and stimulated the movement toward higher thought. The only complete Life and Letters of Joel Barlow, by Charles Burr Todd, published in 1888, gives him unstinted praise as excelling in statesmanship, letters, and philosophy. With more assured justice, which all can echo, it praises his nobility of spirit as a man. No one can read the letter to his wife written from Algiers when he thought himself in danger of death, without a warm feeling for so unselfish and affectionate a nature. A Feast. From Hasty Pudding. There are various ways of preparing and eating hasty pudding, with molasses, butter, sugar, cream, and fried. Why so excellent a thing cannot be eaten alone? Nothing is perfect alone. Even man, who boasts of so much perfection, is nothing without his fellow substance. In eating, beware of the lurking heat that lies deep in the mass. Dip your spoon gently, take shallow dips, and cool it by degrees. It is sometimes necessary to blow. This is indicated by certain signs which every experienced feeder knows. They should be taught to young beginners. I have known a child's tongue blistered for want of this attention, and then the school dame would insist that the poor thing had told a lie. A mistake. The falsehood was in the faithless pudding. A prudent mother will cool it for her child with her own sweet breath. The husband, seeing this, pretends his own wants blowing too from the same lips. A sly deceit of love. She knows the cheat, but feigning ignorance, lends her pouting lips and gives a gentle blast, which warms the husband's heart more than it cools his pudding. The days grow short, but though the falling sun To the glad swain proclaims his day's work done, Night's pleasing shades his various tasks prolong, And yield new subjects to my various song. For now the corn house filled, the harvest home, The invited neighbors to the husking come. A frolic scene, where work and mirth and play Unite their charms to chase the hours away. Where the huge heap lies centred in the hall, The lamp suspended from the cheerful wall, Brown corn-fed nymphs and strong hard-handed beaux, Alternate ranged, extend in circling rows, Assume their seats, the solid mass attack. The dry husks rustle, and the corn cobs crack. The song, the laugh, alternate notes resound, And the sweet cider trips in silence round. The laws of husking every wight can tell, And sure no laws he ever keeps so well. For each red ear a general kiss he gains, With each smut ear he smuts the luckless swains. But when to some sweet maid a prize is cast, Red as her lips and taper as her waist, She walks the round and culls one favored beau, Who leaps the luscious tribute to bestow. Various the sport, as are the wits and brains, Of well-pleased lasses and contending swains, Till the vast mound of corn is swept away, And he that gets the last ear wins the day. Meanwhile the housewife urges all her care, The well-earned feast to hasten and prepare. The sifted meal already waits her hand, the milk is strained, the bowls in order stand. The fire flames high, and as a pool that takes the headlong stream that o'er the mill dam breaks, foams, roars, and rages with incessant toils, so the vexed cauldron rages, roars, and boils. First with clean salt she seasons well the food, then strews the flour and thickens well the flood. Long o'er the simmering fire she lets it stand. To stir it well demands a stronger hand. The husband takes his turn, and round the ladle flies, at last the toil is crowned. When to the board the thronging huskers pour, and take their seats as at the corn before. I leave them to their feast, there still belong more useful matters to my faithful song. For rules there are, though ne'er unfolded yet, nice rules and wise how pudding should be ate. Some with molasses grace the luscious treat, and mix, like bards, the useful and the sweet. A wholesome dish, and well deserving praise, a great resource in those bleak wintry days, when the chilled earth lies buried deep in snow, and raging Boreas dries the shivering cow. Blest cow, thy praise shall still my notes employ, great source of health, the only source of joy. Mother of Egypt's God, but sure for me, were I to leave my God, I'd worship thee. How oft thy teats these pious hands have pressed, how oft thy bounties prove my only feast. How oft I've fed thee with my favorite grain, and roared like thee to see thy children slain. Ye swains who know her various worth to prize, ah, house her well from winter's angry skies. Potatoes, pumpkins, should her sadness cheer, corn from your crib, and mashes from your beer. When spring returns, she'll well acquit the loan, and nurse at once your infants and her own. Milk, then, with pudding I should always choose. To this in future I confine my muse, till she in haste some further hints unfold, good for the young, nor useless to the old. First in your bowl the milk abundant take, then drop with care along the silver lake your flakes of pudding. These at first will hide their little bulk beneath the swelling tide, but when their growing mass no more can sink, when the soft island looms above the brink, then check your hand, you've got the portion due, so taught my sire, and what he taught is true. There is a choice in spoons, though small appear the nice distinction, yet to me 'tis clear. The deep bowled Gallic spoon, contrived to scoop in ample draughts the thin diluted soup, performs not well in those substantial things, whose mass adhesive to the metal clings, where the strong labial muscles must embrace the gentle curve and sweep the hollow space. With ease to enter and discharge the freight, a bowl less concave, but still more dilate, becomes the pudding best. The shape, the size, a secret rests, unknown to vulgar eyes. Experienced feeders can alone impart a rule so much above the lore of art. These tuneful lips that 1,000 spoons have tried, with just precision could the point decide, though not in song, the muse but poorly shines in cones and cubes and geometric lines, yet the true form, as near as she can tell, is that small section of a goose egg shell, which in 2 equal portions shall divide the distance from the centre to the side. Fear not to slaver, 'tis no deadly sin. Like the free Frenchman, from your joyous chin Suspend the ready napkin; or, like me, Poise with one hand your bowl upon your knee, Just in the zenith your wise head project, Your full spoon rising in a line direct, Bold as a bucket; heed no drops that fall, The wide mouthed bowl will surely catch them all. Section 14
of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy, www.techsavvy.wordpress.com. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 14. Selected Works by William Barnes. Had he chosen to write solely in familiar English rather than in the dialect of his native Dorsetshire, every modern anthology would be graced by the verses of William Barnes, and to multitudes who now know him not, his name would have become associated with many a country sight and sound. Other poets have taken homely subjects for their themes: the hayfield, the chimney nook, milking time, the blossoming of high-bowed hedges. But it is not every one who has sung out of the fullness of his heart, and with a naïve delight in that of which he sung, and so by reason of their faithfulness to everyday life and to nature, and by their spontaneity and tenderness, his lyrics, fables, and eclogues appeal to cultivated readers as well as to the rustics whose quaint speech he made his own. Short and simple are the annals of his life. For a brief period excepted, it was passed in his native county, though Dorset, for all his purposes, was as wide as the world itself. His birthplace was Bagbeer, in the Vale of Blackmore, far up the valley of the Stour, where his ancestors had been freeholders. The death of his parents while he was a boy threw him on his own resources, and while he was at school at Sturminster and Dorchester he supported himself by clerical work in attorneys' offices. After he left school his education was mainly self-gained, but it was so thorough that in 1827 he became master of a school at Mere Wilts, and in 1835 opened a boarding school in Dorchester, which he conducted for a number of years. A little later he spent a few terms at Cambridge, and in 1847 received ordination. From that time until his death in 1886 most of his days were spent in the little parishes of Whitcombe and Winterbourne, near Dorchester, where his duties as rector left him plenty of time to spend on his favourite studies. To the last, Barnes wrote the picturesque dress of the 18th century, and to the tourist he became almost as much a curiosity as the relics of Roman occupation described in a guide-book he compiled. When one is at the same time a linguist, a musician, an antiquary, a profound student of philology, and skilled withal in the graphic arts, it would seem inevitable that he should have more than a local reputation. But when in 1844 a thin volume entitled Poems in Rural Life in the Dorset Dialect appeared in London, few bookshop frequenters had ever heard of the author. But he was ready, well known throughout Dorset, and there he was content to be known, a welcome guest in castle and hall, but never happier than when, gathering about him the Jobs and Lettys with whom Thomas Hardy has made us familiar, he delighted their ears by reciting his verses. The dialect of Dorset, he boasted, was the least corrupted form of English. Therefore, to commend it as a vehicle of expression, and to help preserve his mother tongue from corruption, and to purge it of words not of Anglo-Saxon or Teutonic origin, this was one of the dreams of his life. He put his impressions of rural scenery and his knowledge of human character into metrical form. He is remembered by scholars here and there for the number of works on philology, and one in which, with zeal, but with the battle against him, he aimed to teach the English language by using words of Teutonic derivation only. But it is through his 4 volumes of poems that he is better remembered. These include Homely Rhymes, 1859, Poems of Rural Life, 1862, and Poems of Rural Life in Common English, 1863. The three collections of dialect poems were brought out in one volume with a glossary in 1879. A poet fresh as the dew, the first English purely pastoral poets, the best writer of eclogue since Theocritus. These are some of the tardy tributes paid him. With a sympathy for his fellow men, and humor akin to that of Burns, with a feeling for nature as keen as Wordsworth's, though less subjective, and with a power of depicting a scene with a few well-chosen epithets which recalls Tennyson, Barnes has fairly earned his title to remembrance. The Life of William Barnes, poet and philologist, written by his daughter, Mrs. Baxter, was published in 1887. There are numerous articles relating to him in periodical literature, one of which, a sketch by Thomas Hardy, in volume 86 of the Athenaeum, is of peculiar interest. Blackmore Maidens. The primrose in the sheed do blow, the cowslip in the sun, the thyme upon the down do grow, the clouty where streams do run. And where do pretty maidens grow, and blow, but where the tower do rise among the brooken tuns? In Blackmore by the Stour? If you could see the comely gait, and pretty faces smiles, a tripping on so light a weight, and stepping off the stiles, again to church as bells do swing, and ring within the tower, you'd own the pretty maidens, please. Is Blackmore by the Stour? If you roam Wimborne took your road to Stour or Paladore, and all the farmers' housen showed their daughters at the door, you'd cry to bachelors at home, here come within an hour, you'll find 10 maidens to your mind, in the Blackmore by the Stour. If you'd looked within the door, to see 'em in their please, a-doing housework up a-war their smilin' mother's fees, you'd cry, why, if a man would vive and thrive it without a dower, then let and look and out as wife, in Blackmore by the Stour. As I upon my road did pass a school-house back in May, there out upon the beaten grass were maidens at their play, and as the pretty souls did twirl and smile, I cried, the flower, O beauty, then, is still in bud, in Blackmore by the Stour. May. Come out of door, 'tis spring this May, the trees be green, the yields be gay, the weather's warm, the winter blast, all his train o' clouds is past, the sun do rise while folk do sleep, to take a higher daily sweep, cloudless feast a flinging down his sparkling light upon the ground, the air's a streamin' soft, come drow, the winder open let it blow, in drow the house where wire and door are shut kept out the cold of war. Come, let the few dull embers die, and come below the open sky, and wear your best for fear the ground in colours gay mid sheem your gown, and go and rig we me a smile or two up over gate and stile, drow zunny perrocks that do lead crooked hedges to the mead, where elms high in stately ranks do rise roam yellow cowslip banks, and birds do twitter roam the spray, o bushes decked wi' snow-white May, and gill cups wi' the daisy bed, under every step you tread. We'll wind up now the hill and look all down the thickly timbered nook, out where the squire's house do show his grey-walled peaks up drow the row, o shady elms where the rock do build her nest, and where the brook do creep along the meads, and lie to catch the brightness of the sky, and cows in water to their knees do stand a whisking of the lees. Mother o' blossoms, and of all that fair afield from spring till fall, the cuckoo o'er white weaved seas do come to sing in thy green trees, and butterflies in giddy flight do gleam the most by the gay light. Oh, when at last my fleshly eyes shall shut upon the vales and skies, midsummer's sunny days be gone, and winter's clouds be come on, nor mid I draw upon the earth, O thy sweet air, my latest breath. Alassen, I mid want to stay behind for thee, O flowery May. Milking Time. Poems of Rural Life. 'Twere when the busy birds did lee, wee shining wings, roam tree to tree, to build upon the mossy limb their hollow nests rounded rim, the while the sun, a sinking low, did roll along his evening bow. I come along where the white horned cows, within a nook as screened by boughs, did stand and flip the white hooped pails, wi' hairy tufts o' swinging tails. And there were Jenny Combe agone, along the path a few steps on, a bearing on her head up straight her pail wi' slowly riding weight, and hoops a sheening lily white again the evening's slanting light. And so I took her pail, and left her neck a freed roam all his heft, and she a looking up and down, wi' sheeply head and glossy crown. Then took my side and kept my peace, a talking on wi' smiling fees, and setting things in such a light, I'd fain a heerd her talk all night. And when I brought her milk avore, the geet she took it to the door, and if her pail had but allowed her head to wall, she would have bowed. And still as 'twere I had the sight, oh, her sweet smile drew out the night. Jessie Lee. Above the timber's bending shouds, the western wind did softly blow, and up o'er the nap the clouds did ride as wide as driven snow. Roam west to east the clouds did swim, wi' wind that plied the elm's limb. Roam west to east the stream did glide, a sheening wide, wi' wind and brim. How fair I thought o'er the sky the slowly swimming clouds do look, how soft the winds a streaming by, how bright do roll the wee brook. When there a passing on my right, a walking slow and treading light, young Jessie Lee come by, and there took all my seer and all my sight. Wo lovely were the looks of her face, held up o'er the western sky, and comely were the steps her piece did meek a walking slowly by. But I went east wi' bitten breast, wi' wind and cloud and brook wore rest. Wi' rest a lost, wore Jessie gone, so lovely on toward the west. Blow on, O winds, athwart the hill, swim on, O clouds, O waters tall. Down meshy rocks from mill to mill, I can now overlook ye all. But roll, O sun, and bring to me my day, if such a day there be, when some dear path to my abode shall be the road of Jessie Lee. The Turnstile. Ah, sad were we as we did pace the old church road wi' downcast face, the white the bells that moaned so deep above our child a left asleep, where now a singing all alive, we t'other bells to meek the wife. But up at Wound's place we come by, 'twere hard to keep Wound's two eyes dry. On Stean Cliff Road within the throng, up where as folk do pass along, the turnstile a painted white, do shinen by day and show by night. Were always there as we did go to church, thick stile did let us strow, we spreading arms that wheel to guide us each in turn to t'other side. and wust of all the train he took, my wife wi' winsome gait and look. And then zent on my little maid, a skipping onward overjoyed, to reach again the please of pride, her comely mother left and zide. And then a wheeling down White Nook, and in the fourth a shaking wild, he zent us on our giddy child. But yesterday he guided slow my downcast Jenny full of woe, and then my little maid in black, a walking softly on her track, and after he'd a turned again, to let me go along the land. He had no little boy to will his lithe white arms, and they stood still to the water crowfoot. O small feast flower that now dost bloom, to stud we white the shallow froom, and leave the cloud to spread his flower on darksome pools o' stoneless tower, when softly risen airs do cool the water in the shining pool. Thy beds o' snow white buds do gleam, so fair upon the sky blue stream, as white as clouds a hanging high o'er the blueness of the sky. The yellow water lily. Summer and winter, when I led by summer streams the pride o' Lee as neighbours thought her, while the sun wi' evening beams did cast our sheaves athird the water, winds a blowing, streams a flowing, skies a glowing, tokens of my joys zoo fleeting, heightened it that happy meeting. Then when maid and man took places, gay in winter's Christmas dances, showing in their merry faces kindly smiles and glistening glances, stars a winking, days a shrinking, sheets a zinking, brought anew the happy meeting that did make the night to fleeting. End of section 14. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 15 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by Marianne Spiegel. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 15. The Courtin' of T'nowhead's Bell, by James Matthew Barrie. James Matthew Barrie, 1860 James Matthew Barrie was born May 9th, 1860, at Kirriemuir, Scotland, Thrums, a son of a physician whom he has lovingly embodied as Dr. McQueen, and with a mother and sister who will live as Jess and Libby. After an academy course at Dumfries, he entered the University of Edinburgh at 18, where he graduated M.A. and took honours in the English literature class. A few months later he took a place on a newspaper in Nottingham, England, and in the spring of 1885 went to London, where the papers had begun to accept his work. James M. Barrie. Above all, the St. James's Gazette had published the first of the Auld Licht Idylls, November 17, 1884, and the editor, Frederick Greenwood, instantly perceiving a new and rich genius, advised him to work the vein further, enforcing the advice by refusing to accept his contributions on other subjects. He had the usual painful struggle to become a successful journalist, detailed in When a Man's Single, but his real work was other and greater. In 1887, When a Man's Single came out serially in the British Weekly. It had little merit except in the Scottish prelude, which is of high quality in style and pathos. It is curious how utterly his powers desert him the moment he leaves his native heath. Like Antaeus, he is a giant on his mother earth and a pygmy off it. His first published book was Better Dead, 1887. It works out a cynical idea, which would be amusing in 5 pages, but is diluted into tediousness by being spread over 50. But in 1889 came a second masterpiece, A Window in Thrums, a continuation of the Auld Licht series, from an inside instead of an outside standpoint, not superior to the first, but their full equals in a deliciousness of which one cannot say how much is matter and how much style. My Lady Nicotine appeared in 1890. It was very popular, and has some amusing sketches, but no enduring quality. An Edinburgh 11, 1890, is a set of sketches of his classmates and professors. In 1891 the third of his Scottish works appeared, The Little Minister, which raised him from the rank of an admirable sketch writer to that of an admirable novelist, despite its fantastic plot and detail. Since then he has written 3 plays, Walker, London, Jane Annie, and The Professor's Love Story, the latter very successful and adding to his reputation, but no literature except his novel Sentimental Tommy, just closed in Scribner's Magazine. The novel is not only a great advance on The Little Minister in symmetry of construction, reality of matter, tragic power, and insight, but its tone is very different. Though as rich in humor, the humor is largely of a grim, bitter, and sardonic sort. The light, gay, buoyant fun of The Little Minister, which makes it a perpetual enjoyment, has mostly vanished. In its stead, we feel that the writer's sensitive nature is wrung by the swarming catastrophes he cannot avert, the endless wrecks on the ocean of life he cannot succor, and hardly less by those spiritual tragedies and ironies so much worse, on a true scale of valuation, than any material misfortune. The full secret of Mr. Barrie's genius, as of all genius, eludes analysis, but some of its characteristics are not hard to define. His wonderful keenness of observation and tenacity of remembrance of the pettinesses of daily existence, which in its amazing minuteness reminds us of Dickens and Mark Twain, and his sensitiveness to the humorous aspects of their little misfits and hypocrisies and lack of proportion, might if untempered have made him a literary cynic like some others, remembered chiefly for the salience he gave to the ugly meanness of life and the ironies of fate. But his good angel added to these a gift of quick, sure, and spontaneous sympathy and wide spiritual understanding. This fills all his higher work with a generous appreciativeness, a justness of judgment, a tenderness of feeling, which elevate as well as charm the reader. He makes us love the most grotesque characters, whom in life we should dislike and avoid, by the sympathetic fineness of his interpretation of their springs of life and their warping by circumstance. The impression left on one by the studies of the Thrums community is not primarily of intellectual and spiritual narrowness, or niggardly thrift, or dour natures. All are there, but with them are souls reaching after God and often flowering into beauty, and we reverence the quenchless aspiration of a maligned human nature for an ideal far above its reach. He achieves the rare feat of portraying every pettiness and prejudice, even the meannesses and dishonors of a poor and hide-bound country village, yet leaving us with both sincere respect and warm liking for it, a thing possible only to one himself of a fine nature as well as of a large mind. Nor is there any mawkishness or cheap surface sentimentality in it all. His pathos never makes you wince. You can always read his works aloud, the deadly and unfailing test of anything flat or pinchbeck in literature. His gift of humor saves him from this. True humor and true pathos are always found together, because they are not two but one, twin aspects of the very same events. He who sees the ludicrous in misfits must see their sadness too. He who can laugh at a tumble must grieve over it. Both are inevitable and both are coincident. As a literary artist he belongs in the foremost rank. He has that sense of the typical in incident, of the universal in feeling, and of the suggestive in language, which marks the chief of letters. No one can express an idea with fewer strokes. He never expands a sufficient hint into an essay. His management of the Scottish dialect is masterly. He uses it sparingly, in the nearest form to English compatible with retaining the flavor. He never makes it so hard as to interfere with enjoyment. In few dialect writers do we feel so little alienness. Auld Licht Idylls is a set of regular descriptions of the real life of Thrums, with special reference to the ways and character of the old lights, the stubborn, conservative Scotch Puritans. It contains also a most amusing and characteristic love story of the sect, given below, and a satiric poetical skit. A Window in Thrums is mainly a series of selected incidents in detail, partly from the view of a crippled woman, Jess, sitting at her window, and piecing out what she sees with great shrewdness from her knowledge of the general current affairs, aided by her daughter Libby. The little minister is developed from the real story of a Scotch clergyman who brought home a wife from afar, of so alien a sort to the general run that the parish spent the rest of her short life in speculating on her previous history and weaving legends about her. Barrie's imagined explanation is of Arabian Nights' preposterousness of incident, and indeed is only a careless fairy tale in substance, but it is so rich in delicious filling, so full of his best humor, sentiment, character drawing, and fine feeling, that one hardly cares whether it has any plot at all. Sentimental Tommy is a study of a sensitive, mobile boy, a born poser, who passes his life in cloud castles where he always dramatizes himself as the hero, who has no continuity of purpose, and no capacity of self-sacrifice except in spasms of impulse, and in emotional feeling which is real to itself. A spiritual Proteus, who deceives even himself, and only now and then recognizes his own moral elusiveness, like Hawthorne's scarecrow gentleman before the mirror, but with the irresistible instincts also of the born literary creator and constructor. The other characters are drawn with great power and truth. The judgment of contemporaries is rarely conclusive, and we will not attempt to anticipate that of posterity. It may be said, however, that the best applicable touchstone of permanency is that of seeming continuously fresh to cultivated tastes after many readings, and that Mr. Barrie's 4 best books bear the test without failure. The Courting of T'nowhead's Belle, from Auld Licht Idylls. For 2 years it had been notorious in the square that Sam'l Dickie was thinking of courting T'nowhead Belle, and that if little Sanders Elshioner, which is the Thrums pronunciation of Alexander, went in for her, he might prove a formidable rival. Sam'l was a weaver in the tenements, and Sanders a coal carter whose trademark was a bell on his horse's neck that told when coals were coming. Being something of a public man, Sanders had not, perhaps, so high a social position as Sam'l, but he had succeeded his father on the coal cart, while the weaver had already tried several trades. It had always been against Sam'l, too, that once when the kirk was vacant he had advised the selection of the 3rd minister who preached for it, on the ground that it came expensive to pay a large number of candidates. The scandal of the thing was hushed up, out of respect for his father, who was a God-fearing man. But Sam'l was known by it in Lang Tammas's circle. The coal carter was called Little Sanders, to distinguish him from his father, who was not much more than half his size. He had grown up with the name, and its inapplicability now came home to nobody. Sam'l's mother had been more far-seeing than Sanders's. Her man had been called Sammy all his life, because it was the name he got as a boy, so when their eldest son was born, she spoke of him as Sam'l while still in the cradle. The neighbors imitated her, and thus the young man had a better start in life than had been granted to Sammy, his father. It was Saturday evening, the night in the week when Auld Licht young men fell in love. Sam'l Dickie, wearing a blue Glengarry bonnet with a red ball on the top, came to the door of a 1-story house in the tenements, and stood there wriggling, for he was in a suit of tweeds for the first time that week, and did not feel at one with them. When his feeling of being a stranger to himself wore off, he looked up and down the road, which straggles between houses and gardens, and then, picking his way over the puddles, crossed to his father's hen house and sat down. He was now on his way to the square. Eppie Fargus was sitting on an adjoining dyke, knitting stockings, and Sam'l looked at her for a time. "Is't yoursel, Eppie?" he said at last. "It's a that," said Eppie. "Who's a wi' ye?" asked Sam'l. "We're juist aff and on," replied Eppie, cautiously. There was not much more to say, but as Sam'l sidled off the hen house, he murmured politely, "Ay, ay." In another minute he would have been fairly started, but Eppie resumed the conversation. "Sam'l," she said, with a twinkling in her eye, "ye can tell Lisbeth Fargus. I'll likely be drapping in on her aboot Monday or Tiesday." Lisbeth was a sister to Eppie, and wife of Thomas McQuhatty, better known as T'nowhead, which was the name of his farm. She was thus Bell's mistress. Sam'l leaned against the hen house, as if all of his desire to depart had gone. "Hoo d'ye kin I'll be at the T'nowhead the nicht?" he asked, grinning in anticipation. "Oo, I'se warrant ye'll be after Bell," said Eppie. "I'm no sae sure o' that," said Sam'l, trying to leer. He was enjoying himself now. "Am no sure o' that," he repeated, for Eppie seemed lost in stitches. "Sam'l?" "Ay." "Ye'll be speirin' her soon noo, I dinna doot?" This took Sam'l, who had only been courting Bell for a year or two, a little aback. "Hoo d'ye mean, Eppie?" he asked. "Maybe ye'll do't the nicht." "Na, there's nae hurry," said Sam'l. "Weel, we're coontin' on't, Sam'l." "Gae wa wi' ye." "What for no?" "Gae wa wi' ye," said Sam'l again. "Bell's gey and fond o' ye, Sam'l." "Ay," said Sam'l, "but I'm dootin' ye're fell billy wi' the lasses." "Ay, oh, I dinna ken. Moderate, moderate," said Sam'l, in high delight. "I saw ye," said Eppie, speaking with a wire in her mouth, "gaen on terrible wi' Mysy Haggart at the pump last Saturday." "We was juist amoosin' oursel's," said Sam'l. "It'll be nae amoosement to Mysy," said Eppie, "gin ye brak her heart." "Losh, Eppie," said Sam'l, "I dinna think o' that." "Ye maun kin weel, Sam'l, 'at there's mony a lass wid jump at ye." "Ou, weel," said Sam'l, implying that a man must take these things as they come. "For ye're a dainty chield to look at, Sam'l." "D'ye think so, Eppie?" "Ay, ay." "Oh, I dinna kin him onything but the ordinar." "Ye mayna be," said Eppie, "but lasses doesna do to be ower particular." Sam'l resented this, and prepared to depart again. "You'll no tell Bell that?" he asked anxiously. "Tell her what?" "Aboot me and Mysy." "We'll see hoo ye behave yoursel, Sam'l." "No 'at I care, Eppie. Ye can tell her gin ye like. I widna think twice o' telling her mysel." "The Lord forgie ye for leein', Sam'l," said Eppie, as he disappeared down Tammy Tash's close. Here he came upon Henders Webster. "You're late, Sam'l," said Henders. "What for?" "Ou, I was thinkin' ye would be gaein' the length o' T'nowhead the nicht, and I saw Sanders Elshioner makin' wy there on oor syne." "Did ye?" cried Sam'l, adding craftily, "but it's naething to me." "Tod, lad," said Henders, "gin ye dinna buckle to, Sanders'll be carryin' her off." Sam'l flung back his head and passed on. "Sam'l!" cried Henders after him. "Ay," said Sam'l, wheeling around. "Gie Bell a kiss frae me." The full force of this joke struck neither all at once. Sam'l began to smile at it as he turned down the school wynd, and it came upon Henders while he was in his garden feeding his ferret. Then he slapped his legs gleefully, and explained the conceit to Will'm Byers, who went into the house and thought it over. There were 12 or 20 little groups of men in the square, which was lighted by a flare of oil suspended over a cadger's cart. Now and again a staid young woman passed through the square with a basket on her arm, and if she had lingered long enough to give them time, some of the idlers would have addressed her. As it was, they gazed after her, and then grinned to each other. "Ay, Sam'l," said 2 or 3 young men, as Sam'l joined them beneath the town clock. "Ay, David," replied Sam'l. The group was comprised of some of the sharpest wits in Thrums, and it was not to be expected that they would let this opportunity pass. Perhaps when Sam'l joined them he knew what was in store for him. "Was ye looking for T'nowhead's Bell, Sam'l?" asked one. "Or mebbe ye was a wantin' the minister," suggested another, the same who had walked out twice with Christy Duff, and not married her after all. Sam'l could not think of a good reply at the moment, so he laughed good naturedly. "Ondoobtedly she's a snod bit crittur," said David, archly. "And michty clever with her fingers," added Jamie Deuchars. "Man, I've thought o' making up to Bell myself," said Peter Ogle. "Would there be any chance, think ye, Sam'l?" "I'm thinking she widna hae ye for her first, Pete," replied Sam'l, in one of those happy flashes that come to some men. "But there's nae saying but what she micht tak ye to finish up wi'." The unexpectedness of this sally startled everyone. Though Sam'l did not set up for a wit, however, like David, it was notorious that he could say a cutting thing once in a way. "Did ye ever see Bell reddin' up?" asked Pete, recovering from his overthrow. He was a man who bore no malice. "It's a sicht," said Sam'l, solemnly. "Who will that be?" asked Jamie Deuchars. "It's weel worth your while," said Pete, "to ging a tower to the T'nowhead and see. Ye'll mind the closed in beds i' the kitchen? Ay, weel, they're a fell spoilt crew, T'nowhead's litlins, and no that aisy to manage. The ither lass's Lisbeth hae had a michty trouble wi' 'em. When they war in the middle o' their reddin' up the bairns would come tumblin' about the floor, but Sal, I assure ye, Bell didna fash lang wi' them. Did she, Sam'l?" "She did not," said Sam'l, dropping into a fine mode of speech to emphasize his remark. "I'll tell ye what she did," said Pete to the others. "She juist lifted up the litlins, twa at a time, and flung them in the coffin beds. Syne she snibbit the doors on them, and keepit them there till the floor was dry." "Ay, man, did she so?" said David, admiringly. "I've seen her do it myself," said Sam'l. "There's no lassie maks better bannocks this side o' Fetter Lums," continued Pete. "Her mither taucht her that," said Sam'l. "She was a gran hand at the bakin', Kitty Ogilvy." "I've heard say," remarked Jamie, putting it this way so as not to tie himself down to anything, "'at Bell's scones is equal to Mag Loonan's." "So they are," said Sam'l, almost fiercely. "I kin she's a neat hand at singeing a hen," said Pete. "And wi' a'," said Davit, "she's a snod canty bit o' stockie in her Sabbath claes." "If onything, thick at the waist," suggested Jamie. "I dinna see that," said Sam'l. "I dinna care for her hair either," continued Jamie, who was very nice in his tastes. "Something mair yallowchy would be an improvement." "A'body kins," growled Sam'l, "'at black hair's the bonniest." The others chuckled. "Puir Sam'l," Pete said. Sam'l, not being certain whether this should be received with a smile or a frown, opened his mouth wide as a kind of compromise. This was position one with him for thinking things over. Few Auld Lichts, as I have said, went the length of choosing a helpmate for themselves. One day a young man's friends would see him mending the washing tub of a maiden's mother. They kept the joke until Saturday night, and then he learned from them what he had been after. It dazed him for a time, but in a year or so he grew accustomed to the idea, and they were then married. With a little help, he fell in love just like other people. Sam'l was going the way of the others, but he found it difficult to come to the point. He only went courting once a week, and he could never take up the running at the place where he left off the Saturday before. Thus he had not, so far, made great headway. His method of making up to Bell had been to drop in at T'nowhead on Saturday nights and talk with the farmer about the rinderpest. The farm kitchen was Bell's testimonial. Its chairs, tables, and stools were scoured by her to the whiteness of Rob Angus's sawmill boards, and the muslin blind on the window was starched like a child's pinafore. Bell was brave, too, as well as energetic. Once Thrums had been overrun with thieves. It is now thought that there may have been only one, but he had the wicked cleverness of a gang. Such was his repute that there were weavers who spoke of locking their doors when they went from home. He was not very skilful, however, being generally caught, and when they said they knew he was a robber he gave them their things back and went away. If they had given him time there is no doubt he would have gone off with his plunder. One night he went to T'nowhead, and Bell, who slept in the kitchen, was awakened by the noise. She knew who it would be, so she rose and dressed herself, and went to look for him with a candle. The thief had not known what to do when he got in, and as it was very lonely he was glad to see Bell. She told him he ought to be ashamed of himself, and would not let him out the door until he had taken off his boots so as not to soil the carpet. On this Saturday evening Sam'l stood his ground in the square, until by and by he found himself alone. There were other groups there still, but his circle had melted away. They went separately, and no one said good night. Each took himself off slowly, backing out of the group until he was fairly started. Sam'l looked about him, and then, seeing that the others had gone, walked round the town house into the darkness of the brae that leads down and then up to the farm of T'nowhead. To get into the good graces of Lisbeth Fargus you had to know her ways and humor them. Sam'l, who was a student of women, knew this, and so, instead of pushing the door open and walking in, he went through the rather ridiculous ceremony of knocking. Sanders Elshioner was also aware of this weakness of Lisbeth, but though he often made up his mind to knock, the absurdity of the thing prevented his doing so when he reached the door. T'nowhead himself had never got used to his wife's refined notions, and when any one knocked he was always started to his feet, thinking there must be something wrong. Lisbeth came to the door, her expansive figure blocking the way in. "Sam'l," she said. "Lisbeth," said Sam'l. He shook hands with the farmer's wife, knowing that she liked it, but only said, "Ay, Bell," to his sweetheart. "Ay, T'nowhead," to Miquotti, and "It's yourself, Sanders," to his rival. They were all sitting round the fire. T'nowhead with his feet on the ribs, wondering why he felt so warm, and Bell darning a stocking, while Lisbeth kept an eye on a goblet full of potatoes. "Sit in to the fire, Sam'l," said the farmer, not, however, making way for him. "Na, na," said Sam'l, "I'm to bide nae time." Then he sat in to the fire. His face was turned away from Bell, and when she spoke he answered her without looking round. Sam'l felt a little anxious. Sanders Elshioner, who had one leg shorter than the other, but looked well when sitting, seemed suspiciously at home. He asked Bell questions out of his own head, which was beyond Sam'l, and once he said something to her in such a low voice that the others could not catch it. T'nowhead asked curiously what it was, and Sanders explained that he had only said, "Ay, Bell, the morn's the Sabbath." There was nothing startling in this, but Sam'l did not like it. He began to wonder if he was too late, and had he seen his opportunity would have told Bell of a nasty rumor that Sanders intended to go over to the Free Church if they would make him kirk officer. Sam'l had the good will of T'nowhead's wife, who liked a polite man. Sanders did his best, but from want of practice he constantly made mistakes. Tonight, for instance, he wore his hat in the house, because he did not like to put up his hand and take it off. T'nowhead had not taken his off either, but that was because he meant to go out by and by and lock the byre door. It was impossible to say which of her lovers Bell preferred. The proper course with an old lassie was to prefer the man who proposed to her. "Ye'll bide a wee and hae something to eat?" Lisbeth asked Sam'l, with her eyes on the goblet. "No, I thank ye," said Sam'l, with true gentility. "Ye'll better?" "I dinna think it." "Hoot say? What's to hinder ye?" "Weel, since ye're sae pressin', I'll bide." No one asked Sanders to stay. Bell could not, for she was the servant, and T'nowhead knew that the kick his wife had given him meant that he was not to do so either. Sanders whistled to show that he was not uncomfortable. "Ay then, I'll be stepping o'er to the brae," he said at last. He did not go, however. There was sufficient pride in him to get him off his chair, but only slowly, for he had to get accustomed to the notion of going. At intervals of 2 or 3 minutes he remarked that he must now be going. In the same circumstances Sam'l would have acted similarly. For a Thrums man it is one of the hardest things in life to get away from anywhere. At last Lisbeth saw that something must be done. The potatoes were burning, and T'nowhead had an invitation on his tongue. "Yes, I'll hae to be moving," said Sanders, hopelessly, for the 5th time. "Good nicht to ye, then, Sanders," said Lisbeth. "Gie the door fling to ahint ye." Sanders, with a mighty effort, pulled himself together. He looked boldly at Bell, and then took off his hat carefully. Sam'l saw with misgivings that there was something in it which was not a handkerchief. It was a paper bag glittering with gold braid, and contained such an assortment of sweets as lads bought for their lassies on the Muckle Friday. "Hey, Bell," said Sanders, handing the bag to Bell in an offhand way, as if it were a trifle. Nevertheless, he was a little excited, for he went off without saying good night. No one spoke. Bell's face was crimson. T'nowhead fidgeted in his chair, and Lisbeth looked at Sam'l. The weaver was strangely calm and collected, though he would have liked to know whether this was a proposal. "Sit him by to the table, Sam'l," said Lisbeth, trying to look as if things were as they had been before. She put a saucerful of butter, salt, and pepper near the fire to melt, for melted butter is the shoeing horn that helps over a meal of potatoes. Sam'l, however, saw what the hour required, and, jumping up, he seized his bonnet. "Hang the taties higher up a joist, Lisbeth," said he with dignity. "I'se be back in 10 meenites." He hurried out of the house, leaving the others looking at each other. "What do ye think?" asked Lisbeth. "I dinna kin," faltered Bell. "Thae taties is lang o' comin' to the boil," said T'nowhead. In some circles a lover who behaved like Sam'l would have been suspected of intent upon his rival's life, but neither Bell nor Lisbeth did the weaver that injustice. In a case of this kind it does not much matter what T'nowhead thought. The 10 minutes had barely passed when Sam'l was back in the farm kitchen. He was too flurried to knock this time, and indeed Lisbeth did not expect it of him. "Bell, hey!" he cried, handing his sweetheart a tinsel bag twice the size of Sanders' gift. "Losh preserves!" exclaimed Lisbeth. "I'se warrant there's a shilling's worth." "There's a that, Lisbeth, and mair," said Sam'l, firmly. "I thank ye, Sam'l," said Bell, feeling an unwonted elation as she gazed at the 2 paper bags in her lap. "Ye're over extravagant, Sam'l," Lisbeth said. "Not at all," said Sam'l, "not at all. But I wouldna advise ye to eat the either anes, Bell. They're second quality." Bell drew back a step from Sam'l. "How do you kin?" asked the farmer, shortly, for he liked Sanders. "I spiered in the shop," said Sam'l. The goblet was placed on a broken plate on the table, with the saucer beside it, and Sam'l, like the others, helped himself. What he did was to take potatoes from the pot with his fingers, peel off their coats, and then dip them into the butter. Lisbeth would have liked to provide knives and forks, but she knew that beyond a certain point T'nowhead was master in his own house. As for Sam'l, he felt victory in his hands, and began to think that he had gone too far. In the meantime Sanders, little witting that Sam'l had trumped his trick, was sauntering along the kirkwynd with his hat on the side of his head. Fortunately he did not meet the minister. The courting of T'nowhead's Bell reached its crisis one Sabbath about a month after the events above recorded. The minister was in great force that day, but it is no part of mine to tell how he bore himself. I was there, and I am not likely to forget the scene. It was a fateful Sabbath for T'nowhead's Bell and her swains, and destined to be remembered for the painful scandal which they perpetrated in their passion. Bell was not in the kirk. There being an infant of 6 months in the house, it was a question of either Lisbeth or the lassie staying at home with him, and though Lisbeth was unselfish in a general way, she could not resist the delight of going to church. She had 9 children besides the baby, and being but a woman, it was the pride of her life to march them to the T'nowhead pew, so well watched that they dared not misbehave, and so tightly packed that they could not fall. The congregation looked at that pew, the mothers enviously, when they sung the lines, "Jerusalem is like a city, compactly built together." The first half of the service had been gone through on this particular Sunday without anything remarkable happening. It was at the end of the psalm which preceded the sermon that Sanders Elshioner, who sat near the door, lowered his head until it was no higher than the pews, and in that attitude, looking almost like a four-footed animal, slipped out of the church. In their eagerness to be at the sermon, many of the congregation did not notice him, and those who did, put the matter by in their minds for future investigation. Sam'l, however, could not take it so coolly. From his seat in the gallery he saw Sanders disappear, and his mind misgave him. With the true lover's instinct, he understood it all. Sanders had been struck by the fine turnout of the T'nowhead pew. Bell was alone at the farm. What an opportunity to work one's way up to a proposal! T'nowhead was so overrun with children that such a chance seldom occurred, except on a Sabbath. Sanders, doubtless, was off to propose, and he, Sam'l, was left behind. The suspense was terrible. Sam'l and Sanders had both known all along that Bell would take the first of the two who asked her. Even those who thought her proud admitted that she was modest. Bitterly the weaver repented having waited so long. Now it was too late. In 10 minutes Sanders would be at T'nowhead. In an hour all would be over. Sam'l rose to his feet in a daze. His mother pulled him down by the coat tail, and his father shook him, thinking he was walking in his sleep. He tottered past them, however, hurried up the aisle, which was so narrow that Dan'l Ross could only reach his seat by walking sideways, and was gone before the minister could do more than stop in the middle of a whirl and gape in horror after him. A number of the congregation felt that day the advantage of sitting on the left. What was a mystery to those downstairs was revealed to them. From the gallery windows they had a fine open view to the south, and as Sam'l took the common, which was a short cut, through a steep ascent to T'nowhead, he was never out of their line of vision. Sanders was not to be seen, but they guessed rightly the reason why. Thinking he had ample time, he had gone round by the main road to save his boots, perhaps a little scared by what was coming. Sam'l's design was to forestall him by taking the shorter path over the burn and up the commonty. It was a race for a wife, and several onlookers in the gallery braved the minister's displeasure to see who won. Those who favored Sam'l's suit exultingly saw him leap the stream, while the friends of Sanders fixed their eyes on the top of the common where it ran into the road. Sanders must come into sight there, and the one who reached this point first would get Bell. As Auld Lichts did not walk abroad on the Sabbath, Sanders would probably not be delayed. The chances were in his favor. Had it been any other day in the week, Sam'l might have run. So some of the congregation in the gallery were thinking, when suddenly they saw him bend low and then take to his heels. He had caught sight of Sanders' head bobbing over the hedge that separated the road from the common, and feared that Sanders might see him. The congregation who could crane their necks sufficiently saw a black object, which they guessed to be the carter's hat, crawling along the hedge top. For a moment it was motionless, and then it shot ahead. The rivals had seen each other. It was now a hot race. Sam'l, dissembling no longer, clattered up the common, becoming smaller and smaller to the onlookers as he neared the top. More than one person in the gallery almost rose to their feet in their excitement. Sam'l had it. No, Sanders was in front. Then the two figures disappeared from view. They seemed to run into each other at the top of the brae, and no one could say who was first. The congregation looked at one another. Some of them perspired, but the minister held on his course. Sam'l had just been in time to cut Sanders out. It was the weaver's saving that Sanders saw this when his rival turned the corner, for Sam'l was sadly blown. Sanders took in the situation and gave in at once. The last 100 yards of the distance he covered at his leisure, and when he arrived at his destination he did not go in. It was a fine afternoon for that time of year, and he went round to have a look at the pig, about which T'nowhead was a little sinfully puffed up. "Ay," said Sanders, digging his fingers critically into the grunting animal. "Quite so." "Grumph," said the pig, getting reluctantly to his feet. "Oh, ay, yes," said Sanders, thoughtfully. Then he sat down on the edge of the sty, and looked long and silently at an empty bucket. But whether his thoughts were of T'nowhead Bell, whom he had lost for ever, or of the food the farmer fed his pig, is not known. "Lord preserves! Are ye no at the kirk?" cried Bell, nearly dropping the baby as Sam'l broke into the room. "Bell!" cried Sam'l. Then T'nowhead Bell knew that her hour had come. "Sam'l?" she faltered. "Will ye hae us, Bell?" demanded Sam'l, glaring at her sheepishly. "Ay," answered Bell. Sam'l fell into a chair. "Bring's a drink o' water, Bell," he said. But Bell thought that the occasion required milk, and there was none in the kitchen. She went out to the byre, still with the baby in her arms, and saw Sanders Elshioner sitting gloomily on the pigsty. "Weel, Bell," said Saunders. "I thocht ye'd be at kirk, Sanders," said Bell. Then there was a silence between them. "Has Sam'l speired ye, Bell?" asked Sanders, stolidly. "Ay," said Bell again, and this time there was a tear in her eye. Sanders was little better than an orra man, and Sam'l was a weaver, and yet but it was too late now. Sanders gave the pig a vicious poke with a stick, and when it had ceased to grunt, Bell was back in the kitchen. She had forgotten about the milk, however, and Sam'l only got water after all. In after days, when the story of Bell's wooing was told, there were some who held that the circumstances would have almost justified the lassie in giving Sam'l the go by. But these, perhaps, forgot that her other lover was in the same predicament as the accepted one; that, of the two, indeed, he was the more to blame, for he set off to T'nowhead on the Sabbath of his own accord, while Sam'l only ran after him. And then there is no one to say for certain whether Bell heard of her suitor's delinquencies until Lisbeth returned from the kirk. Sam'l could never remember whether he told her, and Bell was not sure whether, if he did, she took it in. Sanders was greatly in demand for weeks after to tell what he knew of the affair, but though he was twice asked to tea to the manse among the trees, and subjected thereafter to ministerial cross-examinations, this is all he told. He remained at the pigsty until Sam'l left the farm, when he joined him at the top of the brae, and they went home together. "It's yoursel, Sanders?" said Sam'l. "It is so, Sam'l," said Sanders. "Very cauld," said Sam'l. "Blawy," assented Sanders. After a pause. "Sam'l?" said Sanders. "Ay." "I'm hearin' you're to be marrit." "Ay." "Weel, Sam'l, she's a snod bit o' lassie." "Thank ye," said Sam'l. "I had ance a kin' o' notion o' Bell mysel'," continued Sanders. "Ye had?" "Yes, Sam'l, but I thocht better o't." "Hoo do ye mean?" asked Sam'l, a little anxiously. "Weel, Sam'l, marriage is a terrible responsibeelity." "It is so," said Sam'l, wincing. "And no thing to take up withoot consideration." "But it's a blessed and honorable state, Sanders. Ye've heard the minister on't." "They say," continued the relentless Sanders, "'at the minister doesna get on sair wi' the wife himsel'." "So they do," cried Sam'l, with a sinking at the heart. "I've been tell't," Sanders went on, "'at gin ye can get the upper han' o' the wife for a while at first, there's the mair chance o' harmonious existence." "Bell's no the lassie," said Sam'l, appealingly, "to thwart her man." Sanders smiled. "Do you think she is, Sanders?" "Weel, Sam'l, I dinna want to fluster ye, but she's been ower long wi' Lisbeth Fargus no to hae learned her ways, and a'body kens what a life T'nowhead has wi' her." "Guid sake, Sanders, hoo do ye no speak o' this afore?" "I thought ye kent o't, Sam'l." They had now reached the square, and at the U.P. kirk was coming out. The Auld Licht kirk would be half an hour yet. "But, Sanders," said Sam'l, brightening up, "ye was on your wy to speir her yoursel." "I was, Sam'l," said Sanders, "and I canna but be thankful ye was ower quick for's." "Gin it hadna been for you," said Sam'l, "I would never hae talked o't." "I'm saying naething against Bell," pursued the other, "but, man, Sam'l, a body should be mair deliberate in a thing o' the kind. It was michty hurried, said Sam'l, woefully. It's a serious thing to speir a lassie, said Sanders. It's an awful thing, said Sam'l. But we'll hope for the best, added Sanders, in a hopeless voice. They were close to the tenements now, and Sam'l looked as if he were on his way to be hanged. Sam'l? Aye, Sanders. Did ye kiss her, Sam'l? Na. Who? There was very little time, Sanders. Half an hour, said Sanders. Was there? Man, Sanders, to tell you the truth, I never thought o't. Then the soul of Sanders Elshioner was filled with contempt for Sam'l Dickie. The scandal blew over. At first it was expected that the minister would interfere to prevent the union, but beyond intimating from the pulpit that the souls of Sabbath prayers were beyond praying for, and then praying for Sam'l and Sanders at great length, with a word thrown in for Bell, he let things take their course. Some said it was because he was always frightened lest his young men should intermarry with other denominations, but Sanders explained it differently to Sam'l. I have no word to say against the minister, he said. They're grand prayers, but Sam'l, he's a married man himself. He's a' the better for that, Sanders, isna he? Do you no see, asked Sanders compassionately, 'at he's trying to make the best o't? Oh, Sanders, man, said Sam'l. Cheer up, Sam'l, said Sanders. It'll soon be o'er. Their having been rival suitors had not interfered with their friendship. On the contrary, while they had hitherto been mere acquaintances, they became inseparables as the wedding day drew near. It was noticed that they had much to say to each other, and that when they could not get a room to themselves they wandered about together in the churchyard. When Sam'l had anything to tell Bell, he sent Sanders to tell it, and Sanders did as he was bid. There was nothing he would not have done for Sam'l. The more obliging Sanders was, however, the sadder Sam'l grew. He never laughed now on Saturdays, and sometimes his loom was silent half the day. Sam'l felt that Sanders's was the kindness of a friend for a dying man. It was to be a penny wedding, and Lisbeth Fargus said it was delicacy that made Sam'l superintend the fitting up of the barn by deputy. Once he came to see it in person, but he looked so ill that Sanders had to see him home. This was on the Thursday afternoon, and the wedding was fixed for Friday. Sanders, Sanders, said Sam'l, in a voice strangely unlike his own. It'll a' be ower by this time the morn. It will, said Sanders. If I had only kent her longer, continued Sam'l. It would hae been safer, said Sanders. Did ye see the yallow flower in Bell's bonnet? He asked the accepted swain. Aye, said Sanders reluctantly. I'm dotin'. I'm sair dotin' she's but a flitchy, licht-hearted crittur after all. I had aye my suspicions o't, said Sanders. Ye hae kent her longer than me, said Sam'l. Yes, said Sanders, but there's nae getting at the heart o' women. Man, Sam'l, they're desperate cunning. I'm dotin' it. I'm sair dotin' it. It'll be a warning to ye, Sam'l, no to be in sic a hurry i' the future, said Sanders. Sam'l groaned. You'll be gaen up to the manse to arrange with the minister the morn's morning, continued Sanders in a subdued voice. Sam'l looked wistfully at his friend. I cannot do't, Sanders, he said. I cannot do't. Ye maun, said Sanders. It's aisy to speak, retorted Sam'l bitterly. We have a' oor troubles, Sam'l, said Sanders soothingly, and every man maun bear his ain burdens. Johnny Davy's wife's dead, and he's no repinin. Aye, said Sam'l, but a death's no a marriage. We ha' haen deaths in our family too. It may a be for the best, added Sanders, and there would be a michty talk i' the hale countryside gin ye didna ging to the minister like a man. I maun hae longer to think o't, said Sam'l. Bell's marriage is the morn, said Sanders decisively. Sam'l glanced up with a wild look in his eyes. Sanders, he cried. Sam'l? Ye hae been a guid friend to me, Sanders, in this sair affliction. Nothing ava, said Sanders. Don't mention it. But, Sanders, Ye canna deny but what you were running oot o' the kirk that awful day was at the bottom o' it a'." "It was so," said Sanders, bravely. "And ye used to be fond o' Bell, Sanders." "I dinna deny 't." "Sanders, laddie," said Sam'l, bending forward and speaking in a wheedling voice, "I aye thocht it was you she liket." "I had some sic idea mysel'," said Sanders. "Sanders, I canna think to pairt twa folk sae weel suited to ane and ither as you and Bell." "Canna ye, Sam'l?" "She would make you a guid wife, Sanders. I hae studied her weel, and she's a thrifty, douce, clever lassie. Sanders, there's no other like her. Mony a time, Sanders, I hae said to mysel', there's a lass ony man micht be proud to tak. A'body says the same, Sanders. There's nae risk ava, man, nane to speak o'. Tak her, laddie, tak her, Sanders. It's a grand chance, Sanders. She's yours for the speirin'. I'll gie her up, Sanders." "Will ye, though?" said Sanders. "What do ye think?" asked Sam'l. "If ye would raither," said Sanders, politely. "There's my han' on't," said Sam'l. "Bless ye, Sanders, ye've been a true freend to me." Then they shook hands for the first time in their lives, and soon after Sanders struck up the brae to T'nowhead. Next morning, Sanders Elishioner, who had been very busy the night before, put on his Sabbath clothes and strolled up to the manse. "But where is Sam'l?" asked the minister. "I must see himself." "It's a new arrangement," said Sanders. "What do you mean, Sanders?" "Bell's to marry me," explained Sanders. "But what does Sam'l say?" "He's willin'," said Sanders. "And Bell?" "She's willin', too. She prefers it." "It is unusual," said the minister. "It's a' richt," said Sanders. "Well, you know best," said the minister. "You see, the hoose was ta'en, at ony rate," continued Sanders, "and I'll juist ging in tiltin' instead o' Sam'l." "Quite so." "An' I couldna think to disappoint the lassie." "Your sentiments do you credit, Sanders," said the minister, "but I hope you do not enter upon the blessed state of matrimony without full consideration of its responsibilities. It is a serious business, marriage." "It's a' that," said Sanders, "but I'm willin' to stan' the risk." So, as soon as it could be done, Sanders Elshioner took to wife T'nowhead's Bell, and I remember seeing Sam'l Dickie trying to dance at the penny wedding. Years afterward it was said in Thrums that Sam'l had treated Bell badly, but he was never sure about it himself. "It was a near thing, a michty near thing," he admitted in the square. "They say," some other weaver would remark, "'at it was you Bell liked best." "I dinna kin," Sam'l would reply, "but there's nae doot the lassie was fell fond o' me. Oh, a mere passin' fancies, ye micht say." End of section 15. Section 16 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 16. Selected excerpts by James Matthew Barrie. Jess Left Alone, from A Window in Thrums. There may be a few who care to know how the lives of Jess and Hendry ended. Libby died in the back end of the year I have been speaking of, and as I was snowed up in the schoolhouse at the time, I heard the news from Gavin Birse, too late to attend her funeral. She got her death on the commonty one day of a sudden rain, when she had run out to bring in her washing, for the terrible cold she woke up with next morning carried her off very quickly. Libby did not blame Jessie for not coming to her, nor did I, for I knew that even in the presence of death the poor must drag their chains. He never got Hendry's letter with the news, and we now know that he was already in the hands of her who played the devil with his life. Before the spring came he had been lost to Jess. "Them 'at has got sae mony blessin's mair than the generality," Hendry said to me one day, when Craigie Buckle had given me a lift into Thrums. "Has nae shame if they would pray aye for mair. The Lord has gi'en this hoose sae muckle, 'at to pray for mair looks like no being thankful for what we've got. Aye, but I canna help prayin' to Him 'at in His great mercy He'll take Jess afore me. Noo 'at Leeby's gone, and Jamie never lets us hear frae him, I canna gulp doon the thucht o' Jess being left alane." This was a prayer that Hendry may be pardoned for having so often in his heart, though God did not think fit to grant it. In Thrums, when a weaver died, his women folk had to take his seat at the loom, and those who, by reason of infirmities, could not do so, went to a place, the name of which, I thank God, I am not compelled to write in this chapter. I could not, even at this day, have told any episode in the life of Jess had it ended in the poorhouse. Hendry would probably have recovered from the fever had not this terrible dread darkened his intellect when he was still prostrate. He was lying in the kitchen when I saw him last in life, and his parting words must be sadder to the reader than they were to me. "Ay, richt ye are," he said, in a voice that had become like a child's. "I hae muckle, muckle to be thankful for, and no the least is that baith me and Jess has aye belonged to a burial society. We hae nae cause to be anxious aboot a thing being done respectable aince we're gone. It was Jess 'at insisted on oor joinin'. A' the wisest things I ever did I was put up to by her." I parted from Hendry, cheered by the doctor's report, but the old weaver died a few days afterward. His end was mournful, yet I can recall it now as not the unworthy close of a good man's life. One night poor worn Jess had been helped ben into the room, Thady Birse having undertaken to sit up with Hendry. Jess slept for the first time in many days, and as the night was dying Tibbie fell asleep too. Hendry had been better than usual, lying quietly, Tibbie said, and the fever was gone. About 3 o'clock Tibbie woke and rose to mend the fire. Then she saw that Hendry was not in his bed. Tibbie went ben to the house in her stocking soles, but Jess heard her. "What is it, Tibbie?" she asked anxiously. "Ooh, it's no naethin'," Tibbie said. "He's lying rale quiet." Then she went up to the attic. Hendry was not in the house. She opened the door gently and stole out. It was not snowing, but there had been a heavy fall 2 days before, and the night was windy. A tearing gale had blown the upper part of the brae clear, and from T'nowhead's fields the snow was rising like smoke. Tibbie ran to the farm and woke up T'nowhead. For an hour they looked in vain for Hendry. At last some one asked who was working at Elshinner's shop all night. This was the long earthen-floored room in which Hendry's loom stood with 3 others. "It'll be Sanders Waymond likely," T'nowhead said, and the other men nodded. But it happened that T'nowhead's Bell, who had flung on a wrapper and hastened across to sit with Jess, heard of the light in Elshinner's shop. "It's Hendry!" she cried, and then everyone moved toward the workshop. The light at the diminutive, darn-covered window was pale and dim, but Bell, who was at the house first, could make the most of a cruisy's glimmer. "It's him," she said, and then, with swelling throat, she ran back to Jess. The door of the workshop was wide open, held against the wall by the wind. T'nowhead and the others went in. The cruisy stood on the little window. Hendry's back was to the door, and he was leaning forward on the silent loom. He had been dead for some time, but his fellow workers saw that he must have weaved for nearly an hour. It came about that for the last few months of her pilgrimage Jess was left alone. Yet I may not say that she was alone. Jamie, who should have been with her, was undergoing his own ordeal far away, where, we do not now even know. But though the poorhouse stands in Thrums, where all may see it, the neighbours did not think only of themselves. Then Tammas Haggart there can scarcely have been a poorer man, but Tammas was the first to come forward with offer to help. To the day of Jess's death he did not once fail to carry her water to her in the morning, and the luxuriously living men of Thrums in these present days of pumps at every corner can hardly realize what that meant. Often there were lines of people at the well by 3 o'clock in the morning, and each had to wait his turn. Tammas filled his own pitcher and pan, and then had to take his place at the end of the line with Jess's pitcher and pan to wait his turn again. His own house was in the tenements, far from the brae in winter time, but he always said to Jess it was "Nathan, Ava." Every Saturday old Robbie Angus sent a bag of sticks and shavings from the sawmill by his little son Rob, who was afterwards to become a man for speaking about at nights. Of all the friends that Jess and Hendry had, T'nowhead was the ablest to help, and the sweetest memory I have of the farmer and his wife is the delicate way they offered it. You who read will see Jess wince at the offer of charity, but the poor have fine feelings beneath the grime, as you will discover if you take care to look for them, and when Jess said she would bake if any one would buy, you would wonder to hear how many kindly folk came to her door for scones. She had the house to herself at nights, but Tibbie Birse was with her early in the morning, and other neighbours dropped in. Not for long did she have to wait the summons to the better home. "Na," she said to the minister, who has told me that he was a better man from knowing her. "My thocht is nae to set on the vanities o' the world noo. I kenna hoo I could ever hae haen sic an ambition to hae thae stuff-bottom chairs." I have tried to keep away from Jamie, whom the neighbours sometimes upbraided in her presence. It is of him you who read would like to hear, and I cannot pretend that Jess did not sit at her window looking for him. Even when she was baking, Tibbie told me, she aye had an eye on the brae. If Jamie had come at ony time when it was licht, she would hae seen him as soon as he turned the corner. "If he ever comes back, the Saskit (rascal), T'nowhead said to Jess, "we'll show him the door gey quick." Jess just looked, and all the women knew how she would take Jamie to her arms. We did not know of the London woman then, and Jess never knew of her. Jamie's mother never for an hour allowed that he had become anything but the loving laddie of his youth. "I ken him ower weel," she always said, "my ain Jamie." Toward the end she was sure he was dead. I do not know when she first made up her mind to this, nor whether it was not merely a phrase for those who wanted to discuss him with her. I know that she still sat at the window looking at the elbow of the brae. The minister was with her when she died. She was in her chair, and he asked her, as was his custom, if there was any particular chapter which she would like him to read. Since her husband's death she had always asked for the 14th of John, Hendry's chapter, as it is still called among a very few old people in Thrums. This time she asked him to read the 16th chapter of Genesis. "When I came to the 13th verse," the minister told me, "and she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou God seest me, she covered her face with her two hands, and said, Joey's text, Joey's text. Oh, but I grudged ye sair, Joey." I shut the book, the minister said, when I came to the end of the chapter, and then I saw that she was dead. It is my belief that her heart broke 21 years ago. After the sermon, from The Little Minister, permission of the American Publishers Corporation. One may gossip in a glen on Sabbaths, though not in town, without losing his character, and I used to await the return of my neighbour, the farmer of Waster Lunny, and of Bryce, the Glen Quharity post, at the end of the schoolhouse path. Waster Lunny was a man whose care in his leisure hours was to keep from his wife his great pride in her. His horse, Catlaw, on the other hand, he told outright what he thought of it, praising it to his face and blackguarding it as it deserved. And I have seen him, when completely baffled by the brute, sit down before it on a stone and thus harangue: "You think you're clever, Catlaw, my lass, but you're mista'en. You're thrawn limmer, that's what you are. You think you have blood in you. You hae blood. Gae awa', and dinna blether. I tell you what, Catlaw, I met a man yestreen that kent your mither, and he says she was a fykie, fushionless besom. What do you say to that?" As for the post, I will say no more of him than that his bitter topic was the unreasonableness of humanity, which treated him graciously when he had a letter for it, but scowled at him when he had none. I implying that I hae a letter but keep it back. On the Sabbath evening after the riot, I stood at the usual place awaiting my friends, and saw before they reached me that they had something untoward to tell. The farmer, his wife, and 3 children, holding each other's hands, stretched across the road. Byers was a little behind, but a conversation was being kept up by shouting. All were walking at the Sabbath pace, and the family having started half a minute in advance, the post had not yet made up on them. "It's sitting to snaw," Waster Lunny said, drawing near, and just as I was to reply, "It is so," Silva slipped in the words before me. "You wasna at the kirk," was Elspeth's salutation. I had been at the Glen Church, but did not contradict her, for it is established, and so neither here nor there. I was anxious, too, to know what their long faces meant, and therefore asked at once, "Was Mr. Dishart in the riot?" "Forenoon, aye; afternoon, no," replied Waster Lunny, walking round his wife to get nearer me. "Dominie, a queery thing happened in the kirk this day, sic as—" "Waster Lunny," interrupted Elspeth sharply, "have you on your Sabbath shoon, or have you no on your Sabbath shoon?" "Good care you took. I should hae the dagont uncanny things on," retorted the farmer. "Keep out of the gutter then," said Elspeth, "on the Lord's day." "Him," said her man, "that is forced by a foolish woman to wear genteel 'lastic-sided boots, canna forget them until he takes them aff. Whaur's the extra reverence in wearing shoon twa sizes ower small?" "It mayn't be mair reverent," suggested Birse, to whom Elspeth's kitchen was a pleasant place, "but it's grand, and ye canna expect to be baith grand and comfortable." I reminded them that they were speaking of Mr. Dishart. "We was saying," began the post briskly, "that—" "It was me that was saying it," said Waster Lunny. "So, Dominie—" "Hold your gabs, baith o' you," interrupted Elspeth. "You've been roaring the story to one another till you're hoarse." "In the forenoon," Waster Lunny went on determinedly, "Mr. Dishart preached on the riot, and fine he was. Oh, Dominie, you should hae heard him ladling it on to Lang Tammas, no by name, but in sic a way that there was no mistaking what he was preaching at. Sal! Oh, losh! Tammas got it strong." "But he's dull in the uptake," broke in the post, "by what I expected. I spoke to him after the sermon, and I says, just to see if he was properly humbled, 'Ay, Tammas,' I says, 'them that discourse was preached against winna think themselves 7 feet men for a while again.' 'Ay, Birse,' he answers, 'and glad I am to hear you admit it, for he had you in his eye.' I was fair scunnered at Tammas the day." "Mr. Dishart was preaching at the whole clan jamfrey o' you," said Elspeth. "Maybe he was," said her husband, leering, "but you needna cast it at us, for my creatie, if the men got it frae from him in the forenoon, the women got it in the afternoon." "He read them up most michty," said the post. "They were his words or something like them. Adam, he says, was an erring man, but aside Eve he was respectable." "Ay, but it wasn't a woman he meant," Elspeth explained. For when he said that, he pointed his finger directly at T'nowhead's lassie, and I hope it'll do her good." "But I wonder," I said, "that Mr. Dishart chose such a subject to day. I thought he would be on the riot at both services." "You'll wonder mair," said Elspeth, "when you hear what happened afore he began the afternoon sermon. But I canna get a word in with that man o' mine." "We've been speaking about it," said Birse, "ever since we left the kirk door. Tod, we've been sawing it like a seed a' alang the glen." "And we meant to tell you about it at once," said Waster Lunny, "but there's aye so muckle to say about a minister. Dagont, to hae ane keeps a body out o' langer. Ay, but this breaks the drum. Dominie, either Mr. Dishart wasn't weel, or he was in the devil's grip." This startled me, for the farmer was looking serious. "He was weel eneuch," said Birse, "for a heap o' folk spiered at Jean if he had taken his porridge as usual, and she admitted he had. But the lassie was skeered hersel, and it was a mercy Mrs. Dishart wasna in the kirk." "Why was she not there?" I asked anxiously. "Oh, he winna let her out in sic weather." "I wish you would tell me what happened," I said to Elspeth. "So I will," she answered, "if Waster Lunny would hold his wheest for a minute. You see the afternoon diet began in the ordinary way, and a' was richt until we came to the sermon. 'You will find my text,' he says in his piercing voice, 'in the 8th chapter of Ezra.' And at thae words," said Waster Lunny, "my heart gae a loup, for Ezra is an unca ill book to find. Ay, and so is Ruth." "I kent the books o' the Bible by heart," said Elspeth scornfully, "when I was 6 year auld." "So did I," said Waster Lunny, "and I ken them yet, except when I'm hurried. When Mr. Dishart gave out Ezra, he sort o' keeked round the kirk to find out if he had puzzled onybody, and so there was a kind o' competition among the congregation wha would lay hand on it first. That was what doited me. Ay, there was Ruth when she wasna wanted, but Ezra, dagont, it looked as if Ezra had jumped clean out o' the Bible." "You wasna the only distressed crittur," said his wife. "I was ashamed to see Eppie McLaren looking up the order o' the books at the beginning o' the Bible." "Tibbie Birse was even mair brazen," said the post, "for the sly cuttie opened at Kings and pretended it was Ezra." "Nae o' things would I do," said Waster Lunny, "and Sal, I durendna, for Deevit Lunan was glowering over my shoulder. Ay, you may scowl at me, Elspeth Proctor, but as far back as I can mind Ezra has done me. Mony a time afore I start for the kirk I take my Bible to a quiet place and look Ezra up. In the very pew I says canny to myself, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, the which should be a help, but the moment the minister gies out that awfu' book, away goes Ezra like the Egyptian." "And you after her," said Elspeth, "like the weavers that wouldna fetch. You make a windmill of your Bible." "Oh, I winna admit I'm beat. Never mind, there's queer things in the world forbye Ezra. How is cripples aye so puffed up mair than other folk? And how does flour bread aye fall on the buttered side?" "I will mind," Elspeth said, "for I was terrified the minister would admonish you frae the pulpit." "He couldna hae done that, for was he no baffled to find Ezra himsel'?" "Him no find Ezra?" cried Elspeth. "I hae telled you a dozen times he found it as easy as you could yoke a horse." "The thing can be explained in no other way," said her husband doggedly, "if he was weel and in sound mind." "Maybe the dominie can clear it up," suggested the post, "him being a scholar." "Then tell me what happened," I asked. "Man, hae we no telled you?" Birse said. "I thocht we had." "It was a terrible scene," said Elspeth, giving her husband a shove. "As I said, Mr. Dishart gave out Ezra 8th. Weel, I turned it up in a jiffy, and syne looked cautiously to see how Eppie McLaren was getting on. Just at that minute I heard a groan frae the pulpit. It didna stop short o' a groan. Ay, you may be sure I looked quick at the minister, and there I saw a sicht that would hae made the grandest gape. His face was as white as a baker's, and he had sort of fallen against the back of the pulpit, staring demented like at his open Bible. And I saw him, said Birse, put up his hand atween him and the book, as if he thocht it was to jump at him. Twice, said Elspeth, he tried to speak, and twice he let the words fall. That, said Waster Lunny, the whole congregation admits, but I dinna see it myself, for this time you may picture me hunting savage-like for Ezra. I thocht the minister was waiting till I found it. Henry Moon, said Birse, stood upon one leg, wondering whether he should run to the session-house for a glass of water. By that time, said Elspeth, the fit had left Mr. Dishart, or rather it had ta'en a new turn. He grew red, and it's gospel that he stamped his foot. He had the face of one using bad words, said the post. He didna swear, of course, but that was the face he had on. I missed it, said Waster Lunny, for I was in full cry after Ezra, with the sweat running down my face. But the most astonishing thing has yet to be telled, went on Elspeth. The minister shook himself, like one wakened frae a nasty dream, and he cries in a voice of thunder, just as if he was shaking his fist at somebody. He cries, Birse interposed, cleverly. He cries, you will find the text in Genesis chapter 3, verse 6. Yes, says Elspeth. First he gave out one text, then he gave out another, being the most amazing thing to my mind that ever happened in the town of Thrums. What will our children think o' it? I wouldna hae missed it for a pound note. Nor me, said Waster Lunny, though I only got the tale o't. Dominie, no sooner had he said Genesis 3rd and 6th than I laid my finger on Ezra. Was it no provoking? Onybody can turn up Genesis, but it needs an able-bodied man to find Ezra. He preached on the fall, Elspeth said, for an hour and 25 minutes, but powerful though he was, I would rather he had telled us what made him gie the go-by to Ezra. All I can say, said Waster Lunny, is that I ne'er heard him mair awe-inspiring. Where has he got sic a knowledge o' women? He riddled them, he fair riddled them, till I was ashamed o' being married. It was easy kent whar he got his knowledge o' women, Birse explained. It's a in the original Hebrew. You can howk ony mortal thing out o' the original Hebrew, the which all ministers hae at their finger ends. What else makes them ken to jump a verse now and then when giving out a psalm? It wasna women like me he denounced, Elspeth insisted, but young lassies that leads men astray with their abominable wheedling ways. Tod, said her husband, if they try their hands on Mr. Dishart they'll meet their match. They will, chuckled the post. The Hebrew's a grand thing, though teuch, I'm telled, mighty teuch. His sublimest burst, Waster Lunny came back to tell me, was about the beauty o' the soul being everything, and the beauty o' the face no worth a snuff. What a scorn he has for bonny faces and toom souls. I dinna deny but what a bonny face fell takes me, but Mr. Dishart wouldna gie a blade o' grass for't. Ay, and I used to think that in their foolishness about women there was dagont little differ atween the unlearned and the highly edicated. The Mutual Discovery, from The Little Minister, by permission of the American Publishers Corporation. A young man thinks that he alone of mortals is impervious to love, and so the discovery that he is in it suddenly alters his view of his own mechanism. It is thus not unlike a rap on the funny bone. Did Gavin make this discovery when the Egyptian left him? Apparently he only came to the brink of it and stood blind. He had driven her from him for ever, and his sense of loss was so acute that his soul cried out for the cure rather than for the name of the malady. In time he would have realized what had happened, but time was denied him, for just as he was starting for the mud house Babbie saved his dignity by returning to him. She looked up surprised, or seemingly surprised, to find him still there. "I thought you had gone away long ago," she said stiffly. "Otherwise?" asked Gavin the dejected. You would not have come back to the well?" "Certainly not." "I am very sorry. Had you waited another moment I should have been gone." This was said in apology, but the wilful Egyptian chose to change its meaning. "You have no right to blame me for disturbing you," she declared with warmth. "I did not. I only You could have been a mile away by this time. Nanny wanted more water." Babbie scrutinized the minister sharply as she made this statement. Surely her conscience troubled her, for on his not answering immediately, she said, "Do you presume to disbelieve me? What could have made me return except to fill the pans again?" "Nothing," Gavin admitted eagerly, "and I assure you." Babbie should have been grateful to his denseness, but it merely set her mind at rest. "Say anything against me you choose," she told him. "Say it off as brutally as you like, for I won't listen." She stopped to hear his response to that, and she looked so cold that it almost froze on Gavin's lips. "I had no right," he said dolefully, "to speak to you as I did." "You had not," answered the proud Egyptian. She was looking away from him to show that his repentance was not even interesting to her. However, she had forgotten already not to listen. She was very near him, and the tears had not yet dried on her eyes. They were laughing eyes, eyes in distress, imploring eyes. Her pale face, smiling, sad, dimpled yet entreating forgiveness, was the one prominent thing in the world to him just then. He wanted to kiss her. He would do it as soon as her eyes rested on his, but she continued without regarding him. "How mean that sounds! Oh, if I were a man I would wish to be everything that I am not, and nothing that I am. I would scorn to be a liar. I would choose to be open in all things. I would try to fight the world honestly. But I am only a woman, and so, well, that is the kind of man I would like to marry." "A minister may be all these things," said Gavin breathlessly. "The man I could love," Babbie went on, not heeding him, almost forgetting that he was there, "must not spend his days in idleness as the men I know do. I do not. He must be brave, no mere worker among others, but a leader of men. All ministers are. Who makes his influence felt? Assuredly. And takes the side of the weak against the strong, even though the strong be in the right. Always my tendency. A man who has a mind of his own, and having once made it up stands to it in defiance even of his session, of the world. He must understand me. I do. And be my master. It is his lawful position in the house. He must not yield to my coaxing or tempers. It would be weakness. But compel me to do his bidding, yes, even thrash me if you won't listen to reason. Babbie," cried Gavin, "I am that man." Here the inventory abruptly ended, and these two people found themselves staring at each other, as if of a sudden they had heard something dreadful. I do not know how long they stood thus motionless and horrified. I cannot tell even which stirred first. All I know is that almost simultaneously they turned from each other and hurried out of the wood in opposite directions. Lost Illusions from Sentimental Tommy. Tomorrow came, and with it two eager little figures rose and gulped their porridge and set off to see Thrums. They were dressed in the black clothes Aaron Latta had bought for them in London, and they had agreed just to walk. But when they reached the door and saw the tree tops of the Den, they ran. Would you not like to hold them back? It is a child's tragedy. They went first into the Den, and the rocks were dripping wet. All the trees save the firs were bare, and the mud round a tiny spring pulled off one of Elspeth's boots. "Tommy," she cried, quaking, "that narsty puddle can't not be the Cuttle Well, can it?" "No, it ain't," said Tommy quickly, but he feared it was. "It's colder here than London," Elspeth said, shivering, and Tommy was shivering too, but he answered, I'm warm." The Den was strangely small, and soon they were on a shabby bear, where the women in short gowns came to their doors, and the men in nightcaps sat down on the shafts of their barrows to look at Jane Miles's bairns. "What does yer think?" Elspeth whispered, very doubtfully. "They're beauties," Tommy answered, determinedly. Presently Elspeth cried, "Oh, Tommy, what an ugly stare! Where's the beauty stairs as it wore outside for show?" This was one of them, and Tommy knew it. "Wait till you see the west town end," he said, bravely. "It's grand." But when they were in the west town end, and he had to admit it, "Wait till you see the square," he said. And when they were in the square, "Wait," he said huskily, "till you see the town house." Alas, this was the town house facing them, and when they knew it, he said, hurriedly, "Wait till you see the Auld Licht Kirk." They stood long in front of the Auld Licht Kirk, which he had sworn was bigger and lovelier than St. Paul's, but well, it is a different style of architecture, and had Elspeth not been there with tears in waiting, Tommy would not have blubbered. It's littler than I thought," he said, desperately, "but the minister, oh, what a wonderful big man he is." "Are you sure?" Elspeth squeaked. "I swear he is." The church door opened, and a gentleman came out, a little man, boyish in the back, with the eager face of those who live too quickly. But it was not at him that Tommy pointed reassuringly. It was at the monster church key, half of which protruded from his tail pocket and wagged as he moved, like the hilt of a sword. Speaking like an old residenter, Tommy explained that he had brought his sister to see the church. "She's ta'en aback," he said, picking out Scotch words carefully, "because it's littler than the London kirks. But I telled her that the preaching is better." This seemed to please the stranger, for he patted Tommy on the head while inquiring, "How do you know that the preaching is better?" "Tell him, Elspeth," replied Tommy, modestly. "There ain't nothing as Tommy don't know," Elspeth explained. "He knows what the minister is like, too." "He's a noble sight," said Tommy. "He can get anything from God he likes," said Elspeth. "He's a terrible big man," said Tommy. This seemed to please the little gentleman less. "Big!" he exclaimed, irritably. "Why should he be big?" "He is big!" Elspeth almost screamed, for the minister was her last hope. "Nonsense!" said the little gentleman. "He is well, I am the minister." "You?" roared Tommy, wrathfully. "Oh, oh, oh!" sobbed Elspeth. For a moment the Reverend Mr. Dishart looked as if he would like to knock the two little heads together, but he walked away without doing it. "Never mind," whispered Tommy hoarsely to Elspeth. "Never mind, Elspeth. You have me yet." This consolation seldom failed to gladden her, but her disappointment was so sharp to day that she would not even look up. "Come away to the cemetery. It's grand," he said, but still she would not be comforted. "And I'll let you hold my hand, as soon as we're past the houses," he added. "I'll let you hold it now," he said eventually, but even then Elspeth cried dismally, and her sobs were hurting him more than her. He knew all the ways of getting round Elspeth, and when next he spoke it was with a sorrowful dignity. "I dinna think," he said, "as yer wanted me never to be able to speak again. No, I dinna think it, Elspeth." She took her hands from her face and looked at him inquiringly. "One of the stories mamma telled me and Reddy," he said, "were a man what he saw such a beauty thing that he was struck dumb with admiration. Struck dumb is never to be able to speak again, and I wish I had been struck dumb when you wanted it." "But I didn't want it," Elspeth cried. "If Thrums had been one bit beautier than it is," he went on solemnly, "it would have struck me dumb. It would have hurt me sore, but what about that, if it pleased you?" Then did Elspeth see what a wicked girl she had been, and when next the two were seen by the curious, it was on the cemetery road, they were once more looking cheerful. At the smallest provocation they exchanged notes of admiration, such as, "Ho, Tommy, what a bonny barrel!" or "Ho, Elspeth, I tell yer that's a dyke, and there's just wolves in London." But sometimes Elspeth would stoop hastily, pretending that she wanted to tie her bootlace, but really to brush away a tear, and there were moments when Tommy hung very limp. Each was trying to deceive the other for the other's sake, and one of them was never good at deception. They saw through each other, yet kept up the chilly game, because they could think of nothing better, and perhaps the game was worth playing, for love invented it. Scrivener's Magazine. Copyrighted by Charles Scrivener's Sons, New York. Sins of Circumstance. From Sentimental Tommy. When the darkness, too, crept into the Muckley, certain devils in the colour of the night who spoke thickly, and rolled brawn lads in the mire, and egged on friends to fight, and cast lewd thoughts into the minds of women. At first the men had been bashful swains. To the women's "Gie me my fairing, Jock," they had replied, "Wait, Jean, till I'm feed." But by night most had got their arrels, with a dram above it, and he who could only guffaw at Jean a few hours ago had her round the waist now, and still an arm free for rough play with other kimmers. The Jeans were as boisterous as the Jocks, giving them leer for leer, running from them with a giggle, waiting to be caught and rudely kissed. Grand, patient, long-suffering fellows these men were, up at 5, summer and winter, foddering their horses, maybe, hours before there would be food for themselves, miserably paid, housed like cattle, and when the rheumatism seized them, liable to be flung aside like a broken grape. As hard was the life of the women, coarse food, chaff beds, damp clothes their portion, their sweethearts in the service of masters who were loath to fee a man married. Is it to be wondered that these lads who could be faithful unto death drank soddenly on their one free day, that these girls, starved of opportunities for womanliness, of which they could make as much as the finest lady, sometimes woke after a Muckley to wish that they might wake no more? Scrivener's Magazine, copyrighted by Charles Scrivener and Sons, New York. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 17. Selected excerpts by Frédéric Bastiat, 1801 to 1850. Political economy has been called the dismal science, and probably the majority think of it as either merely a matter of words and phrases, or as something too abstruse for the common mind to comprehend. It was the distinction of Bastiat that he was able to write economic tracts in such a language that he that ran might read, and to clothe the apparently dry bones with such integuments as manifested vitality. Under his pen, questions of finance, of tax, of exchange, became questions which concerned the lives of individual men and women, with sentiments, hopes, and aspirations. He was born at Bayonne in France, June 19th, 1801. At 9 years of age he was left an orphan, but he was cared for by his grandfather and aunt. He received his schooling at the College of Saint-Sever and at Sorèze, where he was noted as a diligent student. When about 20 years of age, he was taken into the commercial house of his uncle at Bayonne. His leisure was employed in cultivating art and literature, and he became accomplished in languages and in instrumental and vocal music. He was early interested in political and social economy through the writings of Adam Smith, J.B. Say, Comte, and others, and having inherited considerable landed property at Mougon on the death of his grandfather in 1827, he undertook the personal charge of it, at the same time continuing his economic studies. His experiment in farming did not prove successful, but he rapidly developed clear ideas upon economical problems, being much assisted in their consideration by frequent conferences with his neighbor, M. Félix Coudroy. These two worked much together, and cherished a close sympathy in thought and heart. The bourgeois revolution of 1830 was welcomed enthusiastically by Bastiat. It was a revolution of prosperous and well-instructed men, willing to make sacrifices to attain an orderly and systematic method of government. To him the form of the administration did not greatly matter. The right to vote taxes was the right which governed the governors. There is always a tendency on the part of governments to extend their powers, he said. The administration therefore must be under constant surveillance. His motto was foi systématique à la libre activité de l'individu, défiance systématique vis-à-vis de l'État conçu abstraitement, c'est-à-dire défiance parfaitement pure de toute hostilité de parti. Systematic faith in the free activity of the individual, systematic distrust of the state conceived abstractly, that is, a distrust entirely free from prejudice. His work with his pen seems to have been begun about 1830, and from the first was concerned with matters of economy and government. A year later he was chosen to local office, and every opportunity which offered was seized upon to bring before the common people the true milk of the economic word, as he conceived it. The germ of his theory of values appeared in a pamphlet of 1834, and the line of his development was a steady one, his leading principles being the importance of restricting the functions of government to the maintenance of order, and of removing all shackles from the freedom of production and exchange. Through subscription to an English periodical he became familiar with Cobden and the Anti-Corn Law League, and his subsequent intimacy with Cobden contributed much to broaden his horizon. In 1844-5 appeared his brilliant Sophismes économiques, which in their kind have never been equalled, and his reputation rapidly expanded. He enthusiastically espoused the cause of free trade, and issued a work entitled Cobden et la Ligue, ou l'Agitation anglaise pour la liberté des échanges. Cobden and the League, or the English Agitation for Liberty of Exchange, which attracted great attention, and won for its author the title of corresponding member of the Institute. A movement for organization in favor of tariff reform was begun, of which he naturally became a leader, and feeling that Paris was the center from which influence should flow, to Paris he removed. M. de Molinari gives an account of his début. We still seem to see him making his first round among the journals which had shown themselves favorable to the cause of freedom of commerce. He had not yet had time to call upon a Parisian tailor or hatter, and in truth it had not occurred to him to do so. With his long hair and his small hat, his large surtout and his family umbrella, he would naturally be taken for a reputable countryman looking at the sights of the metropolis. But his countryman's face was at the same time roguish and spirituel. His large black eyes were bright and luminous, and his forehead, of medium breadth but squarely formed, bore the imprint of thought. At a glance one could see that he was a peasant of the country of Montaigne, and in listening to him one realized that here was a disciple of Franklin. He plunged at once into work, and his activity was prodigious. He contributed to numerous journals, maintained an active correspondence with Cobden, kept up communications with organizations throughout the country, and was always ready to meet his opponents in debate. The Republic of 1848 was accepted in good faith, but he was strongly impressed by the extravagant schemes which accompanied the Republican movement, as well as by the thirst for peace which animated multitudes. The provisional government had made solemn promises. It must pile on taxes to enable it to keep its promises. Poor people, how they have deceived themselves! It would have been so easy and so just to have eased matters by reducing the taxes. Instead, this is to be done by profusion of expenditure, and people do not see that all this machinery amounts to taking away 10 in order to return 8, without counting the fact that liberty will succumb under the operation. He tried to stem the tide of extravagance. He published a journal, the République Française, for the express purpose of promulgating his views. He entered the Constituent and then the Legislative Assembly as a member for the Department of Landes, and spoke eloquently from the tribune. He was a constitutional mugwump. He cared for neither parties nor men, but for ideas. He was equally opposed to the domination of arbitrary power and to the tyranny of socialism. He voted with the right against the left on extravagant utopian schemes, and with the left against the right when he felt that the legitimate complaints of the poor and suffering were unheeded. In the midst of his activity he was overcome by a trouble in the throat, which induced his physicians to send him to Italy. The effort for relief was a vain one, however, and he died in Rome, December 24th, 1850. His complete works, mostly composed of vocational essays, were printed in 1855. Besides those mentioned, the most important are Propriété et Loi, Property and Law, Justice et Fraternité, Protectionnisme et Communisme, and Harmonie économique. The Harmonie économique and Sophisme économique have been translated and published in English. Petition of the manufacturers of candles, wax lights, lamps, candlesticks, street lamps, snuffers, extinguishers, and of the producers of oil, tallow, rosin, alcohol, and generally of everything connected with lighting. To Messieurs the members of the Chamber of Deputies. Gentlemen, you are on the right road. You reject abstract theories and have little consideration for cheapness and plenty. Your chief care is the interest of the producer. You desire to emancipate him from external competition and reserve the national market for national industry. We are about to offer you an admirable opportunity of applying your, what shall we call it, your theory? No, nothing is more deceptive than theory. Your doctrine, your system, your principle, but you dislike doctrines, you abhor systems, and as for principles, you deny that there are any in social economy. We shall say, then, your practice without theory and without principle. We are suffering from the intolerable competition of a foreign rival, placed, it would seem, in a condition so far superior to ours for the production of light, that he absolutely inundates our national market with it at a price fabulously reduced. The moment he shows himself, our trade leaves us. All consumers apply to him, and a branch of native industry, having countless ramifications, is all at once rendered completely stagnant. This rival, who is no other than the sun, wages war to the knife against us, and we suspect that he has been raised up by perfidious Albion, good policy as times go, inasmuch as he displays towards that haughty island a circumspection with which he dispenses in our case. What we pray for is that it may please you to pass a law ordering the shutting up of all windows, skylights, dormer windows, outside and inside shutters, curtains, blinds, bull's-eyes, in a word, of all openings, holes, chinks, clefts, and fissures, by or through which the light of the sun has been in use to enter houses, to the prejudice of the meritorious manufactures with which we flatter ourselves we have accommodated our country, a country which, in gratitude, ought not to abandon us now to a strife so unequal. We trust, gentlemen, that you will not regard this our request as a satire, or refuse it without at least previously hearing the reasons which we have to urge in its support. And first, if you shut up as much as possible all access to natural light, and create a demand for artificial light, which of our French manufactures will not be encouraged by it? If more tallow is consumed, then there must be more oxen and sheep, And consequently we shall behold the multiplication of artificial meadows, meat, wool, hides, and above all, manure, which is the basis and foundation of all agricultural wealth. If more oil is consumed, then we shall have an extended cultivation of the poppy, of the olive, and of rape. These rich and exhausting plants will come at the right time to enable us to avail ourselves of the increased fertility which the rearing of additional cattle will impart to our lands. Our heaths will be covered with resinous trees. Numerous swarms of bees will on the mountains gather perfumed treasures, now wasting their fragrance on the desert air, like the flowers from which they emanate. No branch of agriculture but will then exhibit a cheering development. The same remark applies to navigation. Thousands of vessels will proceed to the whale fishery, and in a short time we shall possess a navy capable of maintaining the honor of France, and gratifying the patriotic aspirations of your petitioners, the undersigned candle-makers and others. But what shall we say of the manufacture of articles de Paris? Henceforth you will behold gildings, bronzes, crystals, in candlesticks, in lamps, in lustres, in candelabra, shining forth in spacious ware-rooms, compared with which those of the present day can be regarded but as mere shops. No poor résinier from his heights on the sea-coast, no coal-miner from the depth of his sable gallery, but will rejoice in higher wages and increased prosperity. Only have the goodness to reflect, gentlemen, and you will be convinced that there is perhaps no Frenchman, from the wealthy coal-master to the humblest vendor of lucifer matches, whose lot will not be ameliorated by the success of this our petition. We foresee your objections, gentlemen, but we know that you can oppose to us none but such as you have picked up from the effete works of the partisans of free trade. We defy you to utter a single word against us, which will not instantly rebound against yourselves and your entire policy. You will tell us that if we gain by the protection which we seek, the country will lose by it, because the consumer must bear the loss. We answer, you have ceased to have any right to invoke the interest of the consumer, for whenever his interest is found opposed to that of the producer, you sacrifice the former. You have done so for the purpose of encouraging labor and increasing employment. For the same reason, you should do so again. You have yourself refuted this objection. When you are told that the consumer is interested in the free importation of iron, coal, corn, textile fabrics, yes, you reply, but the producer is interested in their exclusion. Well, be it so. If consumers are interested in the free admission of natural light, the producers of artificial light are equally interested in its prohibition. But, again, you may say that the producer and consumer are identical. If the manufacturer gain by protection, he will make the agriculturist also a gainer, and if agriculture prosper, it will open a vent to manufactures. Very well. If you confer upon us the monopoly of furnishing light during the day, first of all we shall purchase quantities of tallow, coals, oils, resinous substances, wax, alcohol, besides silver, iron, bronze, crystal, to carry on our manufactures, and then we, and those who furnish us with such commodities, having become rich, will consume a great deal, and impart prosperity to all the other branches of our national industry. If you urge that the light of the sun is a gratuitous gift of nature, and that to reject such gifts is to reject wealth itself under pretense of encouraging the means of acquiring it, we would caution you against giving a death blow to your own policy. Remember that hitherto you have always repelled foreign products because they approximate more nearly than home products to the character of gratuitous gifts. To comply with the exactions of other monopolists, you have only half a motive, and to repulse us simply because we stand on a stronger vantage ground than others would be to adopt the equation plus times plus equals minus. In other words, it would be to heap absurdity upon absurdity. Nature and human labor cooperate in various proportions, depending on countries and climates, in the production of commodities. The part which nature executes is always gratuitous. It is the part executed by human labor which constitutes value and is paid for. If a Lisbon orange sells for half the price of a Paris orange, it is because natural, and consequently gratuitous, heat does for the one what artificial and therefore expensive heat must do for the other. When an orange comes to us from Portugal, we may conclude that it is furnished in part gratuitously, in part for an onerous consideration. In other words, it comes to us at half price as compared with those of Paris. Now, it is precisely the gratuitous half, pardon the word, which we contend should be excluded. You say, how can natural labor sustain competition with foreign labor when the former has all the work to do, and the latter only does one half, the sun supplying the remainder? But if this half, being gratuitous, determines you to exclude competition, how should the whole, being gratuitous, induce you to admit competition? If you were consistent, you would, while excluding as hurtful to native industry what is half gratuitous, exclude a fortiori, and with double zeal, that which is altogether gratuitous. Once more, when products such as coal, iron, corn, or textile fabrics are sent to us from abroad, and we can acquire them with less labor than if we made them ourselves, the difference is a free gift conferred upon us. The gift is more or less considerable in proportion as the difference is more or less great. It amounts to a quarter, a half, or three-quarters of the value of the product, when the foreigner only asks us for three-fourths, a half, or a quarter of the price we should otherwise pay. It is as perfect and complete as it can be, when the donor, like the sun in furnishing us with light, asks us for nothing. The question, and we ask it formally, is this: do you desire for our country the benefit of gratuitous consumption, or the pretended advantages of onerous production? Make your choice, but be logical. For as long as you exclude, as you do, coal, iron, corn, foreign fabrics, in proportion as their price approximates to zero, what inconsistency would it be to admit the light of the sun, the price of which is already at zero during the entire day? Stulta and Puera. There were, no matter where, two towns called Fool Town and Baby Town. They completed at great cost a highway from the one town to the other. When this was done, Fool Town said to herself, "See how Baby Town inundates us with her products. We must see to it." In consequence, they created and paid a body of obstructives, so called because their business was to place obstacles in the way of traffic coming from Babytown. Soon afterwards, Babytown did the same. At the end of some centuries, knowledge having in the interim made great progress, the common sense of Babytown enabled her to see that such reciprocal obstacles could only be reciprocally hurtful. She therefore sent a diplomatist to Fool Town, who, laying aside official phraseology, spoke to this effect: "We have made a highway, and now we throw obstacles in the way of using it. This is absurd. It would have been better to have left things as they were. We should not, in that case, have had to pay for making the road in the first place, nor afterwards have incurred the expense of maintaining obstructives. In the name of Babytown, I come to propose to you not to give up opposing each other all at once. That would be to act upon a principle, and we despise principles as much as you do, but to lessen somewhat the present obstacles, taking care to estimate equitably the respective sacrifices we make for this purpose." So spoke the diplomatist. Fool Town asked for time to consider the proposal, and proceeded to consult in succession her manufacturers and agriculturists. At length, after the lapse of some years, she declared that the negotiations were broken off. On receiving this intimation, the inhabitants of Babytown held a meeting. An old gentleman, they always suspected he had been secretly bought by Fool Town, rose and said, The obstacles created by Fooltown injure our sales, which is a misfortune. Those which we have ourselves created injure our purchases, which is another misfortune. With reference to the first, we are powerless, but the second rests with ourselves. Let us at least get quit of one, since we cannot rid ourselves of both evils. Let us suppress our obstructives, without requiring Fooltown to do the same. Some day, no doubt, she will come to know her own interests better. A second counsellor, a practical matter-of-fact man, guiltless of any acquaintance with principles, and brought up in the ways of his forefathers, replied, "Don't listen to that utopian dreamer, that theorist, that innovator, that economist, that stultomaniac. We shall all be undone if the stoppages of the road are not equalized, weighed, and balanced between Fooltown and Babytown. There would be greater difficulty in going than in coming, in exporting than in importing. We should find ourselves in the same condition of inferiority relatively to Fooltown as Havre, Nantes, Bordeaux, Lisbon, London, Hamburg, and New Orleans are with relation to the towns situated at the sources of the Seine, the Loire, the Garonne, the Tagus, the Thames, the Elbe, and the Mississippi. For it is more difficult for a ship to ascend than to descend a river." A voice. "Towns at the embouchures of rivers prosper more than towns at their source." This is impossible. Same voice. "But it is so." Well, if it be so, they have prospered contrary to rules. Reasoning so conclusive convinced the assembly, and the orator followed up his victory by talking largely of national independence, national honor, national dignity, national labor, inundation of products, tributes, murderous competition. In short, he carried the vote in favor of the maintenance of obstacles. And if you are at all curious on the subject, I can point out to you countries where you will see with your own eyes road makers and obstructives working together on the most friendly terms possible, under the orders of the same legislative assembly, and at the expense of the same taxpayers, the one set endeavoring to clear the road, and the other set doing their utmost to render it impassable. Inapplicable terms, from Economic Sophisms. Let us give up the puerility of applying to industrial competition phrases applicable to war, a way of speaking which is only specious when applied to competition between two rival trades. The moment we come to take into account the effect produced on the general prosperity, the analogy disappears. In a battle, everyone who is killed diminishes by so much the strength of the army. In industry, a workshop is shut up only when what it produced is obtained by the public from another source, and in greater abundance. Figure a state of things where for one man killed on the spot, two should rise up full of life and vigor. Were such a state of things possible, war would no longer merit its name. This, however, is the distinctive character of what is so absurdly called industrial war. Let the Belgians and the English lower the price of their iron ever so much. Let them, if they will, send it to us for nothing. This might extinguish some of our blast furnaces, but immediately, and as a necessary consequence of this very cheapness, there would rise up 1,000 other branches of industry more profitable than the one which had been superseded. We arrive then at the conclusion that domination by labor is impossible, and a contradiction in terms, seeing that all superiority which manifests itself among a people means cheapness, and tends only to impart force to all other nations. Let us banish, then, from political economy all terms borrowed from the military vocabulary. To fight with equal weapons, to conquer, to crush, to stifle, to be beaten, invasion, tribute, etc. What do such phrases mean? Squeeze them, and you obtain nothing. Yes, you do obtain something, for from such words proceed absurd errors, and fatal and pestilent prejudices. Such phrases tend to arrest the fusion of nations, are inimical to their peaceful, universal, and indissoluble alliance, and retard the progress of the human race. End of section 17. Section 18 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 18. Essay on Charles Baudelaire, 1821 to 1867, by Grace King. Charles Baudelaire was born in Paris in 1821. He died there in 1867. Between these dates lies the evolution of one of the most striking personalities in French literature, and the development of an influence which affected not only the literature of the poet's own country, but that of all Europe and America. The genuineness of both personality and influence was one of the first critical issues raised after Baudelaire's advent into literature. It is still one of the main issues in all critical consideration of him. A question which involves by implication the whole relation of poetry and of art as such to life is obviously one that furnishes more than literary issues and engages other than literary interests. And thus, by easy and natural corollaries, Baudelaire has been made a subject of appeal not only to judgment, but even to conscience. At first sight, therefore, he appears surrounded either by an intricate moral maze, or by a no less troublesome confusion of contradictory theories from opposing camps rather than schools of criticism. But no author, no dead author, is more accessible or more communicable in his way. His poems, his theories, and a goodly portion of his life lie at the disposition of any reader who cares to know him. The Baudelaire legend, as it is called by French critics, is one of the blooms of that romantic period of French literature which is presided over by the genius of Théophile Gautier. Indeed, it is against the golden background of Gautier's imagination that the picture of the youthful poet is best preserved for us, appearing in all the delicate and elusive radiance of the youth and beauty of legendary saints on the gilded canvases of mediaeval art. The radiant youth and beauty may be no more truthful to nature than the gilded background, but the fact of the impression sought to be conveyed is not on that account to be disbelieved. Baudelaire, Gautier writes, was born in the Rue Haute-Fay, in one of those old houses with a pepper-pot turret at the corner, which have disappeared from the city under the advancing improvement of straight lines and clear openings. His father, a gentleman of learning, retained all the 18th century courtesy and distinction of manner, which, like the pepper-pot turret, has also disappeared under the advance of republican enlightenment. An absent-minded, reserved child, Baudelaire attracted no especial attention during his school days. When they were over, his predilection for a literary vocation became known. From this his parents sought to divert him by sending him to travel. He voyaged through the Indian Ocean, visiting the great islands, Madagascar, Ceylon, Mauritius, Bourbon. Had there been a chance for irresolution in the mind of the youth, this voyage destroyed it forever. His imagination, essentially exotic, succumbed to the passionate charm of a new, strange, and splendidly glowing form of nature. The stars, the skies, the gigantic vegetation, the color, the perfumes, the dark-skinned figures in white draperies, formed for him at that time a heaven for which his senses unceasingly yearned afterwards, amid the charms and enchantments of civilization in the world's capital of pleasure and luxury. Returning to Paris, of age and master of his fortune, he established himself in his independence, openly adopting his chosen career. He and Théophile Gautier met for the first time in 1849 in the Hôtel Pimodau, where were held the meetings of the Hashish Club. Here in the great Louis XIV saloon, with its woodwork relieved with dull gold, its corbelled ceiling painted after the manner of Lesueur and Poussin, with satyrs pursuing nymphs through reeds and foliage, its great red and white spotted marble mantel, with gilded elephant harnessed like the elephant of Porus in Lebrun's picture, bearing an enamelled clock with blue ciphers, its antique chairs and sofas covered with faded tapestry representing hunting scenes, holding the reclining figures of the members of the club, women celebrated in the world of beauty, men in the world of letters, meeting not only for the enjoyment of the artificial ecstasies of the drug, but to talk of art, literature, and love, as in the days of the Decameron. Here Baudelaire made what might be called his historic impression upon literature. He was at that time 28 years of age, and even in that assemblage, in those surroundings, his personality was striking. His black hair, worn close to the head, grew in regular scallops over a forehead of dazzling whiteness. His eyes, the color of Spanish tobacco, were spiritual, deep, penetrating, perhaps too insistently so in expression. The mobile, sinuous mouth had the ironical, voluptuous lips that Leonardo da Vinci loved to paint. The nose was delicate and sensitive, with quivering nostrils. A deep dimple accentuated the chin. The bluish-black tint of the shaven skin, softened with rice powder, contrasted with the clear rose and white of the upper part of his cheeks. Always dressed with meticulous neatness and simplicity, following English rather than French taste, in manner punctiliously observant of the strictest conventionality, scrupulously, even excessively polite. In talk, measuring his phrases, using only the most select terms, and pronouncing certain words as if the sound itself possessed a certain subtle mystical value, throwing his voice into capitals and italics. In contrast with the dress and manners about him, he, according to Gautier, looked like a dandy who had strayed into Bohemia. The contrast was no less violent between Baudelaire's form and the substance of his conversation. With a simple, natural, and perfectly impartial manner, as if he were conveying commonplace information about everyday life, he would advance some axiom monstrously satanic, or sustain with the utmost grace and coolness some mathematical extravagance in the way of a theory. And no one could so inflexibly push a paradox to the uttermost limits, regardless of consequences to received notions of morality or religion, always employing the most rigorous methods of logic and reason. His wit was found to lie neither in words nor thoughts, but in the peculiar standpoint from which he regarded things, a standpoint which altered their outlines, like those of objects looked down upon from a bird's flight, or looked up to on a ceiling. In this way, to continue the exposition of Gautier, Baudelaire saw relations inappreciable to others, whose logical bizarrerie was startling. His first productions were critical articles for the Parisian journals, articles that at the time passed unperceived, but which today furnish perhaps the best evidences of that keen artistic insight and foresight of the poet, which was at once his greatest good and evil genius. In 1856 appeared his translation of the works of Edgar Allan Poe, a translation which may be said to have naturalized Poe in French literature, where he has played a rôle curiously like that of Baudelaire in Poe's native literature. The natural predisposition of Baudelaire, which fitted him to be the French interpreter of Poe, rendered him also peculiarly sensitive to Poe's mysteriously subtle yet rankly vigorous charms, and he showed himself as sensitively responsive to these as he had been to the exotic charms of the East. The influence upon his intellectual development was decisive and final. His indebtedness to Poe, or it might better be said, his identification with Poe is visible not only in his paradoxical manias, but in his poetry and in his theories of art and poetry set forth in his various essays and fugitive prose expressions, and notably in his introduction to his translations of the American author's works. In 1857 appeared The Fleurs du Mal, Flowers of Evil, the volume of poems upon which Baudelaire's fame as a poet is founded. It was the result of his 30 years' devotion to the study of his art and meditation upon it. 6 of the poems were suppressed by the censor of the Second Empire. This action called out, in form of protest, that fine appreciation and defense of Baudelaire's genius and best defense of his methods by 4 of the foremost critics and keenest artists in poetry of Paris, which form, with the letters from Sainte-Beuve, de Custine, and Deschamps, a precious appendix to the 3rd edition of the poems. The name Flowers of Evil is a sufficient indication of the intentions and aim of the author. Their companions in the volume are Spleen and Ideal, Parisian Pictures, Wine, Revolt, Death. The simplest description of them is that they are indescribable. They must not only be read, they must be studied repeatedly to be understood as they deserve. The paradox of their most exquisite art, and their at times most revolting revelations of the degradations and perversities of humanity, can be accepted with full appreciation of the author's meaning only by granting the same paradox to his genuine nature, by crediting him with being not only an ardent idealist of art for art's sake, but an idealist of humanity for humanity's sake, one to whom humanity, even in its lowest degradations and vilest perversions, is sublimely sacred, one to whom life offered but one tragedy, that of human souls flying like Cain from a guilt-stricken paradise, but pursued by the remorse of innocence, and scourged by the consciousness of their own infinitude. But the poet's own words are the best explanation of his aim and intention. Poetry, though one delve ever so little into his own self, interrogate his own soul, recall his memories of enthusiasms, has no other end than itself. It cannot have any other aim, and no poem will be so great, so noble, so truly worthy of the name of poem, as that which shall have been written solely for the pleasure of writing a poem. I do not wish to say that poetry should not ennoble manners, that its final result should not be to raise man above vulgar interests. That would be an evident absurdity. I say that if the poet has pursued a moral end, he has diminished his poetic force, and it would not be imprudent to wager that his work would be bad. Poetry cannot, under penalty of death or forfeiture, assimilate itself to science or morality. It has not truth for object, it has only itself. Truth's modes of demonstration are different and elsewhere. Truth has nothing to do with ballads. All that constitutes the charm, the irresistible grace of a ballad, would strip truth of its authority and power. Cold, calm, impassive, the demonstrative temperament rejects the diamonds and flowers of the muse. It is therefore the absolute inverse of the poetic temperament. Pure intellect aims at truth. Taste shows us beauty, and the moral sense teaches us duty. It is true that the middle term has intimate connection with the two extremes, and only separates itself from moral sense by a difference so slight that Aristotle did not hesitate to class some of its delicate operations amongst the virtues. And accordingly, what above all exasperates the man of taste is the spectacle of vice, is its deformity, its disproportions. Vice threatens the just and true, and revolts intellect and conscience, but as an outrage upon harmony, as dissonance, it would particularly wound certain poetic minds, and I do not think it would be scandal to consider all infractions of moral beauty as a species of sin against rhythm and universal prosody. It is this admirable, this immortal instinct of the beautiful, which makes us consider the earth and its spectacle as a sketch, as a correspondent of heaven. The insatiable thirst for all that is beyond that which life veils is the most living proof of our immortality. It is at once by poetry and across it, across and through music, that the soul gets a glimpse of the splendors that lie beyond the tomb. And when an exquisite poem causes tears to rise in the eye, these tears are not the proof of excessive enjoyment, but rather the testimony of a moved melancholy, of a postulation of the nerves, of a nature exiled in the imperfect, which wishes to take immediate possession, even on earth, of a revealed paradise. Thus the principle of poetry is strictly and simply human aspiration towards superior beauty, and the manifestation of this principle is enthusiasm and uplifting of the soul, enthusiasm entirely independent of passion, which is the intoxication of heart, and of truth, which is the food of reason. For passion is a natural thing, even too natural not to introduce a wounding, discordant tone into the domain of pure beauty, too familiar, too violent, not to shock the pure desires, the gracious melancholies, and the noble despairs which inhabit the supernatural regions of poetry. Baudelaire saw himself as the poet of a decadent epoch, an epoch in which art had arrived at the over-ripened maturity of an aging civilization, a glowing, savorous, fragrant over-ripeness that is already softening into decomposition. And to be the fitting poet of such an epoch, he modeled his style on that of the poets of the Latin decadence. For, as he expressed it for himself, and for the modern school of decadence in French poetry founded upon his name, does it not seem to the reader, as to me, that the language of the last Latin decadence, that supreme sigh of a robust person already transformed and prepared for spiritual life, is singularly fitted to express passion as it is understood and felt by the modern world? Mysticism is the other end of the magnet of which Catullus and his band, brutal and purely epidermic poets, knew only the sensual pole. In this wonderful language, solecisms and barbarisms seem to express the forced carelessness of a passion which forgets itself and mocks at rules. The words, used in a novel sense, reveal the charming awkwardness of a barbarian from the north kneeling before Roman beauty. Nature, the nature of Wordsworth and Tennyson, did not exist for Baudelaire. Inspiration he denied. Simplicity he scouted as an anachronism in a decadent period of perfected art, whose last word in poetry should be the apotheosis of the artificial. A little charlatanism is permitted even to genius, he wrote. It is like fard on the cheeks of a naturally beautiful woman, an appetizer for the mind. Again he expresses himself. It seems to me 2 women are presented to me, one a rustic matron, repulsive in health and virtue, without manners, without expression, in short, owing nothing except to simple nature. The other one of those beauties that dominate and oppress memory, uniting to her original and unfathomable charms all the eloquence of dress, who is mistress of her part, conscious of and queen of herself, speaking like an instrument well tuned, with looks freighted with thought, yet letting flow only what she would. My choice would not be doubtful, and yet there are pedagogic sphinxes who would reproach me as recreant to classical honor. In music it was the same choice. He saw the consummate art and artificiality of Wagner, and preferred it to all other music, at a time when the German master was ignored and despised by a classicized musical world. In perfumes it was not the simple fragrance of the rose or violet that he loved, but musk and amber. And he said, My soul hovers over perfumes as the souls of other men hover over music. Besides his essays and sketches, Baudelaire published in prose a novelette, Fanfarlo, Artificial Paradises, Opium and Hashish, Imitations of De Quincey's Confessions of an Opium Eater, and little prose poems, also inspired by a book, the Gaspard de la Nuit of Aloysius Bertrand, and which Baudelaire thus describes: "The idea came to me to attempt something analogous, and to apply to the description of modern life, or rather a modern and more abstract life, the methods he had applied to the painting of ancient life, so strangely picturesque. Which one of us in his ambitious days has not dreamed of a miracle of poetic prose, musical, without rhythm and without rhyme, supple enough and rugged enough to adapt itself to the lyrical moments of the soul, to the undulations of reverie, and to the assaults of conscience?" Failing health induced Baudelaire to quit Paris and establish himself in Brussels, but he received no benefit from the change of climate, and the first symptoms of his terrible malady manifested themselves: a slowness of speech and hesitation over words. As a slow and sententious enunciation was characteristic of him, the symptoms attracted no attention until he fell under a sudden and violent attack. He was brought back to Paris and conveyed to a maison de santé, where he died, after lingering several months in a paralyzed condition, motionless, speechless, nothing alive in him but thought, seeking to express itself through his eyes. The nature of Baudelaire's malady and death was, by the public at large, accepted as confirmation of the suspicion that he was in the habit of seeking his inspiration in the excitation of hashish and opium. His friends, however, recall the fact of his incessant work and intense striving after his ideal in art, his fatigue of body and mind, and his increasing weariness of spirit under the accumulating worries and griefs of a life for which his very genius unfitted him. He was also known to be sober in his tastes, as all great workers are. That he had lent himself more than once to the physiological and psychological experiment of hashish was admitted, but he was a rare visitor at the séances in the saloon of the Hôtel Pimodau, and came as a simple observer of others. His masterly description of the hallucinations produced by hashish is accompanied by analytical and moral commentaries which unmistakably express repugnance to and condemnation of the drug. "Admitting for the moment," he writes, "the hypothesis of a constitution tempered enough and strong enough to resist the evil effects of the perfidious drug, another, a fatal and terrible danger must be thought of, that of habit. He who has recourse to a poison to enable him to think, will soon not be able to think without the poison. Imagine the horrible fate of a man whose paralyzed imagination is unable to work without the aid of hashish or opium. But man is not so deprived of honest means of gaining heaven that he is obliged to invoke the aid of pharmacy or witchcraft. He need not sell his soul in order to pay for the intoxicating caresses and the love of houris. What is a paradise that one purchases at the expense of one's own soul? Unfortunate wretches, who have neither fasted nor prayed, and who have refused the redemption of labor, ask from black magic the means to elevate themselves at a single stroke to a supernatural existence. Magic dupes them, and lights for them a false happiness and a false light, while we, poets and philosophers, who have regenerated our souls by incessant work and contemplation, by the assiduous exercise of the will and permanent nobility of intention, we have created for our use a garden of true beauty. Confiding in the words that faith will remove mountains, we have accomplished the one miracle for which God has given us license. The perfect art form of Baudelaire's poems makes translation of them indeed a literal impossibility. The Little Old Women, The Voyage, The Voyage to Cytherea, A Red-Haired Beggar Girl, The Seven Old Men, and sonnet after sonnet in Spleen and Ideal, seem to rise only more and more ineffable from every attempt to filter them through another language, or through another mind than that of their original and, it would seem, one possible creator. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 19. Selected Poems by Charles Baudelaire. Meditation. Be pitiful, my sorrow, be thou still, for night thy thirst was. Lo, it falleth down, slowly darkening it veils the town, bringing its peace to some its ill. While the dull herd in its mad career under the pitiless scourge, the lash of unclean desire, goes calling remorse with fingers that never tire. My sorrow, thy hand, come sit thou by me here. Here, far from them all, from heaven's high balcony, see! In their threadbare robes the dead years cast their eyes, and from the depths below regret's wan smiles appear. The sun, about to set, under the arches sinks low, trailing its weltering pall far through the east aglow. Hark, dear one, hark! Sweet night's approach is near. The Death of the Poor. This is death the consoler, death that bids live again. Here life its aim. Here is our hope to be found, making, like magic elixir, the poor weak hands to swim round, and giving us heart for the struggle till night makes end of the pain. Athwart the hurricane, athwart the snow and the sleet, afar there twinkles over the black earth's waste the light of the scriptural inn, where the weary and the faint may taste the sweets of welcome, the plenteous feast, and the secure retreat. It is an angel in whose soothing palms are held the boon of sleep and dreamy balms, who makes a bed for poor and unclothed men. It is the pride of the gods, the all-mysterious room, the pauper's purse, this fatherland of gloom, the open gate to heaven, and heavens beyond our ken. Music. Sweet music sweeps me like the sea toward my pale star. Whether the clouds be there or all the air be free, I sail afar. With front outspread and swelling breasts on swifter sail, I bound through the steep waves' foamy crests under night's veil. Vibrate within me, I feel all the passions that lash a bark in distress. By the blast I am lulled, by the tempest's wild crash on the salt wilderness. Then comes the dead calm. Mirrored there, I behold my despair. The Broken Bell. Bitter and sweet, when wintry evenings fall across the quivering, smoking hearth, to hear old memory's notes sway softly far and near, while ring the chimes across the grey fog's pall. Thrice blessed bell that, to time insolent, still calls afar its old and pious song, responding faithfully in accent strong, like some old sentinel before his tent. I too, My soul is shattered, when at times it would beguile the wintry night with rhymes of old. Its weak old voice at moments seems like gasps some poor forgotten soldier heaves beside the blood pools, 'neath the human sheaves, gasping in anguish toward their fixed dreams. The Enemy. My youth swept by in storm and cloudy gloom, lit here and there by glimpses of the sun. But in my garden, now the storm is done, few fruits are left to gather purple bloom. Here have I touched the autumn of the mind, and now the careful spade to labor comes, soothing the earth torn by waves and wind, full of great holes like open mouths of tombs. And who knows if the flowers whereof I dream shall find, beneath this soil washed like the stream, the force that bids them into beauty start? O grief, O grief! Time eats our life away, and the dark enemy that gnaws our heart grows with the ebbing life-blood of his prey. Beauty. Beautiful am I as a dream in stone, and for my breast, where each falls bruised in turn, the poet with an endless love must yearn, endless as matter, silent and alone. A sphinx unguessed, enthroned in azure skies, white as the swan. My heart is cold as snow. No hated motion breaks my line's pure flow, nor tears nor laughter ever dim my eyes. Poets, before the attitudes sublime I seem to steal from proudest monuments, in austere studies waste the lingering time. For I possess, to charm my lover's sight, mirrors wherein all things are fair and bright. My eyes, my large eyes of eternal light. Death. Ho, death, boatman, death! It is time we set sail, up anchor, away from this region of blight. Though ocean and sky are like ink for the gale, thou knowest our hearts are consoled with the light. Thy poison pour out, it will comfort us well. Yea, for the fire that burns in our brain, we would plunge through the depths, be it heaven or hell, through the fathomless gulf, the new vision to gain. End of section 19. Recording by Capricia Page.
Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 20. The Painter of Modern Life, from La Romantique. The crowd is his domain, as the air is that of the bird, and the water that of the fish. His passion and his profession is to wed the crowd. For the perfect flaneur, for the passionate observer, it is an immense pleasure to choose his home in number, change, motion, in the fleeting and the infinite. To be away from one's home, and yet to be always at home. To be in the midst of the world, to see it, and yet to be hidden from it. Such are some of the least pleasures of these independent, passionate, impartial minds, which language can but awkwardly define. The observer is a prince, who everywhere enjoys his incognito. The amateur of life makes the world his family, as the lover of the fair sex makes his family of all beauties, discovered, discoverable, and indiscoverable, as the lover of painting lives in an enchanted dreamland painted on canvas. Thus the man who is in love with all life goes into a crowd as into an immense electric battery. One might also compare him to a mirror as immense as the crowd, to a conscious kaleidoscope, which in each movement represents the multiform life and the moving grace of all life's elements. He is an ego insatiably hungry for the non-ego, every moment rendering it and expressing it in images more vital than life itself, which is always unstable and fugitive. Any man, said Mr. G. one day, in one of those conversations which he lights up with intense look and vivid gesture, any man, not overcome by a sorrow so heavy that it absorbs all the faculties, who is bored in the midst of a crowd, is a fool, and I despise him. When Mr. G. awakens and sees the blustering sun attacking the window panes, he says with remorse, with regret, "What imperial order! What a trumpet flourish of light! For hours already there has been light everywhere, light lost by my sleep. How many lighted objects I might have seen and have not seen!" And then he starts off. He watches in its flow the river of vitality, so majestic and so brilliant. He admires the eternal beauty and the astonishing harmony of life in great cities, a harmony maintained in so providential a way in the tumult of human liberty. He contemplates the landscapes of the great city, landscapes of stone caressed by the mist or struck by the blows of the sun. He enjoys the fine carriages, the fiery horses, the shining neatness of the grooms, the dexterity of the valets, the walk of the gliding women, of the beautiful children, happy that they are alive and dressed. In a word, he enjoys the universal life. If a fashion, the cut of a piece of clothing has been slightly changed, if bunches of ribbon or buckles have been displaced by cockades, if the bonnet is larger and the back hair a notch lower on the neck, if the waist is higher and the skirt fuller, be sure that his eagle eye will see it at an enormous distance. A regiment passes, going perhaps to the end of the earth, throwing into the air of the boulevards the flourish of trumpets compelling and light as hope. The eye of Mr. G. has already seen, studied, analyzed the arms, the gait, the physiognomy of the troop. Trappings, scintillations, music, firm looks, heavy and serious moustaches, all enters pell-mell into him, and in a few moments the resulting poem will be virtually composed. His soul is alive with the soul of this regiment, which is marching like a single animal, the proud image of joy in obedience. But evening has come. It is the strange, uncertain hour at which the curtains of the sky are drawn and the cities are lighted. The gas throws spots on the purple of the sunset. Honest or dishonest, sane or mad, men say to themselves, "At last the day is at an end." The wise and the good-for-nothing think of pleasure, and each hurries to the place of his choice to drink the cup of pleasure. Mr. G. will be the last to leave any place where the light may blaze, where poetry may throb, where life may tingle, where music may vibrate, where a passion may strike an attitude for his eye, where the men of nature and the men of convention show themselves in a strange light, where the sun lights up the rapid joys of fallen creatures. A day well spent, says a kind of reader whom we all know. Any one of us has genius enough to spend a day that way. No, few men are gifted with the power to see. Still fewer have the power of expression. Now, at the hour when others are asleep, this man is bent over his table, darting on his paper the same look which a short time ago he was casting on the world, battling with his pencil, his pen, his brush, throwing the water out of his glass against the ceiling, wiping his pen on his shirt, driven, violent, active, as if he fears that his images will escape him, a quarreller although alone, a cudgeller of himself. And the things he has seen are born again upon the paper, natural and more than natural, beautiful and more than beautiful, singular and endowed with an enthusiastic life like the soul of the author. The phantasmagoria have been distilled from nature. All the materials with which his memory is crowded become classified, orderly, harmonious, and undergo that compulsory idealization which is the result of a childlike perception, that is to say, of a perception that is keen, magical, by force of ingenuousness. Modernness. Thus he goes, he runs, he seeks. What does he seek? Certainly this man, such as I have portrayed him, the solitary, gifted with an active imagination, always travelling through the great desert of mankind, has a higher end than that of a mere observer, an end more general than the fugitive pleasure of the passing event. He seeks this thing which we may call modernness, for no better word to express the idea presents itself. His object is to detach from fashion whatever it may contain of the poetry in history, to draw the eternal from the transitory. If we glance at the exhibitions of modern pictures, we are struck with the general tendency of the artists to dress all their subjects in ancient costumes. That is obviously the sign of great laziness, for it is much easier to declare that everything in the costume of a certain period is ugly than to undertake the work of extracting from it the mysterious beauty which may be contained in it, however slight or light it may be. The modern is the transitory, the fleeting, the contingent, the half of art, whose other half is the unchanging and the eternal. There was a modernness for every ancient painter. Most of the beautiful portraits which remain to us from earlier times are dressed in the costumes of their times. They are perfectly harmonious, because the costumes, the hair, even the gesture, the look and the smile, every epoch has its look and its smile, form a whole that is entirely lifelike. You have no right to despise or neglect this transitory, fleeting element, of which the changes are so frequent. In suppressing it, you fall by necessity into the void of an abstract and undefinable beauty, like that of the only woman before the fall. If instead of the costume of the epoch, which is a necessary element, you substitute another, you create an anomaly which can have no excuse unless it is a burlesque called for by the vogue of the moment. Thus the goddesses, the nymphs, the sultans of the 18th century are portraits morally accurate. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 21. Selected excerpts by Charles Baudelaire. Everyone his own chimera. Under a great grey sky, in a great powdery plain without roads, without grass, without a thistle, without a nettle, I met several men who were walking with heads bowed low. Each one bore upon his back an enormous chimera, as heavy as a bag of flour or coal or the accoutrements of a Roman soldier. But the monstrous beast was not an inert weight. On the contrary, it enveloped and oppressed the man with its elastic and mighty muscles. It fastened with its two vast claws to the breast of the bearer, and its fabulous head surmounted the brow of the man, like one of those horrible helmets by which the ancient warriors hoped to increase the terror of the enemy. I questioned one of these men, and I asked him whither they were bound thus. He answered that he did not know, neither he nor the others, but that evidently they were bound somewhere, since they were impelled by an irresistible desire to go forward. It is curious to note that not one of these travellers looked irritated at the ferocious beast suspended from his neck and glued against his back. It seemed as though he considered it as making part of himself. None of these weary and serious faces bore witness to any despair. Under the sudden cupola of the sky, their feet plunging into the dust of the soil as desolate as that sky, they went their way with the resigned countenances of those who have condemned themselves to hope forever. The procession passed by me and sank into the horizon's atmosphere, where the rounded surface of the planet slips from the curiosity of human sight. And for a few moments I obstinately persisted in wishing to fathom the mystery. But soon an irresistible indifference fell upon me, and I felt more heavily oppressed by it than even they were by their crushing chimeras. Humanity. At the feet of a colossal Venus, one of those artificial fools, those voluntary buffoons whose duty was to make kings laugh when remorse or ennui possessed their souls, muffled in a glaring ridiculous costume, crowned with horns and bells, and crouched against the pedestal, raising his eyes full of tears toward the immortal goddess. And his eyes said, "I am the least and the most solitary of human beings, deprived of love and of friendship, and therefore far below the most imperfect of the animals. Nevertheless I am made, even I, to feel and comprehend the immortal beauty. Ah, goddess, have pity on my sorrow and my despair." But the implacable Venus gazed into the distance, at I know not what, with her marble eyes. Windows. He who looks from without through an open window never sees as many things as he who looks at a closed window. There is no object more profound, more mysterious, more rich, more shadowy, more dazzling than a window lighted by a candle. What one can see in the sunlight is always less interesting than what takes place behind a blind. In that dark or luminous hole life lives, dreams, suffers. Over the sea of roofs I see a woman, mature, already wrinkled, always bent over something, never going out. From her clothes, her movement, from almost nothing, I have reconstructed the history of this woman, or rather her legend, and sometimes I tell it over to myself in tears. If it had been a poor old man, I could have reconstructed his story as easily. And I go to bed, proud of having lived and suffered in lives not my own. Perhaps you may say, "Are you sure that this story is the true one? What difference does it make what is the reality outside of me, if it has helped me to live, to know who I am and what I am?" Drink. One should always be drunk. That is all, the whole question. In order not to feel the horrible burden of time, which is breaking your shoulders and bearing you to earth, you must be drunk without cease. But drunk on what? On wine, poetry, or virtue, as you choose, but get drunk. And if sometimes on the steps of a palace, on the green grass of a moat, in the dull solitude of your chamber, you awake with your intoxication already lessened or gone, ask of the wind, the wave, the star, the clock, of everything that flies, sobs, rolls, sings, talks, what is the hour? And the wave, the wind, the star, the bird, the clock will answer, "It is the hour to get drunk." Not to be the martyred slave of time, get drunk unceasingly, wine, poetry, or virtue, as you choose. From a Journal. I swear to myself henceforth to adopt the following rule as the everlasting rules of my life: to pray every morning to God, the fountain of all strength and of all justice, to my father, to Mariette, and to Poe; to pray to them to give me necessary strength to accomplish all my tasks, and to grant my mother a life long enough to enjoy my reformation; to work all day, or at least as long as my strength lasts; to trust to God, that is to say to justice itself, for the success of my projects; to pray again every evening to God to ask him for life and strength, for my mother and myself; to divide all my earnings into 4 parts: one for my daily expenses, one for my creditors, one for my friends, and one for my mother; to keep the principles of strict sobriety, and to banish all and every stimulant. End of Section 21. Recording by Capricia Page.
Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 22. Essay on Lord Beaconsfield, 1804 to 1881, by Isa Carrington Cabell. Benjamin Disraeli, Earl of Beaconsfield, born in London December 1804, died there April 19th, 1881. His paternal ancestors were of the house of Lara, and held high rank among Hebrew Spanish nobles, till the tribunal of Torquemada drove them from Spain to Venice. There, proud of their race and origin, they styled themselves Sons of Israel, and became merchant princes. But, the city's commerce failing, the grandfather of Benjamin Disraeli removed to London with a diminished but comfortable fortune. His son, Isaac Disraeli, was a well-known literary man, and the author of the Curiosities of Literature. On account of the political and social ostracism of the Jews in England, he had all his family baptized into the Church of England. But with Benjamin Disraeli especially, Christianity was never more than Judaism developed. His belief and his affections were in his own race. Benjamin, like most Jewish youths, was educated in private schools, and at 17 entered a solicitor's office. At 22 he published Vivian Grey (London, 1826), which readable and amusing take-off of London society gave him great and instantaneous notoriety. Its minute descriptions of the great world, its caricatures of well-known social and political personages, its magnificent diction, too magnificent to be taken quite seriously, excited inquiry, and the great world was amazed to discover that the impertinent observer was not one of themselves, but a boy in a lawyer's office. To add to the audacity, he had conceived himself the hero of these diverting situations, and by his cleverness had outwitted age, beauty, rank, diplomacy itself. Statesmen, poets, fine ladies, were all genuinely amused, and the author bade fair to become a lion when he fell ill, and was compelled to leave England for a year or more, which he spent in travel on the Continent and in Egypt, Nubia, and Palestine. His visit to the birthplace of his race made an impression on him that lasted through his life and literature. It is embodied in his Letters to his Sister, London, 1843, and the autobiographical novel Contarini Fleming, 1833, in which he turned his adventures into fervid English at a guinea a volume. But although the spirit of poesy, in the form of a Childe Harold, stalks rampant through the romance, there is both feeling and fidelity to nature whenever he describes the Orient and its people. Then the bizarre, brilliant poseur forgets his rôle and reveals his highest aspirations. When Disraeli returned to London, he became the fashion. Everybody, from the Prime Minister to Count d'Orsay, had read his clever novels. The poets praised them. Lady Blessington invited him to dine. Sir Robert Peel was most gracious. But literary success could never satisfy Disraeli's ambition. A seat in Parliament was at the end of his rainbow. He professed himself a radical, but he was a radical in his own sense of the term, and, like his own Sidonia, half foreigner, half looker-on, he felt himself endowed with an insight only possible to an outsider, an observer without inherited prepossessions. Several contemporary sketches of Disraeli at this time have been preserved. His dress was purposed affectation. It led the beholder to look for folly only, and when the brilliant flash came, it was the more startling as unexpected from such a figure. Lady Dufferin told Mr. Motley that when she met Disraeli at dinner, he wore a black velvet coat lined with satin, purple trousers with a gold band running down the outside seam, a scarlet waistcoat, long lace ruffles falling down to the tips of his fingers, white gloves with several rings outside, and long black ringlets rippling down his shoulders. She told him he had made a fool of himself by appearing in such a dress, but she did not guess why it had been adopted. Another contemporary says of him, "When duly excited, his command of language was wonderful, his power of sarcasm unsurpassed." He was busy making speeches and writing political squibs for the next 2 years, for Parliament was before his eyes. He knew, says Froude, he had a devil of a tongue, and was unencumbered by the foolish form of vanity called modesty. Ixion in Heaven, The Infernal Marriage, and Popanilla were attempts to rival both Lucian and Swift on their own ground. It is doubtful, however, whether he would have risked writing Henrietta Temple (1837) and Venetia (1837), two ardent love stories, had he not been in debt, for notoriety as a novelist is not always a recommendation to a constituency. In Henrietta he found an opportunity to write the biography of a lover oppressed by duns. It is a most entertaining novel, even to a reader who does not read for a new light on the great statesman, and is remarkable as the beginning of what is now known as the natural manner, a revolt, his admirers tell us, from the stilted fashion of making love that then prevailed in novels. Venetia is founded on the characters of Byron and Shelley, and is amusing reading. The high-flown language encrusted with the gems of rhetoric excites our risibilities, but it is not safe to laugh at Disraeli. In his most diverting aspects he has a deep sense of humour, and he who would mock at him is apt to get a whip across the face at an unguarded moment. Mr. Disraeli laughs in his sleeve at many things, but first of all at the reader. He failed in his canvass for his seat at High Wycombe, but he turned his failure to good account, and established a reputation for pluck and influence. "A mighty independent personage," observed Charles Greville, and his famous quarrel with O'Connell did him so little harm that in 1837 he was returned for Maidstone. His first speech was a failure. The word had gone out that he was to be put down. At last, finding it useless to persist, he said he was not surprised at the reception he had experienced. He had begun several things many times, and had succeeded at last. Then, pausing and looking indignantly across the house, he exclaimed in a loud and remarkable tone, "I will sit down now, but the time will come when you will hear me." He married the widow of his patron, Wyndham Lewis, in 1838. This put him in possession of a fortune, and gave him the power to continue his political career. His radicalism was a thing of the past. He had drifted from conservatism, with Peel for a leader, to aristocratic socialism, and in 1844, 1845, and 1847 appeared the trilogy, as he styled the novels Coningsby, Tancred, and Sybil. Of the three, Coningsby will prove the most entertaining to the modern reader. The hero is a gentleman, and in this respect is an improvement on Vivian Grey, for his audacity is tempered by good breeding. The plot is slight, but the scenes are entertaining. The famous Sidonia, the Jew financier, is a favorite with the author, and betrays his affection and respect for race. Lord Monmouth, the wild peer, is a rival of the Marquis of Steyne, and worthy of a place in Vanity Fair. The political intriguers are photographed from life. The pictures of fashionable London tickle both the vanity and the fancy of the reader. Sybil is too clearly a novel with a motive to give so much pleasure. It is a study of the contrasts between the lives of the very rich and the hopelessly poor, and an attempt to show the superior condition of the latter when the Catholic Church was all-powerful in England and the king an absolute monarch. Tancred was composed when Disraeli was under the illusion of a possibly regenerated aristocracy. He sends Tancred, the hero, the heir of a ducal house, to Palestine to find the inspiration to a true religious belief, and details his adventures with a power of sarcasm that is seldom equaled. In certain scenes in this novel the author rises from a mere mocker to a genuine satirist. Tancred's interview with the bishop, in which he takes that dignitary's religious tenets seriously; that with Lady Constance, when she explains the mystery of chaos, and shows how the stars are formed out of the cream of the Milky Way, a sort of celestial cheese turned into light; the vision of the angels on Mount Sinai, and the celestial Sidonia who talks about the sublime and solacing doctrine of theocratic equality. All these are passages where we wonder whether the author sneered or blushed when he wrote. Certainly what has since been known as the Disraelian irony stings as we turn each page. Meanwhile Disraeli had become a power in Parliament, and the bitter opponent of Peel, under whom Catholic emancipation, parliamentary reform, and the abrogation of the commercial system had been carried without conditions and almost without mitigations. Disraeli's assaults on his leader delighted the Liberals. The country members felt indignant satisfaction at the deserved chastisement of their betrayer. With malicious skill, Disraeli touched one after another the weak points in a character that was superficially vulnerable. Finally, the point before the House became Peel's general conduct. He was beaten by an overwhelming majority, and to the hand that dethroned him descended the task of building up the ruins of the Conservative party. Disraeli's best friends felt this a welcome necessity. There is no example of a rise so sudden under such conditions. His politics were as much distrusted as his serious literary passages, but Disraeli was the single person equal to the task. For the next 25 years he led the Conservative opposition in the House of Commons, varied by short intervals of power. He was 3 times Chancellor of the Exchequer, 1853, 1858, and 1859, and on Lord Derby's retirement in 1868 he became Prime Minister. In 1870, having laid aside novel writing for 20 years, he published Lothair. It is a politico-religious romance aimed at the Jesuits, the Fenians, and the Communists. It had an instantaneous success, for its author was the most conspicuous figure in Europe. But its popularity is also due to its own merits. We are all of us snobs after a fashion, and love high society. The glory of entering the splendid portals of the real English dukes and duchesses seems to be ours when Disraeli throws open the magic door and ushers the reader in. The decorations do not seem tawdry, nor the tinsel other than real. We move with pleasurable excitement with Lothair from palace to castle, and thence to battlefield and scenes of dark intrigue. The hint of the love affair with the Olympian Theodora appeals to our romance. The circumventing of the wily cardinal and his accomplices is agreeable to the Anglo-Saxon Protestant mind. Their discomfiture and the crowning of virtue in the shape of a rescued Lothair married to the English duke's daughter with the fixed Church of England views is what the reader expects and prays for, and is the last privilege of the real story-teller. That the author has thrown aside his proclivities for Romanism as he showed them in Sybil, no more disturbs us than the eccentricities of his politics. We do not quite give him our faith when he is most in earnest, talking Semitic Arianism on Mount Sinai. A peerage was offered to him in 1868. He refused it for himself, but asked Queen Victoria to grant the honor to his wife, who became the Countess of Beaconsfield. But in 1876 he accepted the rank and title of Earl of Beaconsfield. The author of Vivian Grey received the title that Burke had refused. His last novel, Endymion, was written for the £10,000 its publishers paid for it. It adds nothing to his fame, but is an agreeable picture of fashionable London life and the struggles of a youth to gain power and place. Lord Beaconsfield put more dukes, earls, lords and ladies, more gold and jewels, more splendor and wealth into his books than anyone else ever tried to do. But beside his oriental delight in the display of luxury, it is interesting to see the effect of that orientalism when he describes the people from whom he sprang. His rare tenderness and genuine respect are for those of the race that is the aristocracy of nature, the purest race, the chosen people. He sends all his heroes to Palestine for inspiration. Wisdom dwells in her gates. Another aristocracy, that of talent, he recognizes and applauds. No dullard ever succeeds, no genius goes unrewarded. It is the part of the storyteller to make his story a probable one to the listener, no matter how impossible both character and situation. Mr. Disraeli was accredited with the faculty of persuading himself to believe or disbelieve whatever he liked, and did he possess the same power over his readers, these entertaining volumes would lift him to the highest rank the novelist attains. As it is, he does not quite succeed in creating an illusion, and we are conscious of two lobes in the author's brain. In one sits a sentimentalist, in the other a mocking devil. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Darbandy. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 23. A Day at Ems by Lord Beaconsfield. I think we'd better take a little coffee now, and then, if you like, we'll just stroll into the Redoute, continued Baron de Konigstein. In a brilliantly illuminated saloon, adorned with Corinthian columns, and casts from some of the most famous antique statues, assembled between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening many of the visitors at Ems. On each side of the room was placed a long narrow table, one of which was covered with green baize, and unattended, while the variously colored leather surface of the other was very closely surrounded by an interested crowd. Behind this table stood two individuals of very different appearance. The first was a short, thick man, whose only business was dealing certain portions of playing cards with quick succession, one after the other. And as the fate of the table was decided by this process, did his companion, an extremely tall, thin man, throw various pieces of money upon certain stakes, which were deposited by the bystanders on different parts of the table, or, which was more often the case, with a silver rake with a long ebony handle, sweep into a large enclosure near him the scattered sums. This enclosure was called the bank, and the mysterious ceremony in which these persons were assisting was the celebrated game of rouge et noir. A deep silence was strictly observed by those who immediately surrounded the table. No voice was heard save that of the little, short, stout dealer, when, without an expression of the least interest, he seemed mechanically to announce the fate of the different colors. No other sound was heard save the jingle of the dollars and napoleons, and the ominous rake of the tall, thin banker. The countenances of those who were hazarding their money were grave and gloomy, their eyes were fixed, their brows contracted, and their lips projected. And yet there was evident effort visible to show that they were both easy and unconcerned. Each player held in his hand a small piece of pasteboard, on which, with a steel pricker, he marked the run of the cards, in order, from his observations, to regulate his own play. The rouge et noir player imagines that chance is not capricious. Those who were not interested in the game promenaded in two lines within the tables, or, seated in recesses between the pillars, formed small parties for conversation. As Vivian and the Baron entered, Lady Magdalen Trevor, leaning on the arm of an elderly man, left the room, but as she was in earnest conversation she did not observe them. "I suppose we must throw away $1 or two, Gray," said the Baron, as he walked up to the table. "My dear de Koningstein, one pinch, one pinch. Ah, Marquis, what fortune to-night? Bad, bad. I have lost my Napoleon. I never risk further. There's that cursed crusty old de Trumpetson, persisting, as usual, in his run of bad luck, because he will never give in. Trust me, my dear de Koningstein, it'll end in his ruin, and then, if there's a sale of his effects, I shall perhaps get the snuff-box. Ah! Come, Gray, shall I throw down a couple of Napoleons on joint account? I don't care much for play myself, but I suppose at Ems we must make up our minds to lose a few louis. Here, now for the red. Joint account, mind. Done. There's the Archduke. Let us go and make our bow. We needn't stick at the table as if our whole soul was staked with our crown pieces. We'll make our bow, and then return in time to know our fate." So saying, the gentleman walked up to the top of the room. "Why, Gray, surely no. It cannot be, and yet it is. De Boufflers, how do you do?" said the Baron, with a face beaming with joy, and a hearty shake of the hand. "My dear, dear fellow, how the devil did you manage to get off so soon? I thought you were not to be here for a fortnight. We only arrived ourselves today." "Yes, but I've made an arrangement which I did not anticipate, and so I posted after you immediately. Whom do you think I have brought with me?" "Who?" "Salvinski." "Ah, and the Count?" "Follows immediately. I expect him tomorrow or next day. Salvinski is talking to the Archduke, and see, he beckons to me. I suppose I am going to be presented." The Chevalier moved forward, followed by the Baron and Vivian. "Any friend of Prince Salvinski I shall always have great pleasure in having presented to me. Chevalier, I feel great pleasure in having you presented to me. Chevalier, you ought to be proud of the name of Frenchman. Chevalier, the French are a grand nation. Chevalier, I have the highest respect for the French nation." The most subtle diplomatist, thought Vivian, as he recalled to mind his own introduction, would be puzzled to decide to which interest his Imperial Highness leans. The Archduke now entered into conversation with the Prince, and most of the circle who surrounded him. As his Highness was addressing Vivian, the Baron let slip our hero's arm, and seizing hold of the Chevalier de Boufflers, began walking up and down the room with him, and was soon engaged in very animated conversation. In a few minutes the Archduke, bowing to his circle, made a move, and regained the side of a Saxon lady, from whose interesting company he had been disturbed by the arrival of Prince Salvinski, an individual of whose long stories and dull romances the Archduke had, from experience, a particular dread, but his Highness was always very courteous to the Poles. "Gray, I've dispatched de Boufflers to the house to instruct the servant and Ernstov to do the impossible, in order that our rooms may all be together. You'll be delighted with de Boufflers when you know him, and I expect you to be great friends. Oh, by the by, his unexpected arrival has quite made us forget our venture at rouge et noir. Of course we're too late now for anything. Even if we had been fortunate, our doubled stake, remaining on the table, is of course lost. We may as well, however, walk up." So saying, the Baron reached the table. "That is your Excellency's stake, that is your Excellency's stake," exclaimed many voices as he came up. "What's the matter, my friends, what's the matter?" asked the Baron very calmly. There's been a run on the red, there's been a run on the red, and your Excellency's stake has doubled each time. It has been 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, and now it's 512, quickly rattled the little thin man in spectacles, pointing at the same time to his unparalleled line of punctures. This was one of those officious, noisy little men, who are always ready to give you unasked information on every possible subject, and who are never so happy as when they are watching over the interests of some stranger, who never thanks them for their unnecessary solicitude. Vivian, in spite of his philosophy, felt the excitement and wonder of the moment. He looked very earnestly at the Baron, whose countenance, however, remained perfectly unmoved. "Gray," said he very coolly, "it seems we're in luck." "The stake's then not all your own?" very eagerly asked the little man in spectacles. "No, part of it is yours, sir," answered the Baron very dryly. "I'm going to deal," said the short, thick man behind. "Is the board cleared?" "Your Excellency then allows the stake to remain?" inquired the tall, thin banker, with affected nonchalance. "Oh, certainly," said the Baron, with real nonchalance. 3, 8, 14, 24, 34, Rouge 34. All crowded nearer. The table was surrounded 5 or 6 deep, for the wonderful run of luck had got wind, and nearly the whole room were round the table. Indeed, the Archduke and Saxon lady, and of course the silent suite, were left alone at the upper part of the room. The tall banker did not conceal his agitation. Even the short, stout dealer ceased to be a machine. All looked anxious except the Baron. Vivian looked at the table. His Excellency watched, with a keen eye, the little dealer. No one even breathed as the cards descended. 10, 20. Here the countenance of the banker brightened. 22, 25, 28, 31. Noir 31. The bank's broke. No more play tonight. The roulette table opens immediately. In spite of the great interest which had been excited, nearly the whole crowd, without waiting to congratulate the Baron, rushed to the opposite side of the room in order to secure places at the roulette table. "Put these 512 Napoleons into a bag," said the Baron. "Gray, this is your share, and I congratulate you. With regard to the other half, Mr. Hermann, what bills have you got?" "2 on Gogel's house of Frankfurt, accepted, of course, for 250 each, and these 12 Napoleons will make it right," said the tall banker, as he opened a large black pocket-book, from which he took out 2 small bits of paper. The Baron examined them, and after having seen them endorsed, put them calmly into his pocket, not forgetting the 12 Napoleons, and then, taking Vivian's arm, and regretting extremely that he should have the trouble of carrying such a weight, he wished Mr. Hermann a very good night and success at his roulette, and walked with his companion quietly home. Thus passed the day at Ems. End of section 23. Recording by Dan Darvandy.
Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 24. Excerpts from The Young Duke by Lord Beaconsfield. The Festa in the Alhambra. From The Young Duke. You entered the Alhambra by a Saracenic cloister, from the ceiling of which an occasional lamp threw a gleam upon some Eastern arms hung up against the wall. This passage led to the armory, a room of moderate dimensions, but hung with rich contents. Many an inlaid breastplate, many a Mameluke scimitar and Damascus blade, many a gemmed pistol and pearl-embroidered saddle might there be seen, though viewed in a subdued and quiet light. All seemed hushed and still, and shrouded in what had the reputation of being a palace of pleasure. In this chamber assembled the expected guests. His Grace and the Bird of Paradise arrived first, with their foreign friends. Lord Squib and Lord Darrell, Sir Lucius Grafton, Mr. Annesley, and Mr. Peacock Piggott followed, but not alone. There were 2 ladies who, by courtesy, if no other right, bore the titles of Lady Squib and Mrs. Annesley. There was also a pseudo-Lady Aphrodite Grafton. There was Mrs. Montfort, the famous blonde, of a beauty which was quite ravishing, and dignified as beautiful. Some said but really people say such things that there was a talk I never believe anything I hear that had not the bird of paradise flown in these foreigners pick up everything Mrs. Montfort would have been the Duchess of St. James. How this may be I know not. Certain, however, this superb and stately Donna did not openly evince any spleen at her more fortunate rival. Although she found herself a guest at the Alhambra instead of being the mistress of the palace, probably, like many other ladies, she looked upon this affair of the singing bird as a freak that must end, and then perhaps his Grace, who was a charming young man, would return to his senses. There was also her sister, a long, fair girl, who looked sentimental, but was only silly. There was a little French actress, like a highly finished miniature, and a Spanish danseuse, tall, dusky, and lithe, glancing like a lynx, and graceful as a jennet. Having all arrived, they proceeded down a small gallery to the banqueting room. The doors were thrown open. Pardon me if for a moment I do not describe the chamber, but really the blaze affects my sight. The room was large and lofty. It was fitted up as an Eastern tent. The walls were hung with a scarlet cloth tied up with ropes of gold. Round the room crouched recumbent lions, richly gilt, who grasped in their paw a lance, the top of which was a coloured lamp. The ceiling was emblazoned with the Hauteville arms, and was radiant with burnished gold. A cresset lamp was suspended from the centre of the shield, and not only emitted an equable flow of soft though brilliant light, but also, as the aromatic oil wasted away, distilled an exquisite perfume. The table blazed with golden plate, for the bird of paradise loved splendour. At the end of the room, under a canopy and upon a throne, the shield and vases lately executed for his Grace now appeared. Everything was gorgeous, costly, and imposing, but there was no pretence, save in the original outline, at maintaining the Oriental character. The furniture was French, and opposite the throne Canova's Hebe, by Bertolini, bounded with a golden cup from a pedestal of ormolu. The guests are seated, but after a few minutes the servants withdraw. Small tables of ebony and silver, and dumb-waiters of ivory and gold, conveniently stored, are at hand, and Spiridion never leaves the room. The repast was most refined, most exquisite, and most various. It was one of those meetings where all eat. When a few persons, easy and unconstrained, unencumbered with care, and of dispositions addicted to enjoyment, get together at past midnight, it is extraordinary what an appetite they evince. Singers are also proverbially prone to gourmandize, and though the bird of paradise unfortunately possessed the smallest mouth in all of Singingland, it is astonishing how she pecked. But they talked as well as feasted, and were really gay. It was amusing to observe, that is to say, if you had been a dumb-waiter, and had time for observation, how characteristic was the affectation of the women. Lady Squibb was witty, Mrs. Annesley refined, and the pseudo-Lady Afy fashionable. As for Mrs. Montfort, she was, as her wont, somewhat silent, but excessively sublime. The Spaniard said nothing, but no doubt indicated the possession of Cervantic humour by the sly calmness with which she exhausted her own waiter and pillaged her neighbours. The little Frenchwoman scarcely ate anything, but drank champagne and chatted with equal rapidity and equal composure. "Prince," said the Duke, "I hope Madame de Herstein approves of your trip to England?" The Prince only smiled, for he was of a silent disposition, and therefore wonderfully well suited his travelling companion. "Poor Madame de Herstein!" exclaimed Count Frill. "What despair she was in when you left Vienna, my dear Duke! Ah, mon Dieu! I did what I could to amuse her. I used to take my guitar and sing to her morning and night, but without the least effect. She certainly would have died of a broken heart if it had not been for the dancing dogs." "The dancing dogs!" minced the pseudo Lady Aphrodite. "How shocking!" "Did they bite her?" asked Lady Squib, "and so inoculate her with gaiety?" "Oh, the dancing dogs, my dear ladies! Everybody was mad about the dancing dogs. They came from Peru, and danced the mazurka in green jackets, with a jabot. Oh, what a jabot!" "I dislike animals excessively," remarked Mrs. Annesley. "Dislike the dancing dogs!" said Count Frill. "Ah, my good lady, you would have been enchanted. Even the Kaiser fed them with pistachio nuts. Oh, so pretty, delicate little things, soft shining little legs, and pretty little faces. So sensible, and with such jabots!" "I assure you they were excessively amusing," said the prince, in a soft, confidential undertone to his neighbour Mrs. Montfort, who, admiring his silence, which she took for state, smiled and bowed with fascinating condescension. "And what else has happened, very remarkable count, since I left you?" asked Lord Darrell. "Nothing, nothing, my dear Darrell. This bêtise of a war has made us all serious. If old Clamstandt had not married that gipsy little Dugiria, I really think I should have taken a turn to Belgrade." "You should not eat so much, Poppet," drawled Charles Annesley to the Spaniard. "Why not?" said the little French lady, with great animation, always ready to fight anybody's battle, provided she could get an opportunity to talk. "Why not, Mr. Annesley? You never will let anybody eat. I never eat myself, because every night, having to talk so much, I am dry, dry, dry. So I drink, drink, drink. It is an extraordinary thing that there is no language which makes you so thirsty as French. I always have heard that all the southern languages, Spanish and Italian, make you hungry." "What can be the reason?" seriously asked the pseudo Lady Afy. "Because there is so much salt in it," said Lord Squib. "Delia," drawled Mr. Annesley, "you look very pretty to night." "I am charmed to charm you, Mr. Annesley. Shall I tell you what Lord Bonmot said of you?" "No, ma mignonne. I never wish to hear my own good things." "Spoiled, you should add," said Lady Squib, "if Bonmot be the case." "Lord Bonmot is a most gentlemanly man," said Delia, indignant at an admirer being attacked. "He always wants to be amusing. Whenever he dines out, he comes and sits with me half an hour to catch the air of Parisian badinage." "And you tell him a variety of little things?" asked Lord Squib, insidiously drawing out the secret tactics of Bonmot. "Beaucoup, beaucoup," said Delia, extending two little white hands sparkling with gems. "If he come in ever so how you call it heavy not that in the dumps. Ah, it is that. If ever he come in the dumps, he goes out always like a soufflé." "As empty, I have no doubt," said Lady Squib. "And as sweet, I have no doubt," said Lord Squib, "for Delcroix complains sadly of your excesses, Delia." "Mr. Delcroix complain of me? That indeed is too bad. Just because I recommended Montmorency de Versailles to him for an excellent customer, ever since he abuses me, merely because Montmorency has forgot, in the hurry of going off, to pay his little account." "But he says you have got all the things," said Lord Squib, whose great amusement was to put Delia in a passion. "What of that?" screamed the little lady. "Montmorency gave them to me." "Don't make such a noise," said the bird of paradise. "I never can eat when there is a noise. St. James," continued she, in a fretful tone, "they make such a noise." "Annesley, keep Squib quiet." "Delia, leave that young man alone. If Isidora would talk a little more, and you eat a little more, I think you would be the most agreeable little ladies I know. Poppet, put those bonbons in your pocket. You should never eat sugar plums in company." Thus talking agreeable nonsense, tasting agreeable dishes, and sipping agreeable wines, an hour ran on. Sweetest music from an unseen source ever and anon sounded, and Spiridion swung a censer full of perfumes around the chamber. At length the duke requested Count Frill to give them a song. The bird of paradise would never sing for pleasure, only for fame and a slight check. The count begged to decline, and at the same time asked for a guitar. The signora sent for hers, and his Excellency, preluding with a beautiful simper, gave them some slight thing to this effect: "Charming Bignetta, what a gay little girl is charming Bignetta! She dances, she prattles, she rides and she rattles, but she always is charming, that charming Bignetta. Charming Bignetta, what a wild little witch is charming Bignetta! When she smiles I'm all madness, when she frowns I'm all sadness, but she always is smiling, that charming Bignetta. Charming Bignetta, what a wicked young rogue is charming Bignetta! She laughs at my shyness, and flirts with his highness, yet still she is charming, that charming Bignetta. Charming Bignetta, what a dear little girl is charming Bignetta! Think me only a sister, she said trembling, I kissed her. What a charming young sister is charming Bignetta." He ceased; and although the Ferrarese to choicer music chimed his gay guitar in Estes halls, as Casti himself, or rather Mr. Rose, choicely sings, yet still his song served its purpose, for it raised a smile. "I wrote that for Madame Sapiepha at the Congress of Verona," said Count Frill. "It has been thought amusing." "Madame Sapiepha!" exclaimed the bird of paradise. "What! that pretty little woman who has such pretty caps?" "The same. Ah, what caps! Mon Dieu, what taste, what taste!" "You like caps, then?" asked the bird of paradise, with a sparkling eye. "Oh, if there be anything more than other that I know most, it is the cap. Here, voici," said he, rather oddly unbuttoning his waistcoat. "You see what lace I have got? Voici!" "Ah me! What lace, what lace!" exclaimed the bird in rapture. "St. James, look at his lace. Come here, sit next to me. Let me look at that lace." She examined it with great attention, then turned up her beautiful eyes with a fascinating smile. "Ah, c'est joli, n'est-ce pas? But you like caps. I tell you what, you shall see my caps. Spiridion, go, mon cher, and tell Mamselle to bring my caps. All my caps, one of each set." In due time entered the Swiss with the caps, all the caps, one of each set. As she handed them in turn to her mistress, the bird chirped a panegyric upon each. "That is pretty, is it not? And this also. But this is my favourite. What do you think of this border? C'est belle? Cette garniture? Et ces jabots, c'est très séduisant, n'est-ce pas? My voici, the cap of the Princess Liechtenstein. C'est superbe. C'est mon favori. But I also love very much this of the Duchess de Berry. She gave me the pattern herself. And after all, this cornet à petite santé of Lady Blaise is a dear little thing. Then again, this coiffe al dentelle of Lady Macaroni is quite a pet." "Pass them down," said Lord Squib. "We want to look at them." Accordingly they were passed down. Lord Squib put one on. "Do I look superb, sentimental, or only pretty?" asked his lordship. The example was contagious, and most of the caps were appropriated. No one laughed more than their mistress, who, not having the slightest idea of the value of money, would have given them all away on the spot; not from any good-natured feeling, but from the remembrance that to morrow she might amuse half an hour buying others. While some were stealing, and she remonstrating, the duke clapped his hands like a caliph. The curtain at the end of the apartment was immediately withdrawn, and the ball-room stood revealed. It was of the same size as the banqueting hall. Its walls exhibited a long perspective of gilt pilasters, the frequent piers of which were entirely of plate-looking glass, save where occasionally a picture had been, as it were, inlaid in its rich frame. Here was the Titian Venus of the Tribune, deliciously copied by a French artist. There the Roman Fornarina, with her delicate grace, beamed like the personification of Raphael's genius. Here Zuleika, living in the light and shade of that magician Guercino, in vain summoned the passions of the blooming Hebrew. And there Cleopatra, preparing for her last immortal hour, proved by what we saw that Guido had been a lover. The ceiling of this apartment was richly painted and richly gilt. From it were suspended 3 lustres by golden cords, which threw a softened light upon the floor of polished and curiously inlaid woods. At the end of the apartment was an orchestra, and here the pages, under the direction of Karlstein, offered a very efficient domestic band. Round the room waltzed the elegant revellers. Softly and slowly, led by their host, they glided along like spirits of air, but each time that the duke passed the musicians, the music became livelier and the motion more brisk, till at length you might have mistaken them for a collège of spinning dervishes. One by one an exhausted couple slunk away. Some threw themselves on a sofa, some monopolized an easy chair, but in 20 minutes all the dancers had disappeared. At length Peacock Piggott gave a groan, which denoted returning energy, and raised a stretching leg in air, bringing up, though most unwittingly, on his foot one of the bird's sublime and beautiful caps. "Hullo, Piggott! Armed cap a pied, I see," said Lord Squibb. This joke was a signal for general resuscitation. Here they lounged in different parties, talking on such subjects as idlers ever fall upon, now and then plucking a flower, now and then listening to the fountain, now and then lingering over the distant music, and now and then strolling through a small apartment which opened to their walks, and which bore the title of the Temple of Cnidos. Here Canova's Venus breathed an atmosphere of perfume and light, that wonderful statue whose full charged eye is not very classical, to be sure, but then how true! Lord Squibb proposed a visit to the theatre, which he had ordered to be lit up. To the theatre they repaired. They rambled over every part of the house, amused themselves, to the horror of Mr. Annesley, with a visit to the gallery, and then collected behind the scenes. They were excessively amused with the properties, and Lord Squibb proposed they should dress themselves. Enough champagne had been quaffed to render any proposition palatable, and in a few minutes they were all in costume. A crowd of queens and chambermaids, Jews and chimney sweeps, lawyers and charlies, Spanish dons and Irish officers, rushed upon the stage. The little Spaniard was Almaviva, and fell into magnificent attitudes with her sword and plume. Lord Squibb was the old woman of Brentford, and very funny. Sir Lucius Grafton, Harlequin, and Darrell, Grimaldi. The prince and the count, without knowing it, figured as watchmen. Squibb whispered Annesley that Sir Lucius O'Trigger might appear in character, but was prudent enough to suppress the joke. The band was summoned, and they danced quadrilles with infinite spirit, and finished the night at the suggestion of Lord Squibb by breakfasting on the stage. By the time this meal was dispatched, the purple light of morn had broken into the building, and the ladies proposed an immediate departure. Mrs. Montfort and her sister were sent home in one of the duke's carriages, and the foreign guests were requested by him to be their escort. The respective parties drove off. 2 cabriolets lingered to the last, and finally carried away the French actress and the Spanish dancer, Lord Darrell and Peacock Piggott. But whether the 2 gentlemen went in one, and 2 ladies in the other, I cannot aver. I hope not. There was at length a dead silence, and the young duke was left to solitude and the Signora. Squibb's Prom. The Young Duke. Charles Annesley. Dandy has been voted vulgar, and beau is now the word. I doubt whether the revival will stand, and as for the exploded title, though it had its faults at first, the Muse or Byron has made it not only English but classical. However, I dare say I can do without either of these words at present. Charles Annesley could hardly be called a dandy or a beau. There was nothing in his dress, though some mysterious arrangement in his costume, some rare simplicity, some curious happiness, always made it distinguished. There was nothing, however, in his dress which could account for the influence which he exercised over the manners of his contemporaries. Charles Annesley was about 30. He had inherited from his father, a younger brother, a small estate. and though heir to a wealthy earldom, he had never abused what the world called his prospects. Yet his establishments, his little house in Mayfair, his horses, his moderate stud at Melton, were all unique, and everything connected with him was unparalleled for its elegance, its invention, and its refinement. But his manner was his magic. His natural and subdued nonchalance, so different from the assumed non-emotion of a mere dandy; his coldness of heart, which was hereditary, not acquired; his cautious courage, and his unadulterated self-love, had permitted him to mingle much with mankind without being too deeply involved in the play of their passions; while his exquisite sense of the ridiculous quickly revealed those weaknesses to him which his delicate satire did not spare, even while it refrained from wounding. All feared, many admired, and none hated him. He was too powerful not to dread, too dexterous not to admire, too superior to hate. Perhaps the great secret of his manner was his exquisite superciliousness, a quality which, of all, is the most difficult to manage. Even with his intimates he was never confidential, and perpetually assumed his public character with the private coterie which he loved to rule. On the whole, he was unlike any of the leading men of modern days, and rather reminded one of the fine gentlemen of our old brilliant comedy, the Dorimants, the Bellairs, and the Mirabelles. The fussy hostess. Men shrink from a fussy woman, and few can aspire to regulate the destinies of their species, even in so slight a point as an hour's amusement, without rare powers. There is no greater sin than to be a trop prononcée. A want of tact is worse than the want of virtue. Some women, it is said, work on pretty well against the tide without the last. I never knew one who did not sink, who ever dared to sail without the first. Loud when they should be low, quoting the wrong person, talking on the wrong subject, teasing with notice, excruciating with attentions, disturbing a tête-à-tête in order to make up a dance, wasting eloquence in persuading a man to participate in amusement whose reputation depends on his social sullenness, exacting homage with a restless eye, and not permitting the least worthy knot to be untwined without their divinity-ship's interference, patronizing the meek, anticipating the slow, intoxicating with compliment, plastering with praise that you may in return gild with flattery; in short, energetic without elegance, active without grace, and loquacious without wit; mistaking bustle for style, raillery for badinage, and noise for gaiety, these are the characters who mar the very career they think they are creating, and who exercise a fatal influence on the destinies of all those who have the misfortune to be connected with them. Public speaking. Eloquence is the child of knowledge. When a mind is full, like a wholesome river, it is also clear. Confusion and obscurity are much oftener the results of ignorance than of inefficiency. Few are the men who cannot express their meaning when the occasion demands the energy, as the lowest will defend their lives with acuteness, and sometimes even with eloquence. They are masters of their subject. Knowledge must be gained by ourselves. Mankind may supply us with facts, but the results, even if they agree with previous ones, must be the work of our own mind. To make others feel, we must feel ourselves; and to feel ourselves, we must be natural. This we can never be when we are vomiting forth the dogmas of the schools. Knowledge is not a mere collection of words, and it is a delusion to suppose that thought can be obtained by the aid of any other intellect than our own. What is repetition, by a curious mystery, ceases to be truth, even if it were truth when it was first heard; as the shadow in a mirror, though it move and mimic all the actions of vitality, is not life. When a man is not speaking or writing from his own mind, he is as insipid company as a looking-glass. Before a man can address a popular assembly with command, he must know something of mankind, and he can know nothing of mankind without he knows something of himself. Self-knowledge is the property of that man whose passions have their play, but who ponders over their results. Such a man sympathizes by inspiration with his kind. He has a key to every heart. He can divine in the flash of a single thought all that they require, all that they wish. Such a man speaks to their very core. All feel that a master hand tears off the veil of cant with which, from necessity, they have enveloped their souls. For cant is nothing more than the sophistry which results from attempting to account for what is unintelligible, or to defend what is improper. Female beauty. There are some sorts of beauty which defy description and almost scrutiny. Some faces rise upon us in the tumult of life like stars from out of the sea, or as if they had moved out of a picture. Our first impression is anything but fleshly. We are struck dumb, we gasp for breath, our limbs quiver, a faintness glides over our frame, we are awed. Instead of gazing upon the apparition, we avert the eyes, which yet will feed upon its beauty. A strange sort of unearthly pain mixes with the intense pleasure, and not till with a struggle we call back to our memory the commonplaces of existence, can we recover our commonplace demeanor. These, indeed, are rare visions. These, indeed, are early feelings, when our young existence leaps with its mountain torrents. But as the river of our life rolls on, our eyes grow dimmer, or our blood more cold. End of Section 24. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Section 25 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James McAndrew, Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 25, Lothair in Palestine, by Lord Beaconsfield.
A person approached Lothair by the pathway from Bethany. It was a Syrian gentleman whom he had met at the consulate. As he was passing Lothair, he saluted him with the grace which had been before remarked. And Lothair, who was by nature courteous and even inclined a little to ceremony in his manners, especially with those with whom he was not intimate, immediately rose, as he would not receive such a salutation in a reclining posture.
"Let me not disturb you," said the stranger, "or, if we must be on equal terms, let me also be seated, for this is a view that never palls."
"It is perhaps familiar to you," said Lothair, "but with me, only a pilgrim, its effect is fascinating, almost overwhelming."
"The view of Jerusalem never becomes familiar," said the Syrian, "for its associations are so transcendent, so various, so inexhaustible, that the mind can never anticipate its course of thought and feeling when one sits, as we do now, on this immortal mount."
"I have often wished to visit the Sea of Galilee," said Lothair.
"Well, you now have an opportunity," said the Syrian. "The north of Palestine, though it has no tropical splendor, has much variety and a peculiar natural charm. The burst and brightness of spring have not yet quite vanished. You would find our plains radiant with wild flowers, and our hills green with young crops. And though we cannot rival Lebanon, we have forest glades among our famous hills that, when once seen, are remembered."
"But there is something to me more interesting than the splendor of tropical scenery," said Lothair. "Even if Galilee could offer it, I wish to visit the cradle of my faith."
"And you would do wisely," said the Syrian, "for there is no doubt the spiritual nature of man is developed in this land. And yet there are persons at the present day who doubt, even deny, the spiritual nature of man, said Lothair. I do not. I could not. There are reasons why I could not. There are some things I know, and some things I believe, said the Syrian. I know that I have a soul, and I believe that it is immortal. It is science that, by demonstrating the insignificance of this globe in the vast scale of creation, has led to this infidelity, said Lothair. Science may prove the insignificance of this globe in the scale of creation, said the stranger, but it cannot prove the insignificance of man. What is the earth compared with the sun? A molehill by a mountain. Yet the inhabitants of this earth can discover the elements of which the great orb exists, and will probably ere long ascertain all the conditions of its being. Nay, the human mind can penetrate far beyond the sun. There is no relation, therefore, between the faculties of man and the scale in creation of the planet which he inhabits. I was glad to hear you assert the other night the spiritual nature of man in opposition to Mr. Phoebus. Ah, Mr. Phoebus, said the stranger with a smile. He is an old acquaintance of mine, and I must say he is very consistent, except in paying a visit to Jerusalem. That does surprise me. He said to me the other night the same things as he said to me at Rome many years ago. He would revive the worship of nature. The deities whom he so eloquently describes and so exquisitely delineates are the ideal personifications of the most eminent human qualities, and chiefly the physical. Physical beauty is his standard of excellence, and he has a fanciful theory that moral order would be the consequence of the worship of physical beauty, for without moral order, he holds, physical beauty cannot be maintained. But the answer to Mr. Phoebus is that his system has been tried and has failed, and under conditions more favorable than are likely to exist again. The worship of nature ended in the degradation of the human race. But Mr. Phoebus cannot really believe in Apollo and Venus, said Lothair. These are phrases. He is, I suppose, what is called a pantheist. No doubt the Olympus of Mr. Phoebus is the creation of his easel, replied the Syrian. I should not, however, describe him as a pantheist, whose creed requires more abstraction than Mr. Phoebus, the worshipper of nature, would tolerate. His school never cares to pursue any investigation which cannot be followed by the eye, and the worship of the beautiful always ends in an orgy. As for pantheism, it is atheism in domino, the belief in a creator who is unconscious of creating is more monstrous than any dogma of any of the churches in this city, and we have them all here. But there are people now who tell you that there never was any creation, and therefore there never could have been a creator, said Lothair. And which is now advanced with the confidence of novelty, said the Syrian. Though all of it has been urged, and vainly urged, thousands of years ago, there must be design, or all we see would be without sense, and I do not believe in the unmeaning. As for the natural forces to which creation is now attributed, we know they are unconscious, while consciousness is as inevitable a portion of our existence as the eye or the hand. The conscious cannot be derived from the unconscious. Man is divine. I wish I could assure myself of the personality of the Creator, said Lothair. I cling to that, but they say it is unphilosophical. In what sense? Asked the Syrian. Is it more unphilosophical to believe in a personal God, omnipotent and omniscient, than in natural forces, unconscious and irresistible? Is it unphilosophical to combine power with intelligence? Goethe, a Spinozist, who did not believe in Spinoza, said that he could bring his mind to the conception that in the center of space we might meet with a monad of pure intelligence. What may be the center of space, I leave to the daedal imagination of the author of Faust. But a monad of pure intelligence, is that more philosophical than the truth first revealed to man amid these everlasting hills? Said the Syrian, that God made man in his own image. I have often found in that assurance a source of sublime consolation, said Lothair. It is the charter of the nobility of man, said the Syrian. One of the divine dogmas revealed in this land, not the invention of councils, not one of which was held on this sacred soil. Confused assemblies, first got together by the Greeks, and then by barbarous nations in barbarous times. Yet the divine land no longer tells us divine things, said Lothair. It may or may not have fulfilled its destiny, said the Syrian. In my father's house are many mansions, and by the various families of nations the designs of the Creator are accomplished. God works by races, and one was appointed in due season and after many developments to reveal and expound in this land the spiritual nature of man. The Aryan and the Semite are of the same blood and origin, but when they quitted their central lands, they were ordained to follow opposite courses. Each division of the great race has developed one portion of the double nature of humanity, till, after all their wanderings, they met again, and represented by their two choicest families, the Hellenes and the Hebrews, brought together the treasures of their accumulated wisdom, and secured the civilization of man. Those among whom I have lived of late, said Lothair, have taught me to trust much in councils, and to believe that without them there could be no foundation for the church. I observe you do not speak in that vein, though, like myself, you find solace in those dogmas which recognize the relations between the created and the Creator. There can be no religion without that recognition, said the Syrian, and no creed can possibly be devised without such a recognition that would satisfy man. Why are we here? Whence we come? Whither we go? These are questions which man is organically framed and forced to ask himself, and that would not be the case if they could not be answered. As for churches depending on councils, the first council was held more than 3 centuries after the Sermon on the Mount. We Syrians had churches in the interval. No one can deny that. I bow before the divine decree that swept them away from Antioch to Jerusalem, but I am not yet prepared to transfer my spiritual allegiance to Italian popes and Greek patriarchs. We believe that our family were among the first followers of Jesus, and that we then held lands in Bashan, which we hold now. We had a gospel once in our district where there was some allusion to this, and being written by neighbors, and probably at the time, I dare say it was accurate, but the Western churches declared our gospel was not authentic, though why I cannot tell, and they succeeded in extirpating it. It was not an additional reason why we should enter into their fold. So I am content to dwell in Galilee and trace the footsteps of my divine Master, musing over his life and pregnant sayings amid the mounts he sanctified and the waters he loved so well. End of section 25. Recording by James McAndrew, San Francisco, California.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 26. Selected excerpts by Beaumarchais. Beaumarchais, 1732 to 1799, by Brander Matthews. Pierre-Augustin Caron was born in Paris, January 24, 1732. He was the son of a watchmaker, and learned his father's trade. He invented a new escapement, and was allowed to call himself clockmaker to the king, Louis XV. At 24 he married a widow, and took the name of Beaumarchais from a small fief belonging to her. Within a year his wife died. Being a fine musician, he was appointed instructor of the king's daughters, and he was quick to turn to good account the influence thus acquired. In 1764 he made a sudden trip to Spain to vindicate a sister of his who had been betrothed to a man called Clavijo, and whom this Spaniard had refused to marry. He succeeded in his mission, and his own brilliant account of this characteristic episode in his career suggested to Goethe the play of Clavigo. Beaumarchais himself brought back from Madrid a liking for things Spanish and a knowledge of Iberian customs and character. He had been a watchmaker, a musician, a court official, a speculator, and it was only when he was 35 that he turned dramatist. Various French authors, Diderot especially, weary of confinement to tragedy and comedy, the only two forms then admitted on the French stage, were seeking a new dramatic formula in which they might treat pathetic situations of modern life, and it is due largely to their efforts that the modern play or drama, the story of everyday existence, has been evolved. The first dramatic attempt of Beaumarchais was a drama called Eugénie, acted at the Théâtre Français in 1767, and succeeding just enough to encourage him to try again. The second, The Two Friends, acted in 1770, was a frank failure. For the pathetic, Beaumarchais had little aptitude, and these two serious efforts were of use to him only in so far as their performance may have helped him to master the many technical difficulties of the theatre. Beaumarchais had married a second time in 1768, and he had been engaged in various speculations with the financier Paris Duvernay. In 1770 his wife died, and so did his associate, and he found himself soon involved in lawsuits, into the details of which it is needless to go, but in the course of which he published a series of memoirs or statements of his case for the public at large. These memoirs are among the most vigorous of all polemical writings. They were very clever and very witty, they were vivacious and audacious, they were unfailingly interesting, and they were read as eagerly as the Letters of Junius. Personal at first, the suits soon became political, and part of the public approval given to the attack of Beaumarchais on judicial injustice was due no doubt to the general discontent with the existing order in France. His daring conduct of his own cause made him a personality. He was entrusted with one secret mission by Louis XV, and when Louis XVI came to the throne, he managed to get him again employed confidentially. Not long after his two attempts at the serious drama, he had tried to turn to account his musical faculty by writing both the book and the score of a comic opera, which had, however, been rejected by the Comédie Italienne, the predecessor of the present Opéra Comique. After a while, Beaumarchais cut out his music and worked over his plot into a 5-act comedy in prose, The Barber of Seville. It was produced by the Théâtre Français in 1775, and like the contemporary Rivals of Sheridan, the one English author with whom Beaumarchais must always be compared, it was a failure on the first night, and a lasting success after the author had reduced it and rearranged it. The Barber of Seville was like the Gil Blas of Le Sage, in that, while it was seemingly Spanish in its scenes, it was in reality essentially French. It contained one of the strongest characters in literature, Figaro, a reincarnation of the intriguing servant of Menander and Plautus and Molière. Simple in plot, ingenious in incident, brisk in dialogue, broadly effective in character drawing, The Barber of Seville is the most famous French comedy of the 18th century, with the single exception of its successor from the same pen, which appeared 9 years later. During those years, Beaumarchais was not idle. Like Defoe, he was always devising projects for money-making. A few months after The Barber of Seville had been acted, the American Revolution began, and Beaumarchais was a chief agent in supplying the Americans with arms, ammunition, and supplies. He had a cruiser of his own, Le Fier Roderigue, which was in D'Estaing's fleet. When the independence of the United States was recognized at last, Beaumarchais had a pecuniary claim against the young nation which long remained unsettled. Not content with making war on his own account almost, Beaumarchais also undertook the immense task of publishing a complete edition of Voltaire. He also prepared a sequel to The Barber, in which Figaro should be even more important, and should serve as a mouthpiece for declamatory criticism of the social order. But his Marriage of Figaro was so full of the revolutionary ferment that its performance was forbidden. Following the example of Molière under the similar interdiction of Tartuffe, Beaumarchais was untiring in arousing interest in his unacted play, reading it himself in the houses of the great. Finally it was authorized, and when the first performance took place at the Théâtre Français in 1784, the crush to see it was so great that 3 persons were stifled to death. The new comedy was as amusing and as adroit as its predecessor, and the hits at the times were sharper and swifter and more frequent. How demoralized society was then may be gauged by the fact that this disintegrating satire was soon acted by the amateurs of the court, the chief character being impersonated by Marie Antoinette herself. The career of Beaumarchais reached its climax with the production of the second of the Figaro plays. Afterward he wrote the libretto for an opera, Tarare, produced with Salieri's music in 1787. The year before he had married for the 3rd time. In a heavy play called The Guilty Mother, acted with slight success in 1790, he brought in Figaro yet once more. During the Terror he emigrated to Holland, returning to Paris in 1796 to find his sumptuous mansion despoiled. May the 18th, 1799, he died, leaving a fortune of $200,000, besides numerous claims against the French nation and the United States. An interesting parallel could be drawn between the Rivals and the School for Scandal, on one side, and on the other the Barber of Seville and the Marriage of Figaro; and there are also piquant points of likeness between Sheridan and Beaumarchais. But Sheridan, with all his failings, was of sterner stuff than Beaumarchais. He had a loftier political morality, and he served the state more loyally. Yet the 2 comedies of Beaumarchais are like the 2 comedies of Sheridan, in their incessant wit, in their dramaturgic effectiveness, and in the histrionic opportunities they afford. Indeed, the French comedies have had a wider audience than the English, thanks to an Italian and a German, to Rossini, who set The Barber of Seville to music, and to Mozart, who did a like service for The Marriage of Figaro. From The Barber of Seville. Outwitting a Guardian. Rosina's lover, Count Almaviva, attempts to meet and converse with her by hoodwinking Dr. Bartolo, her zealous guardian. He comes in disguise to Bartolo's dwelling, in a room of which the scene is laid. Enter Count Almaviva, dressed as a student. May peace and joy abide here evermore. Bartolo. Never, young sir, was wish more apropos. What do you want? Sir, I am one Alonso, a bachelor of arts. Sir, I need no instructor. A pupil of Don Basilio, the organist of the convent, who teaches music to Madame your...
Basilio? Organist? Yes, I know him. Well?
What a man! He is confined to his bed with a sudden illness.
Confined to his bed? Basilio? He's very good to send word, for I've just seen him.
Oh, the devil! When I say to his bed, sir, I mean to his room.
Whatever's the matter with him, go, if you please.
Sir, I was asked, can no one hear us?
It's some rogue. What's that? No, Monsieur Mysterious, no one can hear. Speak frankly, if you can.
Plague take the old rascal. Don Basilio asked me to tell you...
Speak louder, I'm deaf in one ear.
Ah, quite right. He asks me to say to you that one Count Almaviva, who was lodging on the great square...
Speak low,
moved away from there this morning, as it was I who told him that this Count Almaviva...
Speak lower, I beg of you.
Was in this city, and as I have discovered that Señorita Rosina has been writing to him...
Has been writing to him? Oh, my dear friend, I implore you, do speak low. Come, let's sit down. Let's have a friendly chat. You have discovered, you say, that Rosina...
Certainly. Basilio, anxious about this correspondence on your account, asked me to show you her letter. But the way you take things...
Good Lord, I take them well enough. But can't you possibly speak a little lower?
You told me you were deaf in one ear.
I beg your pardon if I've been surly and suspicious, Signor Alonso. I'm surrounded with spies. And then your figure, your age, your whole air. I beg your pardon. Well, have you the letter?
I'm glad you're barely civil at last, sir. But are you quite sure no one can overhear us?
Not a soul. My servants are all tired out. Señorita Rosina has shut herself up in a rage. The very devil's to pay in this house. Still, I'll go and make sure.
He goes to peep into Rosina's room. Well, I've caught myself now in my own trap. Now what shall I do about the letter? If I were to run off, but then I might just as well not have come. Shall I show it to him? If I could only warn Rosina beforehand, to show it would be a master stroke. Bartolo returning on tiptoe.
She's sitting by the window with her back to the door and rereading a cousin's letter which I opened. Now, let me see hers.
Handing him Rosina's letter. Here it is. She's rereading my letter.
Since you've told me your name and estate. Oh, the little traitress. Yes, it's her writing.
Speak low yourself, won't you?
What for, if you please?
When we've finished, you can do as you choose. But after all, Don Basilio's negotiation with a lawyer...
With a lawyer? About my marriage?
Would I have stopped you for anything else? He told me to say that all can be ready tomorrow. Then, if she resists...
She will.
Count wants to take back the letter. Bartolo clutches it. I'll tell you what we'll do. We will show her her letter. And then, if necessary, I'll even tell her that it was given to me by a woman, to whom the Count is sacrificing her. Shame and rage may bring her to terms on the spot.
Calumny, eh? My dear fellow, I see very well now that you come from Basilio. But lest we should seem to have planned this together, don't you think it would be better if she'd met you before?
Count, repressing a start of joy. Don Basilio thought so, I know. But how can we manage it? It is late already. There's not much time left.
I will tell her you've come in his place. Couldn't you give her a lesson?
I'll do anything you like. But take care she doesn't suspect. All these dodges of pretended masters are rather old and theatrical.
She won't suspect if I introduce you. But how you do look! You've much more the air of a disguised lover than of a zealous student friend.
Really? Don't you think I can hoodwink her all the better for that?
She'll never guess. She's in a horrible temper this evening. But if she'll only see you... A harpsichord is in this room. Amuse yourself while you're waiting. I'll do all I can to bring her here.
Don't say a word about the letter.
Before the right moment? It would lose all effect if I did. It's not necessary to tell me things twice. It's not necessary to tell me things twice.
He goes. At last I've won. Oh, what a difficult little old imp he is. Figaro understands him. I found myself lying, and that made me awkward, and he has eyes for everything. On my honor, if the letter hadn't inspired me, he'd have thought me a fool. Ah, how they are disputing in there! What if she refuses to come? Listen, if she won't, my coming is all thrown away. Ah, there she is. I won't show myself at first. Rosina enters. There's no use talking about it, sir. I've made up my mind. I don't want to hear anything more about music.
But, my child, do listen. It is Señor Alonso, the friend and pupil of Don Basilio, whom he has chosen as one of our marriage witnesses. I'm sure that music will calm you.
Oh, you needn't concern yourself about that. And as for singing this evening, where is this master you're so afraid of dismissing? I'll settle him in a minute. And Señor Basilio, too. She sees her lover and exclaims, Ah!
Hey, what is the matter?
Pressing her hands to her heart. Ah, sir! Ah, sir!
She is ill again. Señor Alonso.
No, I'm not ill, but as I was turning... Ah, did you sprain your foot, madame? Yes, I sprained my foot. I hurt myself dreadfully. So I perceived. Looking at the Count, the pain really makes me feel faint.
A chair there! Oh, and not a single chair here!
He goes to get one. Ah, Rosina, what imprudence! There are 100 things I must say to you. He won't leave us alone. Figaro will help us. Bartolo bringing an armchair.
Wait a minute, my child. Sit down here. Oh, she can't take a lesson this evening, Señor. You must postpone it. Goodbye.
To the Count, no, wait, my pain is better. To Bartolo, I feel that I've acted foolishly. I'll imitate you and atone at once by taking my lesson.
Oh, such a kind little woman at heart. But after so much excitement, my child, I can't let you make any exertion. So goodbye, Señor, goodbye.
To the Count, do wait a minute. To Bartolo, I shall think that you don't care to please me if you won't let me show my regret by taking my lesson. I wouldn't oppose her, sir, if I were you.
Oh, that settles it, my love. I am so anxious to please you that I shall stay here all the time you are practicing.
Oh, no, don't. I know you don't care for music.
It will charm me this evening, I am sure.
Aside to the Count, I'm tormented to death. Count taking a sheet of music from the stand. Will you sing this, madame? Oh, yes, indeed. It's a very pretty thing out of the opera, The Useless Precaution.
Why do you always sing from The Useless Precaution?
There is nothing newer. It's a picture of spring in a very bright style. So if madame wants to try it, looking at the Count, with pleasure. A picture of spring is delightful. It's the youth of nature. It seems as if the heart always feels more when the winter's just over. It's like a slave who finds liberty all the more charming after a long confinement.
Always romantic ideas in her head, sir.
Did you notice the application?
Zoons!
He sits down in the chair which Rosina has been occupying. Rosina sings, during which Bartolo goes to sleep. Under cover of the refrain, the Count seizes Rosina's hand and covers it with kisses. In her emotion she sings brokenly and finally breaks off altogether. The sudden silence awakens Bartolo. The Count starts up, and Rosina quickly resumes her song. A little later in the scene. Don Basilio enters. Figaro in the background. Don Basilio! Good heavens. Figaro. The devil!
Ah, welcome, Basilio. So your accident was not very serious? Alonso quite alarmed me about you. He will tell you that I was just going to see you, and if he had not detained me...
Señor Alonso? Figaro stamping his foot. Well, how long must I wait? 2 hours already wasted over your beard. Miserable business. But, gentlemen, will you please tell me... You can talk to him after I've gone. But still, You'd better be quiet, Basilio. Do you think you can inform him of anything new? I've told him that you sent me for the music lesson instead of coming yourself. The music lesson? Alonso? Rosina whispers to Basilio. Do hold your tongue, can't you? She too? Let him know what you and I have agreed upon, sir.
Now, Basilio, don't contradict and say he is not your pupil, or you'll spoil everything. Indeed, Basilio, your pupil has a great deal of talent.
My pupil? I came to tell you that the Count has moved.
I know it. Hush! Who told you? He did, of course. It was I, naturally. Just listen, won't you? Is it so hard to keep still? The sharper. He's deaf. Who the devil are they trying to deceive here? Everybody seems to be in it.
Well, Basilio, about your lawyer?
You've got the whole evening to talk about the lawyer.
One word, Basilio. Only tell me if you are satisfied with the lawyer.
With the lawyer? Haven't you seen the lawyer? Eh? No, I haven't seen the lawyer. Do you want him to explain matters before her? Send him away.
You're right. But what made you ill all of a sudden?
I don't understand you. Count, secretly slipping a purse into his hands. Yes, he wants to know what you are doing here when you are so far from well. He's as pale as a ghost. Ah, I understand. Go to bed, dear Basilio. You are not at all well, and you make us all anxious. Go to bed. He looks quite upset. Go to bed.
I'm sure he seems feverish. Go to bed.
Why did you come out? They say that it's catching. Go to bed. I'm to go to bed? All of the others together.
Yes, you must.
Oh, indeed, I think I will have to withdraw. I don't feel quite as well as usual.
We'll look for you tomorrow, if you are better.
I'll see you soon, Basilio. Devil take it if I understand all this. And if it weren't for this purse... All.
Good night, Basilio. Good night.
Oh, very well, then. Good night. Good night. The others, all laughing, push him civilly out of the room. From The Marriage of Figaro, Outwitting a Husband. The scene is the boudoir of young Countess Almaviva, the Rosina of the previous selection. She is seated alone when her clever maid Susanna ushers in the young page Cherubino, just banished from the house because obnoxious to the jealous count. "Here's our young captain, madame." The title is a sad reminder that I must leave this delightful home and the godmother who has been so kind. And so beautiful. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Just look at his hypocritical eyelids. Madame, make him sing his new song. She gives it to him. Come now, my beautiful bluebird, sing away. Countess. Does the manuscript say who wrote this song? The blushes of guilt betray him. Madame, I tremble so. Ta, 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 ta. Come, modest author, since you are so commanded. Madame, I'll accompany him. Take my guitar. Cherubino sings his ballad to the air of Marbruch. The Countess reads the words of it from his manuscript, with an occasional glance at him. He sometimes looks at her, and sometimes lowers his eyes as he sings. Susanna, accompanying him, watches them both, laughing. Countess, folding the song. Enough, my boy, thank you. It is very good, full of feeling. Ah, as for feeling, this is a young man who... Well... Cherubino tries to stop her by catching hold of her dress. Susanna whispers to him, "Ah, you good for nothing. I'm going to tell her." Well, Captain, we'll amuse ourselves by seeing how you look in one of my dresses. Susanna, how can you go on so? Susanna, going up to Cherubino and measuring herself with him. He's just the right height. Off with your coat. She draws it off. But what if someone should come? What if they do? We're doing no wrong. But I'll lock the door just the same. Locks it. I want to see him in a woman's headdress. Well, you'll find my little cap in my dressing room on the toilet table. Susanna gets the cap, and then, sitting down on a stool, she makes Cherubino kneel before her and arranges it on his hair. Goodness, isn't he a pretty girl? I'm jealous. Cherubino, you're altogether too pretty. Undo his collar a little. That will give a more feminine air. Susanna loosens his collar so as to show his neck. Now push up his sleeves so that the under ones show more. While Susanna rolls up Cherubino's sleeves, the Countess notices her lost ribbon around his wrist. What is that? My ribbon? Ah, I'm very glad you've seen it, for I told him I should tell. I should certainly have taken it away from him if the Count hadn't come just then, for I am almost as strong as he is. Countess, with surprise, unrolling the ribbon. There's blood on it. Yes, I was tightening the curb of my horse this morning. He curvetted and gave me a push with his head, and the bridle stud grazed my arm. I never saw a ribbon used as a bandage before. Especially a stolen ribbon. What may all those things be? The curb, the curvetting, the bridle stud. Oh, what white arms he has, just like a woman's. Madame, they are whiter than mine. Never mind that, but run and find me some oiled silk.
Susanna goes out, after humorously pushing Cherubino over so that he falls forward on his hands. He and the Countess look at each other for some time, then she breaks the silence. "I hope you are plucky enough. Don't show yourself before the Count again to-day. We'll tell him to hurry up your commission in his regiment." "I already have it, madame. Basilio brought it to me." He draws the commission from his pocket and hands it to her. "Already? They haven't lost any time." She opens it. "Oh, in their hurry they've forgotten to add the seal to it." Susanna returning with the oiled silk. "Seal what?" "His commission in the regiment." "Already?" "That's what I said." "And the bandage?" "Oh, when you're getting my things, take a ribbon from one of your caps." Susanna goes out again. "This ribbon is of my favorite color. I must tell you I was greatly displeased at your taking it." "That one would heal me quickest." "And why so?" "When a ribbon has pressed the head and touched the skin of one. Very strange. Then it can cure wounds. I never heard that before. I shall certainly try it on the first wound of any of my maids. I must go away from here, but not for always. And now you are crying. At that prediction of Figaro. I'm just where he said I'd be." Someone knocks on the door. Who can be knocking like that?
Open the door.
Heavens, it's my husband. Where can you hide?
Open the door, I say.
There's no one here, you see.
But who are you talking to, then?
To you, I suppose. Hide yourself quick, in the dressing room. Oh, after this morning, he'd kill me if he found me here. He runs into the dressing room on the right, which is also Susanna's room. The Countess, after locking him in and taking the key, admits the Count. "You don't usually lock yourself in, madame?" I was gossiping with Susanna. She's gone," pointing to her maid's room.
"And you seem very much agitated, madame."
"No, not at all, I assure you. We were talking about you. She's just gone, as I told you."
"I must say, madame, you and I seem to be surrounded by spiteful people. Just as I'm starting for a ride, I'm handed a note which informs me that a certain person, whom I suppose far enough away, is to visit you this evening."
"The bold fellow, whoever he is, will have to come here then, for I don't intend to leave my room to-day." Something falls heavily in the dressing room where Cherubino is.
"Ah, madame, something dropped just then."
I didn't hear anything."
"You must be very absent-minded, then. Somebody is in that room."
"Who do you think could be there?"
"Madame, that is what I'm asking you. I have just come in."
"Probably it's Susanna wandering about."
"But you just told me that she went that way."
"This way or that, I don't know which."
"Very well, madame, I must see her. Come here, Susanna."
"No, she cannot. Pray wait. She's but half dressed. She's trying on things that I've given her for her wedding."
"Dressed or not, I wish to see her at once."
"I can't prevent your doing so anywhere else, but here."
"You may say what you choose. I will see her."
"I thoroughly believe you'd like to see her in that state. But
very well, madame. If Susanna can't come out, at least she can talk. Susanna, are you there? Answer, I command you."
"Don't answer, Susanna. I forbid you. Sir, how can you be such a petty tyrant? Fine suspicions, indeed." Susanna slips by, and hides behind the Countess's bed without being noticed either by her or by the Count.
"They are all the easier to dispel. I can see that it would be useless to ask you for the key, but it's easy enough to break in the door. Here, somebody."
"Will you really make yourself the laughing-stock of the chateau for such a silly suspicion?"
"You're quite right. I shall simply force the door myself. I'm going for tools."
"Sir, if your conduct were prompted by love, I'd forgive your jealousy for the sake of the motive. But its cause is only your vanity."
"Love or vanity, madame, I mean to know who is in that room. And to guard against any tricks, I am going to lock the door to your maid's room. You, madame, will kindly come with me, and without any noise, if you please." He leads her away. "As for the Susanna in the dressing room, she will please wait a few minutes."
Countess going out with him. "Sir, I assure you."
Susanna coming out from behind the bed and running to the dressing room.
"Cherubino, open quick! It's Susanna!" Cherubino hurries out of the dressing room. "Escape! You haven't a minute to lose."
"Where can I go?"
I don't know at all, but do go somewhere." Cherubino running to the window, then coming back.
"The window isn't so very high."
Susanna frightened and holding him back.
"He'll kill himself."
"Ah, Susy, I'd rather jump into a gulf than put the Countess in danger." He snatches a kiss, then runs to the window, hesitates, and finally jumps down into the garden. Susanna. "Ah!" She falls fainting into an armchair. Recovering slowly, she rises, and seeing Cherubino running through the garden, she comes forward, panting. "He's far away already. Little scamp, as nimble as he is handsome." She next runs to the dressing room. "Now, Count Almaviva, knock as hard as you like. Break down the door. Plague take me if I answer you." Goes into the dressing room and shuts the door. Count and Countess return. "Now, madame, consider well before you drive me to extremes." I beg of you." Count, preparing to burst open the door. "You can't cajole me now." "Then I will open it. Here is the key." "So it is not Susanna?" "No, but it's no one who should offend you." "If it's a man, I kill him." "Unworthy wife, you wish to stay shut up in your room. You shall stay in it long enough, I promise you. Now I understand the note. My suspicions are justified." "Will you listen to me 1 minute?" "Who is in that room?" "Your page." "Cherubino? The little scoundrel! Just let me catch him. I don't wonder you were so agitated." I assure you we were only planning an innocent joke." The Count snatches the key and goes to the dressing room door. The Countess throws herself at his feet. "Have mercy, Count. Spare this poor child. And although the disorder in which you will find him—" "What, madame? What do you mean? What disorder?" "He was just changing his coat. His neck and arms are bare." The Countess throws herself into a chair and turns away her head. Count running to the dressing room. "Come out here, you young villain!" Susanna comes out of the dressing room. "Eh? Why, it is Susanna!"
What a lesson!
"I will kill him, I will kill him. Why then, why don't you kill this mischievous page?"
Count.
To the Countess, who at the sight of Susanna shows the greatest surprise. "So you also play astonishment, madame?"
"Why shouldn't I?"
"But perhaps she wasn't alone in there. I'll find out." He goes into the dressing room.
"Susanna, I'm nearly dead." Count returns.
"No one there. So this time I really am wrong. You excel at comedy, madame."
"And what about me, sir?"
"And so do you."
"Aren't you pleased you found her instead of Cherubino? You are generally pleased to come across her."
"Madame ought to have let you break in the doors, call the servants." "Yes, it's quite true. I'm at fault. I'm humiliated enough. But why didn't you answer, you cruel girl, when I called you?"
"I was dressing as well as I could, with the aid of pins, and Madame knew why she forbade me to answer. She had her lessons."
"Why don't you help me get pardon, instead of making me out as bad as you can?
Did I marry you to be eternally subjected to jealousy and neglect? I mean to join the Ursulines, and—"
"But Rosina—"
"I am no longer the Rosina whom you loved so well. I am only poor Countess Almaviva, deserted wife of a madly jealous husband."
"I assure you, Rosina, this man, this letter, had excited me so—"
"I never gave my consent."
"What? You knew about it?"
"This rattle-pate Figaro, without my sanction."
"He did it, eh? And Basilio pretended that a peasant brought it. Crafty wag, ready to impose on everybody."
"You beg pardon, but you never grant pardon. If I grant it, it shall only be on condition of a general amnesty."
"Well, then, so be it. I agree. But I don't understand how your sex can adapt itself to circumstances so quickly and so nicely. You were certainly much agitated, and for that matter you are yet."
"Men aren't sharp enough to distinguish between honest indignation at unjust suspicion, and the confusion of guilt."
"We men think we know something of politics, but we are only children. Madame, the king ought to name you his ambassador to London. And now pray forget this unfortunate business, so humiliating for me."
"For us both."
"Won't you tell me again that you forgive me?"
"Have I said that, Susanna?"
"Ah, say it now."
"Do you deserve it, culprit?"
"Yes, honestly, for my repentance." Giving him her hand.
"How weak I am! What an example I set you, Susanna! He'll never believe in a woman's anger."
"You are prisoner on parole, and you shall see we are honorable."
End of Section 26. Recording by Alan Wayman.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. Section 27. Essay on Francis Beaumont, 1584 to 1616, and John Fletcher, 1579 to 1625, by Charles Dudley Warner. The names of Beaumont and Fletcher, says Lowell in his lectures on Old English dramatists, are as inseparably linked together as those of Castor and Pollux. They are the double star of our poetical firmament, and their beams are so indissolubly mingled that it is vain to attempt any division of them that shall assign to each his rightful share. Theirs was not that dramatic collaboration all too common among the lesser Elizabethan dramatists, at a time when managers, eager to satisfy a restless public incessantly clamoring for novelty, parceled out single acts or even scenes of a play among 2 or 3 playwrights to put together a more or less congruous piece of work. Beaumont and Fletcher joined partnership not from any outward necessity, but inspired by a common love of their art and true congeniality of mind. Unlike many of their brother dramatists, whom the necessities of a lowly origin drove to seek a livelihood in writing for the theatres, Beaumont and Fletcher were of gentle birth, and sprung from families eminent at the bar and in the church. Beaumont was born at Gracedieu in Leicestershire, 1584, the son of a chief justice. His name is first mentioned as a gentleman commoner at Broadgate Hall, now Pembroke College, Oxford. At 16 he was entered a member of the Inner Temple, but the dry facts of the law did not appeal to his romantic imagination. Nowhere in his work does he draw upon his barrister's experience to the extent that makes the plays of Middleton, who also knew the Inner Temple at first hand, a storehouse of information in things legal. His feet soon strayed, therefore, into the more congenial fields of dramatic invention. Fletcher was born in Rye, Sussex, the son of a minister who later became Bishop of London. Giles Fletcher the younger and Phineas Fletcher, both well-known poets in their day, were his cousins. His early life is as little known as that of Beaumont, and indeed as the lives of most of the other Elizabethan dramatists. He was a pensioner at Benet College, now Corpus Christi, Cambridge, in 1591, and in 1593 he was Bible clerk there. Then we hear nothing of him until The Woman Hater was brought out in 1607. The play has been ascribed to Beaumont alone, to Fletcher alone, and to the two jointly. Whoever may be the author, it is the firstling of his dramatic muse, and worth merely a passing mention. How or when their literary friendship began is not known, but since both were friends of Jonson, both prefixing commendatory verses to the great realist's play of The Fox, it is fair to assume that through him they were brought together, and that both belonged to that brilliant circle of wits, poets, and dramatists who made famous the gatherings at the Mermaid Inn. They lived in the closest intimacy on the Bankside, near the Globe Theatre in Southwark, sharing everything in common, even the bed, and some say their clothing, which is likely enough, as it can be paralleled without going back 3 centuries. It is certain that the more affluent circumstances of Beaumont tided his less fortunate friend over many a difficulty, and the astonishing dramatic productivity of Fletcher's later period was probably due to Beaumont's untimely death, making it necessary for Fletcher to rely on his pen for support. In 1613 Beaumont's marriage to a Kentish heiress put an end to the communistic bachelor establishment. He died March 6, 1616, not quite 6 weeks before Shakespeare, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Fletcher survived him 9 years, dying of the plague in 1625. He was buried not by the side of the poet with whose name his own is forever linked, but at St. Saviour's, Southwark. A student of physiognomy, says Swinburne, will not fail to mark the points of likeness and of difference between the faces of the two friends, both models of noble manhood. Beaumont, the statelier and serener of the two, with clear, thoughtful eyes, full arched brows, and strong aquiline nose with a little cleft at the tip, a grave and beautiful mouth with full and finely curved lips, the form of face a very pure oval, and the imperial head with its fair large front and clustering hair, set firm and carried high with an aspect of quiet command and knightly observation. Fletcher, with more keen and fervid face, sharper in outline every way, with an air of bright ardour and glad fiery impatience, sanguine and nervous, suiting the complexion and colour of hair, the expression of the eager eyes and lips almost rivaling that of a noble hound in act to break the leash it strains at. Two heads as lordly of feature and as expressive of aspect as any gallery of great men can show. It may not be altogether fanciful to transfer this description of their physical bearing to their mental equipment, and draw some conclusions as to their several endowments and their respective share in the work that goes under their common name. Of course, it is impossible to draw hard and fast lines of demarcation and assign to each poet his own words. They, above all others, would probably have resented so dogmatic a procedure, and affirmed the dramas to be their joint offspring, even as a child partakes of the nature of both its parents. Their plays are organic structures, with well worked out plots and for the most part well sustained characters. They present a complete fusion of the different elements contributed by each author, never showing that agglomeration of incongruous matter so often found among the work of the lesser playwrights, where each hand can be singled out and held responsible for its share. Elaborate attempts, based on verse tests, have been made to disentangle the two threads of their poetic fabric. These attempts show much patient analysis, and are interesting as evidences of ingenuity, but they appeal more to the scholar than to the lover of poetry. Yet a sympathetic reading and a comparison of the plays professedly written by Fletcher alone after Beaumont's death, with those jointly produced by them in the early part of Fletcher's career, shows the different qualities of mind that went to the making of the work, and the individual characteristics of the men that wrote it. Here Swinburne's eloquence gives concreteness to the picture. In the joint plays there is a surer touch, a deeper, more pathetic note, a greater intensity of emotion. There is more tragic pathos and passion, more strong, genuine humor, nobler sentiments. The predominance of these graver, sweeter qualities may well be attributed to Beaumont's influence. Although a disciple of Jonson in comedy, he was a close follower of Shakespeare in tragedy, and a student of the rhythms and metres of Shakespeare's second manner, of the period that saw Hamlet, Macbeth, and the plays clustering around them. Too great a poet himself merely to imitate, Beaumont yet felt the influence of that still greater poet who swayed every one of the later dramatists, with the single exception perhaps of Jonson. But in pure comedy, mixed with farce and mock heroic parody, he belongs to the school of Rare Ben. Fletcher, on the other hand, is more brilliant, more rapid and supple, readier in his resources, of more startling invention. He has an extraordinary swiftness and fluency of speech, and no other dramatist, not even Shakespeare, equals him in the remarkable facility with which he reproduces in light, airy verse the bantering conversations of the young beaux and court gentlemen of the time of James I. His peculiar trick of the redundant syllable at the end of many of his lines is largely responsible in producing this effect of ordinary speech, that yet is verse without being prosy. There is a flavor about Fletcher's work peculiarly its own. He created a new form of mixed comedy and dramatic romance, dealing with the humors and mischances of men, yet possessing a romantic coloring. He had great skill in combining his effects, and threw a fresh charm and vividness over his fanciful world. The quality of his genius is essentially bright and sunny, and therefore he is best in his comic and romantic work. His tragedy, although it has great pathos and passion, does not compel tears, nor does it subdue by its terror. It lacks the note of inevitableness, which is the final touchstone of tragic greatness. Their first joint play, Philaster, or Love Lies a Bleeding, acted in 1608, is in its detached passages the most famous. Among the others, The Maid's Tragedy, produced about the same time, is their finest play on its purely tragic side, although the plot is disagreeable. King and No King attracts because of the tender character drawing of Panthea. The Scornful Lady is noteworthy as the best exponent, outside his own work, of the school of Johnson on its grosser side. The Knight of the Burning Pestle is at once a burlesque on knight errantry and a comedy of manners. Among the tragedies presumably produced by Fletcher alone, Bonduca is one of the best, followed closely by The False One, Valentinian, and Thierry and Théodore. The Chances and The Wild Goose Chase may be taken as examples of the whole work on its comic side. The Humorous Lieutenant is the best expression of the faults and merits of Fletcher, whose comedies Swinburne has divided into three groups: pure comedies, heroic or romantic dramas, and mixed comedy and romance. To the first group belong Rule a Wife and Have a Wife, Fletcher's comic masterpiece, Wit Without Money, The Wild Goose Chase, The Chances, The Noble Gentleman. The second group includes The Knight of Malta, full of heroic passion and Catholic devotion, The Pilgrim, The Loyal Subject, A Wife for a Month, Love's Pilgrimage, The Lover's Progress. The third group comprises The Spanish Curate, Monsieur Thomas, The Custom of the Country, The Elder Brother, The Little French Lawyer, The Humorous Lieutenant, Women Pleased, Beggar's Bush, The Fair Maid of the Inn. Fletcher had a part with Shakespeare in The Two Noble Kinsmen, and he wrote also in conjunction with Massinger, Rowley, and others. Shirley, too, is believed to have finished some of his plays. Leaving aside Shakespeare, Beaumont and Fletcher's plays are the best dramatic expression of the romantic spirit of Elizabethan England. Their luxurious, playful fancy delighted in the highly colored, spicy tales of the Southern imagination, which the Renaissance was then bringing into England. They drew especially upon Spanish material, and their plays are rightly interpreted only when studied in reference to this Spanish foundation. But they are, at the same time, true Englishmen, and above all true Elizabethans, which is as much as to say that, borne along by the eager, strenuous spirit of their time, reaching out toward new sensations and impressions, new countries and customs, and dazzled by the Romanesque and fantastic, they took up this exotic material and made it acceptable to the English mind. They satisfied the curiosity of their time, and expressed its surface ideas and longings. This accounts for their great popularity, which in their day eclipsed even Shakespeare's, as it accounts also for their shortcomings. They skimmed over the surface of passion. They saw the pathos and the pity of it, but not the terror. They lacked Shakespeare's profound insight into the well springs of human action, and sacrificed truth of life to stage effect. They shared with him one grave fault which is indeed the besetting sin of dramatists, resulting in part from the necessarily curt and outline action of the drama, in part from the love of audiences for strong emotional effects, namely, the abrupt and unexplained moral revolutions of their characters. Effects are too often produced without apparent causes. A novelist has space to fill in the blanks. The sudden contrition of the usurper in As You Like It is a familiar instance. Beaumont and Fletcher have plenty as bad. Probably there was more of this in real life during the Middle Ages, when most people still had much barbaric instability of feeling and were liable to sudden revulsions of purpose, than in our more equable society. On the other hand, virtue often suffers needlessly and acquiescingly. In their speech they indulged in much license, Fletcher especially. He was prone to confuse right and wrong. The strenuousness of the earlier Elizabethan age was passing away, and the relaxing morality of Jacobean society was making its way into literature, culminating in the entire disintegration of the time of Charles II, which it is very shallow to lay entirely to the Puritans. There would have been a time of great laxity had Cromwell or the Puritan ascendancy never existed. Beaumont and Fletcher, in their eagerness to please, took no thought of the after effects of their plays. Morality did not enter into their scheme of life. Yet they were not immoral, but merely unmoral. They lacked the high seriousness that gives its permanent value to Shakespeare's tragic work. They wrote not to embody the everlasting truths of life, as he did, not because they were oppressed with the weight of a new message striving for utterance, not because they were aflame with the passion for the unattainable, as Marlowe, not to lash with the stings of bitter mockery the follies and vices of their fellow men, as Ben Jonson, not primarily to make us shudder at the terrible tragedies enacted by corrupted hearts and the needless, unending sufferings of persecuted virtue, as Webster, nor yet to give us a faithful picture of the different phases of life in Jacobean London, as Dekker, Heywood, Middleton, and others. They wrote for the very joy of writing, to give vent to their over-bubbling fancy and their tender feeling. They are lyrical and descriptive poets of the first order, with a wonderful ease and grace of expression. The songs scattered throughout their plays are second only to Shakespeare's. The volume and variety of their work is astonishing. They left more than 52 printed plays, and all of these show an extraordinary power of invention. The most diverse passions, characters, and situations enter into the work. Their stories stimulate our curiosity, and their characters appeal to our sympathies. Especially in half farcical, half pathetic comedy, they have no superior. Their wit and spirit here find freest play. Despite much coarseness, their work is full of delicate sensibility, and suffused with a romantic grace of form and a tenderness of expression that endears them to our hearts, and makes them more lovable than any of their brother dramatists, with the possible exception of genial Dekker. The spirit of chivalry breathes through their work, and the gentleman and scholar is always present. For, in contradiction to most of their fellow workers, they were not on the stage. They never took part in its more practical affairs, either as actors or managers. They derived the technical knowledge necessary to a successful playwright from their intimacy with stage folk. As poets, aside from their dramatic work, they occupy a secondary place. Beaumont especially has left beyond one or two exquisite lyrics little that is noteworthy, except some commendatory verses addressed to Johnson. On the other hand, Fletcher's Faithful Shepherdess, with Johnson's Sad Shepherd and Milton's Comus, form that delightful trilogy of the first pastoral poems in the English language. The popularity of Beaumont and Fletcher in the 17th century, as compared to that of Shakespeare, has been over-emphasized, for between 1623 and 1685 they have only 2 folio editions, those of 1647 and 1679, as against 4 of Shakespeare. Their position among the Elizabethans is unique. They did not found a school, either in comedy or tragedy. Massinger, who had more in common with them than any other of the leading dramatists, cannot be called their disciple, for though he worked in the same field, he is more sober and severe, more careful in the construction of his plots, more of a satirist and stern judge of society. With the succeeding playwrights, the decadence of the Elizabethan drama began. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 4, Section 28. Selected excerpts by Francis Beaumont and John Fletcher. The Faithful Shepherdess by Fletcher. Clorin, a shepherdess, watching by the grave of her lover, is found by a satyr. Clorin. Hail, holy earth, whose cold arms do embrace the truest man that ever fed his flocks by the fat plains of fruitful Thessaly. Thus I salute thy grave, thus do I pay my early vows and tribute of mine eyes to thy still loved ashes, thus I free myself from all ensuing heats and fires of love, all sports, delights, and jolly games that shepherds hold full dear, thus put I off. Now no more shall these smooth brows be begirt with youthful coronals, and lead the dance. No more the company of fresh fair maids and wanton shepherds be to me delightful, nor the shrill pleasing sound of merry pipes under some shady dell, when the cool wind plays on the leaves. All be far away, since thou art far away, by whose dear side how often have I sat, crowned with fresh flowers, for summer's queen, whilst every shepherd's boy puts on his lusty green, with gaudy hook, and hanging script of finest cordovan. But thou art gone, and these are gone with thee, and all are dead but thy dear memory. That shall outlive thee, and shall ever spring, whilst there are pipes, or jolly shepherds sing. And here will I, in honour of thy love, dwell by thy grave, forgetting all those joys that former times made precious to mine eyes, only remembering what my youth did gain in the dark hidden virtuous use of herbs. That will I practise, and as freely give all my endeavours as I gained them free. Of all green wounds I know the remedies in men or cattle, be they stung with snakes, or charmed with powerful words of wicked art. Or be they love sick, or through too much heat grown wild or lunatic, their eyes or ears thickened with misty film of dulling rheum. These I can cure, such secret virtue lies in herbs applied by a virgin's hand. My meat shall be what these wild woods afford, berries and chestnuts, plantains, on whose cheeks the sun sits smiling, and the lofty fruit pulled from the fair head of the straight-grown pine. On these I'll feed with free content and rest, when night shall blind the world, by thy side blest. A satyr enters. Satyr. Through yon same bending plain, that flings his arms down to the main, and through these thick woods have I run, whose bottom never kissed the sun. Since the lusty spring began, all to please my master Pan, have I trotted without rest to get him fruit, for at a feast he entertains this coming night his paramour, the Syrinx bright. But behold a fairer sight! By that heavenly form of thine, brightest fair, thou art divine, sprung from great immortal race of the gods, for in thy face shines more awful majesty than dull weak mortality dare with misty eyes behold and live. Therefore on this mould lowly do I bend my knee in worship of thy deity. Deign it, goddess, from my hand to receive whate'er this land from her fertile womb doth send of her choice fruits, and but lend belief to that the satyr tells, fairer by the famous wells, to this present day ne'er grew, never better, nor more true. Here be grapes, whose lusty blood is the learned poet's good. Sweeter yet did never crown the head of Bacchus, nuts more brown than the squirrel's teeth that crack them. Deign, O fairest fair, to take them. For these, black-eyed Dryope hath oftentimes commanded me, with my clasped knee to climb. See how well the lusty time hath decked their rising cheeks in red, such as on your lips is spread. Here be berries for a queen, some be red, some be green. These are of that luscious meat the great god Pan himself doth eat. All these, and what the woods can yield, the hanging mountain or the field, I freely offer, and ere long will bring you more, more sweet and strong. Till when humbly leave I take, lest the great Pan do awake, that sleeping lies in a deep glade, under a broad beech's shade. I must go, I must run, swifter than the fiery sun. Clorin. And all my fears go with thee. What greatness or what private hidden power is there in me to draw submission from this rude man and beast? Sure I am mortal, the daughter of a shepherd, he was mortal, and she that bore me mortal. Prick my hand, and it will bleed, a fever shakes me, and the self-same wind that makes the young lambs shrink, makes me a cold. My fear says I am mortal. Yet I have heard, my mother told it me, and now I do believe it, if I keep my virgin flower uncropped, pure, chaste, and fair, no goblin, wood god, fairy, elf, or fiend, satyr, or other power that haunts the groves, shall hurt my body, or by vain illusion draw me to wander after idle fires, or voices calling me in dead of night to make me follow, and so toll me on through mire and standing pools to find my ruin. Else why should this rough thing, who never knew manners nor smooth humanity, whose heats are rougher than himself and more misshapen, thus mildly kneel to me? Sure there's a power in that great name of Virgin that binds fast all rude uncivil bloods, all appetites that break their confines. Then, strong chastity, be thou my strongest guard, for here I'll dwell in opposition against fate and hell. Song. Care charming sleep, thou easer of all woes, brother to death, sweetly thyself dispose on this afflicted prince, fall like a cloud in gentle showers, give nothing that is loud or painful to his slumbers, easy, light, and as a purling stream, thou son of night, pass by his troubled senses, sing his pain like hollow murmuring wind or silver rain. Into this prince gently, oh, gently slide, and kiss him into slumbers like a bride. Song. God Laius, ever young, ever honored, ever sung, stained with blood of lusty grapes, in 1,000 lusty shapes, dance upon the mazer's brim, in the crimson liquor swim. From thy plenteous hand divine, let a river run with wine. God of youth, let this day here enter neither care nor fear. Aspasia's Song. Lay a garland on my hearse of the dismal yew. Maidens, willow branches bear, say I died true. My love was false, but I was firm from my hour of birth. Upon my buried body lie lightly, gentle earth. Leandro's Song by Fletcher. Dearest, do not you delay me, since thou know'st I must be gone. Wind and tide, 'tis thought doth stay me, but 'tis wind that must be blown from that breath whose native smell Indian odours far excel. O then speak, thou fairest fair, kill not him that vows to serve thee, but perfume this neighbouring air, else dull silence sure will starve me. 'Tis a word that's quickly spoken, which being restrained, a heart is broken. True Beauty. May I find a woman fair, and her mind as clear as air, if her beauty go alone, 'tis to me as if 'twere none. May I find a woman rich, and not of too high a pitch, if that pride should cause disdain, tell me, lover, where's thy gain? May I find a woman wise, and her falsehood not disguise, hath she wit as she hath will, double armed she is to ill. May I find a woman kind, and not wavering like the wind, how should I call that love mine, when 'tis his and thine? May I find a woman true, there is beauty's fairest hue, there is beauty, love, and wit, happy he can compass it. Ode to Melancholy by Fletcher. Hence all you vain delights, as short as are the nights wherein you spend your folly. There's naught in this life sweet, if man were wise to see it, but only melancholy, O sweetest melancholy! Welcome folded arms and fixed eyes, a sigh that piercing mortifies, a look that's fastened to the ground, a tongue chained up without a sound. Fountain heads and pathless groves, places which pale passion loves, moonlight walks when all the fowls are warmly housed, save bats and owls, a midnight bell, a parting groan, these are the sounds we feed upon. then stretch our bones in a still gloomy valley. Nothing's so dainty sweet as lovely melancholy. To my dear friend, Master Benjamin Jonson, upon his Fox, by Beaumont. If it might stand with justice to allow the swift conversion of all follies, now, such is my mercy, that I could admit all sorts should equally approve the wit of this thy even work, whose growing fame shall raise thee high, and thou it with thy name. And did not manners and my love command me to forbear to make those understand, whom thou, perhaps, hast in thy wiser doom, long since firmly resolved, shall never come to know more than they do, I would have shown to all the world the art which thou alone hast taught our tongue, the rules of time, of place, and other rites delivered with the grace of comic style, which only is fat more than any English stage hath known before. But since our subtle gallants think it good to like of naught that may be understood, lest they should be disproved, or have, at best, stomachs so raw that nothing can digest but what's obscene or barks, let us desire they may continue simply to admire fine clothes and strange words, and may live, in age, to see themselves ill brought upon the stage, and like it, whilst thy bold and knowing muse contemns all praise but such as thou wouldst choose. On the Tombs in Westminster, by Beaumont. Mortality behold, and fear, what a change of flesh is here! Think how many royal bones sleep within this heap of stones. Here they lie had realms and lands, who now want strength to stir their hands. Where from their pulpits, soiled with dust, they preach in greatness is no trust. Here's an acre sown, indeed, with the richest royalst seed, that the earth did e'er suck in since the first man died for sin. Here the bones of birth have cried, though gods they were, as men they died. Here are sands, ignoble things, dropped from the ruined sides of kings. Here's a world of pomp and state, buried in dust, once dead by fate. From Philaster, or Love Lies a Bleeding. Arethusa's Declaration. Lady. Here is my lord Philaster. Arethusa. O, 'tis well, withdraw yourself. Exit Lady. Philaster. Madam, your messenger made me believe you wished to speak with me. Arethusa. 'Tis true, Philaster, but the words are such I have to say, and do so ill beseem the mouth of woman, that I wish them said, and yet am loath to speak them. Have you known that I have aught detracted from your worth? Have I in person wronged you, or have set my baser instruments to throw disgrace upon your virtues? Philaster. Never, madam, you. Arethusa. Why then should you, in such a public place, injure a princess, and a scandal lay upon my fortunes, famed to be so great, calling a great part of my dowry in question? Philaster. Madam, this truth which I shall speak will be foolish, but for your fair and virtuous self, I could afford myself to have no right to anything you wished. Arethusa. Philaster, no, I must enjoy these kingdoms. Philaster. Madam, both? Arethusa. Both, or I die, by fate I die, Philaster, if I not calmly may enjoy them both. Philaster. I would do much to save that noble life, yet would be loath to have posterity find in our stories that Philaster gave his right unto a sceptre and a crown to save a lady's longing. Arethusa. Nay then, hear. I must and will have them, and more. Philaster. What more? Arethusa. Or lose that little life the gods prepared to trouble this poor piece of earth withal. Philaster. Madam, what more? Arethusa. Turn then away thy face. Philaster. No. Arethusa. Do. Philaster. I can endure it. Turn away my face. I never yet saw enemy that looked so dreadfully, but that I thought myself as great a basilisk as he, or spake so horribly, but that I thought my tongue bore thunder underneath as much as his. Nor beast that I could turn from, shall I then begin to fear sweet sounds, a lady's voice, whom I do love? Say you would have my life, why, I will give it you, for 'tis to me a thing so loathed, and unto you that ask, of so poor use, that I shall make no price. If you entreat, I will unmovedly hear. Arethusa. Yet for my sake a little bend thy looks. Philaster. I do. Arethusa. Then know, I must have them and thee. Philaster. And me? Arethusa. Thy love, without which all the land discovered yet will serve me for no use but to be buried in. Philaster. Is't possible? Arethusa. With it were too little to bestow on thee, now though thy breath do strike me dead, which know it may, I have unripped my breast. Philaster. Madam, you are too full of noble thoughts to lay a train for this contemned life, which you may have for asking. To suspect were base, where I deserve no ill. Love you, by all my hopes I do, above my life. But how this passion should proceed from you so violently would amaze a man that would be jealous. Arethusa. Another soul into my body shot could not have filled me with more strength and spirit than this thy breath, but spend not hasty time in seeking how I came thus. 'Tis the gods that make me so, and sure our love will be the nobler and the better blest, in that the secret justice of the gods is mingled with it. Let us leave and kiss, lest some unwelcome guest should fall betwixt us, and we should part without it. Philaster. 'Twill be ill I should abide here long. Arethusa. 'Tis true, and worse you should come often. how shall we devise to hold intelligence that our true loves on any new occasion may agree what path is best to tread? Philaster. I have a boy, sent by the gods, I hope, to this intent, yet not seen in the court. Hunting the buck, I found him sitting by a fountain's side, of which he borrowed some to quench his thirst, and paid the nymph again as much in tears. A garland lay him by, made by himself, of many several flowers bred in the vale, stuck in that mystic order that the rareness delighted me, but ever when he turned his tender eyes upon 'em he would weep, as if he meant to make 'em grow again. Seeing such pretty helpless innocence dwell in his face, I asked him all his story. He told me that his parents gentle died, leaving him to the mercy of the fields, which gave him roots, and of the crystal springs, which did not stop their courses, and the sun, which still, he thanked him, yielded him his light. Then took he up his garland, and did show what every flower, as country people hold, did signify, and how all, ordered thus, expressed his grief, and to my thoughts did read the prettiest lecture of his country art that could be wished, so that methought I could have studied it. I gladly entertained him who was glad to follow, and have got the trustiest, lovingst, and the gentlest boy that ever master kept. Him will I send to wait on you and bear our hidden love. The Story of Bellario. Philaster. But, Bellario, for I must call thee still so, tell me why thou didst conceal thy sex. It was a fault, Bellario, though thy other deeds of truth outweighed it, all these jealousies had flown to nothing, if thou hadst discovered what now we know. Bellario. My father oft would speak your worth and virtue, and as I did grow more and more apprehensive, I did thirst to see the man so praised, but yet all this was but a maiden longing, to be lost as soon as found, till sitting in my window, printing my thoughts in lawn, I saw a god, I thought, but it was you, enter our gates. My blood flew out and back again, as fast as I had puffed it forth and sucked it in, like breath. Then was I called away in haste to entertain you. Never was a man heaved from a sheepcote to a sceptre, raised so high in thoughts as I. You left a kiss upon these lips then, which I mean to keep from you for ever. I did hear you talk, far above singing. After you were gone, I grew acquainted with my heart, and searched what stirred it so. Alas, I found it love. Yet far from lust, for could I but have lived in presence of you, I had had my end. For this I did delude my noble father, with a feigned pilgrimage, and dressed myself in habit of a boy, and for I knew my birth no match for you, I was past hope of having you, and understanding well that when I made discovery of my sex, I could not stay with you, I made a vow, by all the most religious things a maid could call together, never to be known, whilst there was hope to hide me from men's eyes. For other than I seemed, that I might ever abide with you, Then sat I by the fount where first you took me up. King. Search out a match within our kingdom where and when thou wilt, and I will pay thy dowry, and thyself wilt well deserve him. Bellario. Never, sir, will I marry, it is a thing within my vow. But if I may have leave to serve the princess, to see the virtues of her lord and her, I shall have hope to live. Arethusa. I, Philaster, cannot be jealous, though you had a lady dressed like a page to serve you, nor will I suspect her living here. Come, live with me, live free as I do, she that loves my lord, cursed be the wife that hates her. From the Maid's Tragedy. Confession of Evadne to Amintor. Evadne. Would I could say so farewell to my black disgrace. O where have I been all this time, how friended, that I should lose myself thus desperately, and none for pity show me how I wandered? There is not in the compass of the light a more unhappy creature, sure I am monstrous, for I have done those follies, those mad mischiefs, would dare a woman. O my loaden soul, be not so cruel to me, choke not up the way to my repentance. Enter Amintor. O my lord. Amintor. How now? Evadne. My much abused lord. [Kneels.] Amintor. This cannot be. Evadne. I do not kneel to live, I dare not hope it. The wrongs I did are greater. Look upon me, though I appear with all my faults. Amintor. Stand up. This is a new way to beget more sorrows. Heaven knows I have too many, do not mock me. Though I am tame, and bred up with my wrongs, which are my foster brothers, I may leap like a hand–wolf into my natural wildness, and do an outrage. Prithee, do not mock me. Evadne. My whole life is so leprous, it infects all my repentance. I would buy your pardon, though at the highest set, even with my life. That slight contrition, that's no sacrifice for what I have committed. Amintor. Sure I dazzle. There cannot be a faith in that foul woman, that knows no God more mighty than her mischiefs. Thou dost still worse, still number on thy faults, to press my poor heart thus. Can I believe there's any seed of virtue in that woman left to shoot up that dares go on in sin, known, and so known as thine is? O Evadne! Would there were any safety in thy sex, that I might put 1,000 sorrows off, and credit thy repentance, but I must not. Thou hast brought me to that dull calamity, to that strange misbelief of all the world, and all things that are in it, that I fear I shall fall like a tree, and find my grave, only remembering that I grieve. Evadne. My lord, give me your griefs, you are an innocent, a soul as white as heaven, let not my sins perish your noble youth. I do not fall here to shadow by dissembling with my tears, as all say women can, or to make less what my hot will hath done, which heaven and you know to be tougher than the hand of time can cut from men's remembrances. No, I do not. I do appear the same Evadne, dressed in the shames I lived in, the same monster. But these are names of honour to what I am. I do present myself the foulest creature, most poisonous, dangerous, and despised of men, Lerna e'er bred, or Nilus. I am hell, till you, my dear lord, shoot your light into me, the beams of your forgiveness. I am soul sick, and wither with the fear of one condemned, till I have got your pardon. Amintor. Rise, Evadne. Those heavenly powers that put this good into thee grant a continuance of it. I forgive thee. Make thyself worthy of it, and take heed. Take heed, Evadne, this be serious. Mock not the powers above, that can and dare give thee a great example of their justice, to all ensuing ages, if thou playest with thy repentance, the best sacrifice. Evadne. I have done nothing good to win belief, my life hath been so faithless. All the creatures made for heaven's honours have their ends, and good ones, all but the cozening crocodiles, false women. They reign here like those plagues, those killing sores, men pray against; and when they die, like tales ill told and unbelieved, they pass away, and go to dust forgotten. But, my lord, those short days I shall number to my rest, as many must not see me, shall, though too late, though in my evening, yet perceive a will, since I can do no good, because a woman, reach constantly at something that is near it. I will redeem 1 minute of my age, or like another Niobe, I'll weep till I am water. Amintor. I am now dissolved. My frozen soul melts. May each sin thou hast find a new mercy. Rise. I am at peace. Evadne rises. Hadst thou been thus excellently good, before that devil king tempted thy frailty, sure thou hadst made a star. Give me thy hand. From this time I will know thee, and as far as honour gives me leave, be thy Amintor. When we meet next, I will salute thee fairly, and pray the gods to give thee happy days. My charity shall go along with thee, though my embraces must be far from thee. I should have killed thee, but this sweet repentance locks up my vengeance, for which thus I kiss thee. Kisses her. The last kiss we must take, and would to heaven the holy priest that gave our hands together had given us equal virtues. Go, Evadne, the gods thus part our bodies. Have a care, my honour falls no farther. I am well then. Evadne. All the dear joys here, and above hereafter, crown thy fair soul. Thus I take leave, my lord. And never shall you see the foul Evadne, till she have tried all honoured means that may set her in rest, and wash her stains away. From Bonduca. The death of the boy Hengo. Scene: a field between the British and the Roman camps. Caratach. How does my boy? Hengo. I would do well, my heart's well, I do not fear. Caratach. My good boy. Hengo. I know, uncle. We must all die. My little brother died. I saw him die, and he died smiling. Sure, there's no great pain in't, uncle, but pray tell me, whither must we go when we are dead? Caratach (aside). Strange questions. Why, the blessedest place, boy, ever sweetness and happiness dwell there. Hengo. Will you come to me? Caratach. Yes, my sweet boy. Hengo. Mine aunt too, and my cousins. Caratach. All, my good child. Hengo. No Romans, uncle? Caratach. No, boy. Hengo. I should be loth to meet them there. Caratach. No ill men, that live by violence and strong oppression, come thither. 'Tis for those the gods love, good men. Hengo. Why then I care not when I go, for surely I am persuaded they love me. I never blasphemed 'em, uncle, nor transgressed my parents. I always said my prayers. Caratach. Thou shalt go then, indeed thou shalt. Hengo. When they please. Caratach. That's my good boy. Art thou not weary, Hengo? Hengo. Weary, uncle? I have heard you say you have marched all day in armour. Caratach. I have, boy. Hengo. Am I not your kinsman? Caratach. Yes. Hengo. And am I not as fully allied unto you in those brave things as blood? Caratach. Thou art too tender. Hengo. To go upon my legs, they were made to bear me. I can play 20 miles a day. I see no reason, but to preserve my country and myself, I should march 40. Caratach. What wouldst thou be, living to wear a man's strength? Hengo. Why, a Caratach, a Roman hater, a scourge sent from heaven, to whip these proud thieves from our kingdom. Hark! Drum within. They are on a rock in the rear of a wood. Caratach. Courage, my boy, I have found meat. Look, Hengo. Look where some blessed Briton, to preserve thee, has hung a little food and drink. Cheer up, boy. Do not forsake me now. Hengo. Oh, uncle, uncle, I feel I cannot stay long, yet I'll fetch it, to keep your noble life. Uncle, I am heart whole, and would live. Caratach. Thou shalt long, I hope. Hengo. But my head, uncle, methinks the rock goes round. Enter Macer and Judas, and remain at the side of the stage. Macer. Mark 'em well, Judas. Judas. Peace, as you love your life. Hengo. Do not you hear the noise of bells? Caratach. Of bells, boy? 'Tis thy fancy. Alas, thy body's full of wind. Hengo. Methinks, sir, they ring a strange sad knell, a preparation to some near funeral of state. Nay, weep not, mine own sweet uncle, you will kill me sooner. Caratach. O my poor chicken. Hengo. Fie, faint-hearted uncle! Come, tie me in your belt, and let me down. Caratach. I'll go myself, boy. Hengo. No, as you love me, uncle, I will not eat it if I do not fetch it. The danger only I desire. Pray tie me. Caratach. I will, and all my care hang o'er thee. Come, child, my valiant child. Hengo. Let me down apace, uncle, and you shall see how like a daw I'll whip it from all their policies, for 'tis most certain a Roman train, and you must hold me sure too, you'll spoil all else. When I have brought it, uncle, we'll be as merry. Caratach. Go, in the name of heaven, boy. Lets Hengo down by his belt. Hengo. Quick, quick, uncle, I have it. Judas shoots Hengo with an arrow. Oh! Caratach. What ailst thou? Hengo. O my best uncle, I am slain. Caratach (to Judas). I see you, and heaven direct my hand, destruction go with thy coward soul. Kills Judas with a stone, and then draws up Hengo. Exit Macer. How dost thou, boy? O villain! Pocky villain! Hengo. O uncle, uncle! O how it pricks me! Am I preserved for this? Extremely pricks me. Caratach. Coward! rascal coward! Dogs eat thy flesh. Hengo. O I bleed hard, I faint too. Out upon't, how sick I am! The lean rogue, uncle. Caratach. Look, boy, I have laid him sure enough. Hengo. Have you knocked his brains out? Caratach. I warrant thee, for stirring more. Cheer up, child. Hengo. Hold my sides hard. Stop, stop. O wretched fortune! Must we part thus? Still I grow sicker, uncle. Caratach. Heaven look upon this noble child. Hengo. I once hoped I should have lived to have met these bloody Romans at my sword's point, to have revenged my father, to have beaten 'em. Oh, hold me hard! But, uncle. Caratach. Thou shalt live still, I hope, boy. Shall I draw it? Hengo. You draw away my soul, then. I would live a little longer. Spare me, heavens! But only to thank you for your tender love. Good uncle, good noble uncle, weep not. Caratach. O my chicken, my dear boy, what shall I lose? Hengo. Why, a child, that must have died however. Had this 'scaped me, fever or famine, I was born to die, sir. Caratach. But thus unblown, my boy? Hengo. I go the straighter, my journey to the gods. Sure I shall know you when you come, uncle. Caratach. Yes, boy. Hengo. And I hope we shall enjoy together that great blessedness you told me of. Caratach. Most certain, child. Hengo. I grow cold, mine eyes are going. Caratach. Lift 'em up. Hengo. Pray for me, and, noble uncle, when my bones are ashes, think of your little nephew. Mercy, Caratach Mercy, you blessed angels, take him! Hengo Kiss me, so. Farewell, farewell! Dies. Caratach Farewell, the hopes of Britain! Thou royal graft, farewell for ever! Time and death, ye have done your worst. Fortune, now see, now proudly Pluck off thy veil and view thy triumph. Look, look what thou hast brought this land to, O fair flower! How lovely yet thy ruins show, how sweetly even death embraces thee, the peace of heaven, the fellowship of all great souls be with thee. From The Two Noble Kinsmen, by Shakespeare and Fletcher. Roses, their sharp spines being gone, not royal in their smells alone, but in their hue, maiden pinks of odor faint, daisies smell less, yet most quaint, and sweet time true. Primrose, first born child of Ver, merry springtime's harbinger, with her bells dim, oxlips in their cradles growing, marigolds on death-beds blowing, larks' heels trim. All dear Nature's children sweet lie for bride and bridegroom's feet, blessing their sense. Not an angel of the air, bird melodious or bird fair, be absent hence. The crow, the slanderous cuckoo, nor the boding raven, nor chough hoar, nor chattering pie, may on our bride house perch or sing, or with them any discord bring, but from it fly. End of Section 28.